All right, all right, all right. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Thank you guys for joining me for this live sentence watch of Sean Diddy Combs. Will he walk today for time served? Give me 1 second. What's going on? Or will he be sentenced for more time? We will go over Diddy's letter, last ditch letter. We'll also take a look at the video that he released of his team, of he and his children. And when I watched that video, it was very, very sad to see. And I'm sorry, let me remove this because the kids are arriving now. I'll take this back a couple minutes. Well, not a couple minutes, a couple seconds. But the video that I'll be sharing throughout this live broadcast is allowed under the Copyright Disclaimer Act. All right, so come on in, hit the like button. Let's take a look. Let me make this where it's a little larger. Happy Friday to each and every one of you. And again, thank you for joining me. Let me see here. Okay, I don't want my screen to look like that. I don't know what the heck StreamYard is doing. Hold on, guys. Oh. Oh, shoot. I almost had it. All right. It should look good on your end. Let me go to my screen. Yeah, it looks okay on your end, but mine is crappy. And vote. I just put up a poll. Make sure you vote. Hello to my beautiful sis, Bridget J. All right, guys, take a look at the Mercedes Sprinter pulling up, and you will see the kids arriving. Hmm. All right. Hit the like button. 11 likes, 52 watching.
Good morning. How you guys feeling today?
Oh, shoot. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. I have to get into a new window. So let me share. Let me pause. My apologies. My StreamYard is giving me the blues this Friday morning. But let me share the screen again. I have it paused right where the family pulls up to support their dad and son and all of the above. And that's what's sad, but I'll get into that in a bit. Okay, so here we go. I don't know why StreamYard is doing this. Let me try something before I share. I'll leave it like that because I don't want to mess it up. Okay, so take a look. Take a look. Here are the children. Can you guys see it? Let me know. Let me know. Okay, looks like you can. All right, I got two windows open, YouTube and this. Okay, take a look and a listen. Welcome, 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 everybody. All right, we shall discuss EDB. Angela Richardson. Hey, sis.
Good morning. How you guys feeling today?
All right, so that is the twins in white, Chance, his daughter in the middle. I believe that's one of his assistants. So we don't see the sons. I don't think they came out of that sprinter. Oh no, there's Quincy with the blonde hair. I don't see Justin and Christian yet, or Mama Combs. Okay, but we are going to go forward. So I paused that and let me take it to the beginning. All right, so I'm going to mute that for now. And let's see what the poll is looking like over here. I see. How do I view? All right. 16% said he served enough time. 84% said no, lock him up. So today is the day. Today is doomsday or not for Diddy. So I want to show you guys real quickly while we wait. The judge is supposed to be ruling probably in about 7 minutes if he's prompt. But let me show you guys what Diddy had to say on yesterday. It's long, but we will take a look at it. And I'll give my thoughts in a minute about, I do think that, well, the only thing, if I'm looking at this in a logical way, the only thing that I think that if he is sentenced for what he was found guilty of, most cases, he would be walking free today. But we seen a lot, we witnessed a lot as far as videos, testimony from a lot of the victims, and I do believe that several were victims, and I do believe that several weren't. You can't volunteer and be a victim. That's just me, and continue to volunteer. But I understand the emotional bonds and the mental bonds and the trauma bonds and all of that. But as far as some of the research that I did, as far as looking up sentencing of those that were convicted of transportation of prostitute, I think I can say it, tuition. Yeah, most of them served a year or less or no time at all. So, my concern is if this is going to be the standard, it should be across the board. But again, based on what he's convicted of, not the things that we know that a lot of us know that Diddy, did. But if that's going to be standard across the board, then absolutely make that a thing for everybody. But because of his celebrity, you know what I mean? I don't know if I feel like it'll be fair. But we shall see and we shall discuss. We will discuss. So I'm gonna stop sharing this screen for 1 second. Why is this paused? Because it shouldn't be. Or it's not. Is that them? It's frozen on let's see, guys. Hold on. All right, well, I'm about to stop sharing it anyway, but we'll make sure to go back live and react. This is our live reaction for this doggone Diddy trial. But let me read what Diddy said to the judge, guys. He wrote a last ditch effort letter, in my opinion. Hello, Rosemary. Happy Friday, sis. And will it be effective? Will it be effective? So I'll try to read it quickly for you guys. It's a long one. We'll get through it. But hit the like button on your way in. Shout out to you guys. 85 of you joining me. Happy Friday again. But Diddy wrote the judge. He said, I hope this letter finds you well and in good health and spirits. Thank you for the opportunity to express my thoughts to you. First and foremost, I want to apologize and say, I don't know if I'm going to read all this, child, how sincerely sorry I am for all of the hurt and pain that I have caused others by my conduct. I take full responsibility and accountability for my past wrongs. This has been the hardest 2 years of my life, and I have no one to blame for my current reality and situation but myself. In my life, I have made mistakes, but I am no longer running from them. I am so sorry for the hurt that I caused, but I understand that the mere words, I'm sorry, will never be good enough, as those words alone cannot erase the pain from the past. He said, over the past 3 months, I had to look in the mirror. 13 months, I'm sorry. I had to look in the mirror like never before. My pain became my teacher, my sadness, my motivator. I have to admit, my downfall was rooted in my selfishness. The scene and images of me assaulting Cassie play over and over in my head daily. I literally lost my mind. I was dead wrong for putting my hands on the woman that I love. I'm sorry for that and always will be. My domestic violence will always be a heavy burden that I would have to forever carry. The remorse, the sorrow, the regret, the disappointment, the shame. I honestly feel sorry for something that I couldn't forgive someone else for if they put their hands on one of my daughters. This is why it's so hard for me to forgive myself. It's like a deep wound that leaves an ugly scar. Now, look, as I'm reading this, I do believe that there absolutely is some type of remorse when it comes to Diddy. That last part, hold on, guys. That okay, hold on. We gotta go live. We gotta go live. That last part about if somebody did this to my daughters, that's what a lot of us have been screaming. That man would have completely lost it. You know what I mean? So we'll get back into more of that. Let me know your thoughts on it. Let me remove this. I'll take this back a good 30 seconds. I'm not sure who this guy was, but let's listen and see what he said. Hold on, guys. Okay, AP. I may have to go to law and crime. Hold on. Let's see if I can get to him. Huh. Maybe, maybe not. YouTube is tripping. All right, let's see. He should be coming up. I'm not sure who the guy was. But I would love to hear what he just said. But welcome in, hit the like button for me. And I'm sorry, I am looking at about 5 different screens over here. So let's see. Shadiel, Shasha said, may God bring him through this and free him. Nobody is perfect and God forgives, and may he have mercy on him. We all fall short on the glory. Speak life into others, and all shall repent. All right, let's see. Edie B has something to say up here. Let me go back. Good morning, Brown Eyes. Thank you so much. All right, guys, hold on. Put one in the chat if you can hear the sound okay for me.
Testing 1, 2, 3. This is the right microphone.
Oh, he just testing.
You're via the correct microphone. So P. Diddy is inside. P. Diddy is inside. He's before the judge. He's about to be sentenced.
All right, guys. That's all you have to say. Court is in session. It is 9:01 Eastern Standard Time, and it looks like the judge absolutely will be prompt. So again, we will continue to watch live. Everything that I'm sharing is covered under the Copyright Disclaimer Act. It is allowed for fair use for purposes such as this: news reporting, criticism, commenting, all of the above. Fair use is a use permitted by the copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Okay. Edie B, I was gonna try to find your hey classy KC. Patricia H is here. Let's see. He needs to sit down for a few years and maybe he will have learned his lesson. And you also has something else to say, I believe, above that. But if you did not vote, vote. Check out the poll, and we will continue to wait for the judge. But what I said was saying at the end of that is, he said, if I honestly feel sorry for something that I couldn't forgive someone else for. That's deep, because we know that he wouldn't have been able to, as with most other people. A lot of us say, I'm calling my daddy, I'm calling my mama, or we don't even have to, not mama, my brothers. I'm calling them boys. You know what I mean? And most times we don't even have to say it. If they know something went down, it's on and popping. So I feel like he was truthful in that moment. That's why it's so hard for him to forgive himself, because he know what he would have done had this been one of his daughters. But look, all of those women are daughters of somebody. Okay? So let's see. We got some audio. Let me close this. I didn't want this like this. All right, that's how I wanted that. But let's see what else you guys have to say. Give me your thoughts. Give me your thoughts. But what Diddy had to say, I'll turn this down for a quick second. I need to hear it so I can know what's going on. But I'll move the speaker back too. What Diddy said is, Your Honor, I lost my way. I got lost in my journey, lost in drugs and the excess. I can believe that, but that's still no excuse. He said, My downfall was rooted in my selfishness. I have been humbled and broken to my core. Jail is designed to break you mentally, physically, and spiritually. Over the past year, there have been so many times that I wanted to give up. There have been so many days I thought I would be better off unalive. The old me died in jail, and a new version of me was reborn. Prison will change you or unalive you. I choose to live. I choose to live. Sentencing should never, we'll go live to Twitter, take all day. So I'm not sure who the they is, Sharon, but I'll absolutely double check. Look, enough is enough. It don't take all of that. The judges have months to go ahead and go through all of the evidence concerning what he was convicted of. And that is not the norm. And that's another thing that a lot of people are talking about. All cases, celebrity or not, should be treated fairly. So you don't need, this is not deliberations. You get what I'm saying? This is sentencing. So let's go to Twitter real quick. Peach Prince said he would have never stopped. He would have never stopped. All right. I want top. I don't want latest. Okay. 50 Cent, child. Y'all saw 50 Cent say he's scared for his life. And we know that's cap. We know that's cap. But look, I can't look. An enemy is an enemy. Like Cardi B said, if I beef with you, we're going to have beef forever. Okay, let's take a look and see what she's saying here.
Judge declined. So now he's going to find out what his fate will be. His family is here as well. They arrived a short time ago. 6 of his 7 children and his 84-year-old mother. They all emerged from vans in front of the courthouse. There was a big push for media to get to them. They were behind barricades as the family walked in. They've been here through much of the trial to support him. His mother here every day to support him. She wrote a letter to the judge asking for leniency, saying she knows her son is not perfect, but he deserves to be let out to spend what time she has left as an 84-year-old with her and with the rest of his family, his children.
All right, so she's just going over what most people do. And again, I don't know if I want to continue saying last ditch efforts, because, family members, a lot is absolutely going to continue loving their loved ones. So I expect the family, the mom and everybody else to come out and do what they're doing. Okay. I'm going to go and I didn't mean to pause this. Hold on.
It's just
I meant to mute it. I want us to be live, but I am going to stop sharing. I'm going to go to Inner City Press on Twitter real quickly. Shout out to him because he's absolutely amazing, number one. He's always given play-by-play accounts on what's going on. And after I scroll through Inner City Press, I will read more of your comments. All right, let's see. Let's see. So this is where I can absolutely confirm or deny if they're talking about Monday, because he will say it. He said sentencing starts at 10 a.m. So will I. What time is it East Coast? New York. Oh yeah, it is 10. I don't know if I said 9 earlier. So yeah, sentencing is now. Combs' lawyer Mark Agnafilio and Brian Steele are talking low next to the lectern. Alexandra Shapiro stands with Nicole Westmoreland. The prosecutors are seated at the front table. -1, Maureen Comey. And if you guys don't remember that, Maureen, why are you not live? Maureen Comey was fired. The head district attorney was fired. Let's see. Inner City said, as Combs' lawyers mill around, he has still not been brought out. A U.S. Marshal brings out a big sheaf of papers and a red book, picks up the chair to search underneath, all clear. He goes on to say, now, Sean Combs' sentencing starts. The U.S. wants 11 years. He wants time served. Today, he has a video and at least 4 lawyers to speak. Opposed Mia, but she will speak. So Mia is one of the victims, if I'm not mistaken. All right, and that was the latest. I'll refresh. Let me read a couple comments. Yes, she's James Comey's daughter. Hey, Red Ann. And she was fired. She was fired a couple months ago. And a lot of people said that, look, this was a big case when it comes to how they went after Diddy, as well as the money that was spent. And for them to only walk away with a conviction of transportation to engage in prostitution, that was a huge loss. Millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars was spent. And a lot of people said that had they properly tried to go after him and not it was overkill. You get what I'm saying? A RICO. This was never a RICO. That's why he wasn't found guilty of it. So they overplayed their hand, and maybe a month after this case, if that's when she was let go. So she was the federal prosecutor, and the daughter of James Comey. She also prosecuted Epstein, and Ghislaine Maxwell, and was successful in those cases. Let's see. Let me read some comments. Let me make sure that I'm still live over here. I see this lady still talking, but I'll refresh that. I'm going to do something else as well, guys. Give me 1 second. I want to bring up law and crime as well. Give me 1 second. Welcome in. Hit the like button for me. Thank you guys for joining me. It's early, child. I'm only a couple sips in to my my coffee. All right. Law and crime, they got something else going on over there, but I will pause them. Hold on, guys. This is the only thing when you're trying to talk about something live, you got to keep refreshing. So I am going to refresh again real quickly over here on Twitter. Make sure I have everything from Inner City Press. Has he said anything else? And he has not. All right. Welcome, welcome. Click the link. I'm sorry. Hit the like button and vote. I will go to the latest poll results. And right now, 19% said he served enough time, and 82% said no, lock him up. Jacqueline said Diddy's got to cut back on the spending. He's not making money like prior to his incarceration. What do you mean, Jacqueline? What do you mean? I mean, I get what you're saying, but he's still a multi millionaire. But what spending? That's what I mean. What spending are you talking about? But real quickly, in that same letter that he wrote, Diddy begged the judge and said, I ask you for mercy today, not only for my sake, but for the sake of my children. I have 7 of them. And he went on to name them. He also had mentioned something about Jane Doe. Let me bring that back up real quick. So it's not on this page, is it? Okay. Again, this was a long letter, but let me go to 77 over here. I wanted to see. Oh, well, I'll try to find it. Red Ann saying she was also part of the J6. Very, very decorated career. You know what I'm saying? But, child, the big wigs behind the scenes look at that as a loss. They look at that as a loss. Out of all of the things that they had Diddy charged with, I think it was 11 different counts, if I'm not mistaken. They found him guilty of 2 counts, but both was in relation to the transportation, which was the lowest. What he was convicted of was the lowest out of all those counts. Transportation to engage in prostitute. That's a slap in the face. Not only the big wigs and the people behind the scenes, but taxpayers money pay for all of that. So they definitely overdid it in their pursuit. You know what I mean? In my opinion. And had they not, I can say my opinion that I feel like they probably would have got them on more charges other than just what they did, you know. But yeah, they overplayed their hands and they knew it wasn't that. They knew it wasn't that. I agree with you, Shadil. I agree. All right. Jacqueline said, in my opinion, Diddy will get more than the defense wants, but less than the prosecution is asking. That's what a lot of people are saying, especially across social media. And I agree with that. This judge is tough. This judge is tough and no nonsense. And I don't think for a 1 second that he's going to allow Diddy to just be released today with time served. But look, I'm not going to take this. Well, I just saw a comment over there on this other page that I'm streaming from. And I'm not even going to mention the orange man at all. But, just think about some of the folks that's just out here walking around, milling about. And we don't ever want to make this about, black or white or race or why are they out and he's in. But, things that make you go, things that make you say, Okay. We have 102 votes, 21%. He served enough time. 80% no, lock him up. Okay. And I'm going back to Inner City Press because Inner City Press will have this news before even where we are streaming from or live reacting from. All right. Side Eye is here. Hey, Side Eye. He's paying big bucks for legal representation, as he should, as I would, and I believe anybody would. I'm not going to get a crackerjack lawyer if I'm a billionaire. So, yeah, you're saying he should save his money and shouldn't have spent the money on the defense. And honestly, from what I heard while the trial was going on, His lawyers cost him, I believe it was like $10 to $15 million. That's nothing considering, you know. But yeah, I expect him to do that. Good morning, Mama V. Good morning, V Jackson. Good morning to each and every one of you. Please hit the like button on your way in and vote. 120 of you are currently watching. I appreciate you guys. Everything that I discuss are my own personal opinions and everything is alleged. Misha, you said Trump may consider a pardon if he's sentenced. A lot of us felt that way. However, Trump spoke about that a couple months ago, and he mentioned that he and Diddy were pals. But Diddy spoke against him when he was running the first time for president. So you guys know the orange man, in my opinion, is a big baby, a toddler, running the country. And he is, do you see how his lips are pouting on the screen there? That's him 24/7. So yeah, I think that once upon a time he may have, but I don't know if he would still do it. Possibly sure, you know? Possibly sure. All right, let me refresh over here. I got 3 devices, child. I want to bring up another Twitter page. Megan. Hold on, guys. And again, we will make sure that we are live. Okay, which screen is this? That's this one. All right, so I'm going to share this again. And that is live. All right, give me 1 second because I want to make sure I have Megan's correct name and do a quick search. My apologies. Megan Conniff is her name. Okay, and I'm going to read some more comments as well. But we should be hearing something soon. Whoever put in the comment section that they're saying Monday, absolutely not. I could bet money on that. Absolutely not. Child, all these DMs that I sent myself. All right, let's see what he's saying. Nothing. Continue to vote, guys, as you come in and hit the like button for me. If you are in the comment section, you are subscribed. All right, hold on. Sound check. You guys can hear okay? Thank you, Angela. I'm scrolling up for more comments. Good morning. Peach, you say you probably will get married now. Look, the letter reminded me of, most letters you get when you break up with a guy. You know what I mean? They pull out all the stops. Okay. And Diddy did just that. And it's unfortunate, but I think had Diddy married, may she rest in peace, Kim Porter, and had he done right by her, I don't think that he would have ever found himself in the situation that he's currently in. So do I think that he may get married for the look of it? Yes. But I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. I'm still scrolling trying to find my girl over here. I'm gonna have to look her up on Twitter. It looks like, is it Megan or MEA? H. I'll find it. But good point. Good point, Peach Prince. You know, a lot of them, child, that's how they operate. A little too late. You get what I'm saying? Anitra J said, hey, thanks for joining me, sis. I appreciate you. Thank you to the cutie mods in the building. You guys hit the like button for me on your way in, or if you are in the bushes. I do know that a lot of you guys are working today, so I appreciate you all that's joined me. Let me go to Instagram over here real quickly. Let me do a quick search. MEG. Child, why can I not find her? It's so weird. Because she's another one that you can expect up to date info, like minute by minute. But no one beats Inner City Press. And as of right now, he still has, where's my other phone, child? His last tweet was 30 minutes ago. So we already read that the sentencing has started. Give me 1 second. Let me go to this other Instagram. Oh, let me try this. My apologies. My apologies. I wish I was able to scroll, talk, put the comments on the screen, all of that, but I'm not. I'm sorry. MEA, Megan Cunoff. Anybody in the chat? If you know what I'm talking about, maybe if I search by last name. There we go. Okay, MEGHANN. Let me bring her up on Twitter. MEGHANN. Child, Megan, spell you. Why you spelling your name like you a part of our race, child? Just spell it MEGAN like you normally do. Okay. Oh, and she's all right. Hold on, guys. Let's go back to Inner City Press. Oh shoot. Hold on. Hold on. Where's your thread? Oh, here we go. All right, hold on, guys. So we're getting live tweets from inside the courtroom. I'm going to stop sharing here. Let's go here. Inner City Press for the win. All right. So 28 seconds ago, the prosecution is talking. They said, we think the defense's letter violated your honor's rules. Judge, I thought the tone was inappropriate and it should not happen again. Anyone besides Mr. Combs, Brian Steele said the Reverend and Mr. Combs' children will come up and stand together. He goes on to say, Diddy's lawyers, we're going to submit a course evaluation from MDC. Prosecution said, we don't have a copy. Judge said, please give her one. Prosecution said, Mia no longer wishes to address the court here today, in part due to the letter submitted by the defense bullying. So this letter, last ditch, the judge, you guys heard me. The judge said that he felt like it was inappropriate. What was in that letter? We'll find out throughout the day. But let's see. I don't know if you guys remember Mia. I don't think that previous victims, and I don't want anybody to think I'm just a Diddy fan. I don't think that victims that testify, witnesses that testified in the trial should be testifying right now. So the prosecution laying it on thick and saying that she changed her mind due to that letter. She probably changed her mind because she got mollywopped when she was on that stand. So this is where the prosecution, continues to drop the ball for me. If you know that she flopped during the trial, why would you ever consider her coming back to speak today? All right, let's see. We will continue. we will continue refreshing. Normally, I'm able to do this a different way over here. But let me hit refresh. What do you guys think the letter was? Felicia, welcome, welcome, welcome. You said the defense has been bullying her. Say more, sis. Say more, say more. How? But I want to make sure we're up to date. 1 minute. Combs is still. Also, Giovanni from the program. So one of the guys in the program, I'm assuming, that's locked up with Diddy, will be speaking. The judge said, Ms. Slavic, prosecution side, she said, Rule 32 only applies to the parties and victims. The court is within its rights to exclude character witnesses. So that's the last one so far. That's the last one so far. Up to date, and I still have a live viewing where we will see after whatever the judge sentence him to. We will see the family and all of that. Yeah, JLR investigates. I don't want to share a fellow YouTuber, even though AP is on YouTube Law and Crime. But yeah, I'm not going to share from him. But I know the channel you're talking about. You thought sell your phones, etc., weren't allowed to the courtroom. How are they given updates? He has a team, and he's been doing this for years. So I don't know how the transmission of the messages are happening. You know what I mean? But they've been happening on all of these big cases. That's why a lot of people definitely tune in to Inner City Press. And whatever he's doing is legal because, again, everybody is aware, even the courthouse and the defense and prosecution and the whole team. All right, Felicia, did you give me an update? I would love to see. Let me scroll down. All right, I'm going to refresh again over here. I'm still looking at the screen for the live coverage. Nothing so far as people coming out. Let's see what's going on. All right, so the next update, the judge says, but I can allow them, correct? So the last tweet that I read, you guys, the prosecution said the court is within its right to exclude character witnesses, but the judge asks, but I can allow them, correct? As I overruled the defense wanting to exclude Mia. Prosecution said, within your discretion. The judge said, Mr. Steele, okay, for the children and Dr. Johnson. Steele asked, Steele said, Reverend Doctor. And the judge said, I'll think about the others. This judge, baby, is no nonsense. And he's not down for any type of, foolery, shenanigans. He's not having it. And I appreciate that in that. So, we'll see what happens. Let's look at our poll, guys. I will go back over here. All right. We have 131 votes, and it's 20% that's saying he served enough time, and 80% saying no, lock him up. Lock him up. Okay. What do you guys think? I was listening to a couple podcasts last night. What do you guys think about some that are, and I believe that Diddy's team may throw this in last minute as well. But what do you guys think about home confinement? Home confinement. People are saying that, look, even if they want him to be on probation for 11 years, fine, and home confinement. What do you guys think about that? Let me know. All right, the judge says, now, as to the objections, the defense says acquitted conduct cannot be considered. There is no guidance from any court on this. We don't know what the jury was thinking, but it It's about overlapping conduct, and it only impacts the advisory guidelines range. So Diddy's team is saying everything that he was not convicted of, there it should not be considered when it comes to sentencing. That was 54 seconds ago. He don't need to be on home confinement without restrictions. I agree. And look at home, child. How could that type of lifestyle ever be considered some type of punishment? Lives on Star Island in Miami. Butlers and maids and everybody at his every beck and call. You know, Angela Richards said no, he would still have too much freedom. Red Ann, no. Miss Tina, nope. Side eye, he gonna be doing the same stuff he was doing in that house, the same stuff that got him locked up. Look, I would hope that after all of this, baby, when I tell you straight and narrow would be the path that I would be on for the rest of my life and make sure that it's proven, I probably wouldn't even want to have X again if I'm keeping it real. The desire would be gone. I get what you're saying, no side eye. And who's to say? Who's to say? Ill. All right, let's see. Do we have anything else from Inner City? We'll click. We'll go down. Hold on, guys. Want to make sure we are live over here in these comments. Okay. So that last tweet is still the last one that I read, you guys. I'll go ahead and add that to my bookmark so I can know where we are. Let's see. The judge, acquitted conduct can be considered. See U.S. versus Vaughn, 2nd District, and other cases. Even matters that cannot be considered for the guidelines can be considered under 3553. Now, the U.S. objections, they argue for the criminal sexual abuse guideline. Not looking good for Diddy. That's not looking good for Diddy. The judge said the things that he was acquitted of can be considered. Give me your thoughts. Let's see. I'm going to make sure we are still. So I believe we're going to know very shortly. The judge is going through all of this. Let's see. So that was it so far. We'll have something. What are your thoughts on that, guys? Felicia said, oh my, what's the point? What's the point of being acquitted if things can still be considered? It's not looking good for Diddy at all. And it is what it is. As he said in his own letter, that power is something else. And that's exactly how he operated throughout his career. The bullying, the threats, it's been a whole lot. But I don't know if I agree with that part, though. I don't think that things that you've been acquitted of should be considered. Because again, what's the purpose? Found not guilty on charges is exactly that. But again, this judge is not playing. And I also believe that, look, as I mentioned to you guys, a lot of money was spent. A whole lot. And I think they want to make sure that they make up for it. But happy Friday again to you guys. Please make sure, Bridget J, if you're still listening, I see your text over there. And yes, scroll up in the messages. I spoke with her yesterday. We chatted. Shorten. Scroll up. Happy Friday to each of you. Let's see. the poll is still, well, I don't know, it's 22% now. He served enough time, and 78% no. Lock his arse up. All right. Nothing more for the live feed as far as the video. So we will refresh again over here on Twitter. Let's see. Can the judge overturn what the jury say? He shouldn't be able to, Angela Richardson, but I don't know. I don't know, sis. You know, I don't think it's fair to consider things that he was found not guilty of. Look, and when I say that, I'm not just saying Diddy. I'm saying anybody. God forbid any of you, myself, or family members or whatever. That is not fair. That is not fair. But I do believe this judge has done his research and will have things to support what he's saying. All right, we have an update. The judge says there is little precedent on what type of threat is required, but bodily harm makes most sense. Concrete harms to force Jane and Miss Ventura to engage in X acts. Does this conduct establish the convicted conduct? There was the flight from Cannes. All right, so the judge is giving his spiel. We will know soon. And this judge is going to break it down, guys. So I'm going to go to, let me make sure I'm live over here as well and see. Give me 1 second. Hold on, guys.
To maybe 5 to maybe even 7 to 10 years.
All right, so I'm going to mute Law and Crime. I still have the other stream up. We will continue to react, but Inner City Press is inside the courtroom. So this is up to date. You're welcome, sis. You're welcome. Yes, I text her and everything is okay. Everything is okay. And she got a lot going on that she's doing physically. But so yeah, but everything is all good. Don't worry is what I'm saying. She's good. But keep, the family and everyone in your prayers. Let's see. Inner City. So the judge is talking about what Diddy did to Cassie and Jane Doe. All right, we're going to go back. So the judge said there was the flight from Cannes. Did that meet the requirement of bodily harm threat? There was evidence of that in the case with respect to the hotel nights and freak-offs. But in light of the constitutional questions raised, the court declines to apply the cross references. But that's where it ends right now. What were the cross references? Who presented the cross references? Was it the defense or was it the prosecution? But there is a but. We just need to wait for Inner City to put that. What's the but, Judge? What's the but? All right. Hold on, guys. But since I can consider it under 3553, it does not impact the sentence. Next, Mr. Combs' marking of pads are legal. That was troubling. Mr. Combs' marking of pads as legal, that was troubling. But the intention is not clear. The government could have pushed to clarify it, so I will not apply the enhancement. I don't know now. I don't know, Judge. All right, let's go ahead and refresh again. What did I just do? Go back to where you were. Thank you. And refresh. So he didn't struck down 2 things so far from the prosecution. All right. That's the last tweet so far. What are you guys' thoughts? Let me know. What direction do you think is now going in? Let me know. We shall see. I want 2 inner city press open, so that's why I'm doing this. Give me a second. The judge said the government objects to probation not considering Jane and Ms. Ventura as vulnerable victims. I overrule this. What made Combs's coercion effective was their condition anyway. The court would reach the same conclusion. Now, Mr. Combs's objections. I don't know. I think Diddy walking. Hold on. Let me go back on this one. I think Diddy walking. Hold on. Okay, last tweet over there. And last tweet over here. I'm going to read that last one real quickly, but I'm sure it may be another update by now. Hold on. All right, so no update, but the government objects, the prosecution objects to probation, not considering Jane and Mrs. Ventura as vulnerable victims. The judge overruled that. What made Combs's coercion, wait a minute. Yeah, he overruled that. What made Combs's coercion effective was their condition anyway. The court would reach the same conclusion. Jane Doe ain't got to go nowhere because she's still living in that house, Misha. That's why, yeah, no, you're not no victim. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't say he did this, this, and this, but I'm going to stay in this house that he's paying for. And look, that was gained by Diddy's team because they wanted it to appear that she's not a victim. This man locked up. Why is she still in this home? They want to show her as being greedy, you know what I mean? And they have, in my opinion. But absolutely, she down. She down. Probably done already called all the parties, you know. All right, so we still waiting for inner city press. Candy says it's like they are trying him all over again. This should have been considered during trial. Yeah, good point. When you go to jail, they look at your past doings because it shows your character. We're not talking about past doings though, Peach. We're talking about what he was acquitted of. So 2 different things. I totally understand what you're saying. Character will always be the main witness in any case, but strictly what we're talking about was what he was acquitted of. That should not come into play. Hey Tawana, I see you, sis. When he knew he was under federal investigation, he was still having the parties. All right. Thank you, Peace, Love, and Light. Hey, sis. Happy Friday to you as well. All right, let me refresh because I'm sure we got something else. This is juicy. This is juicy. Hold on, guys. All right. Let me go down. Nothing yet on that one. And let's see this one. All right, so I do have an update. The judge said Mr. Combs object to characterizing Miss Ventura and Jane as victim. That is overruled. Mr. Combs also objects to the escorts were characterized as victims. That is also overruled. They were transported for the purpose of engaging in commercial acts. Keyword commercial X. All right. Keyword commercial. Commercial mean paid for. And most times Diddy use agencies to, research, see who was appealing and all of that. Okay. Bridget J, I don't believe Diddy will change his behavior if he gets out. Red now, Bridget J. Red now. You know Jane, baby, calling up. I can't remember the names of the guys at the time. Cassie, look, I will give Cassie, you know, absolutely, absolutely a DV, absolutely mental control and all of that. But it's always been hard for me to get over her saying, "You flew out?" He's like, "Yeah, babe, I'm on the private jet on my way out the country." And she said, "Damn, I wanted to F off before you left." Was that game and her just keeping him interested in just in her? Or was she a F? Was she really a freak? You get what I'm saying? So yeah, I don't know, child. Diddy objects to Cassie being classified as a victim. Yeah. All right, I'm going to refresh over here. Oh, welcome, welcome, welcome. Again, hit the like button if you haven't already. We have 160 watching. Thank you guys so much. Shout out to those of you that are in the bushes as well as the chat. All right, let's see. Let's see. Let's see. The judge said, "Oh my goodness, those are the names." Oh, this judge, baby, not playing. He said there was Jules and Paul and Cabral, Jules, Reggie, and Rico. As to coercion, when something, if voluntarily, it is uncompelled. That is from Black's Law Dictionary. It's a broad concept. The threat to release video and to Jane's home, that's coercion. All right, so the judge is making it clear. Although he was acquitted of coercion, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and make sure that that is a part of this sentencing. I don't know. He ain't playing. He ain't playing. Candy said all criminals have the propensity to reoffend, but you can't imprison them for just in case. Again, not a fan of Diddy. Look, I totally agree with you of that. And that's what I said. If you want anybody, not anybody in this chat, but just anybody, if you want these rules to apply to him, you want them to apply to your family as well. And I'm not saying that they had to have done the same acts that he did, but the law should be the law. You know what I mean? Again, if not, what's the purpose? What's the purpose? All right, let's go back. I still have a live stream, nothing outside the courthouse yet. But last week, the judge listed all of who I think Jane Doe may be on the phone with right now, just in case. Jules, Paul, Cabral, Reggie, Rico. He mentioned them by name, and the judge said that is coercion. That is coercion. I don't know. I don't know, guys. A lot of these people willingly boarded up. First of all, this was their profession. Jules, Paul, Cabral, all of them. They were male escorts. The purpose and the title explains what they did. Have X for money. So it was a crime just because they boarded a plane and did it and they were coerced to do it? No, do not pee on my leg and tell me it's raining. That's not coercion to me. Coercion to me is, definitely mental coercion. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, come on, baby, please do this for me. You know I love you. You know we did this before. Please, that's coercion. Naturally holding a pow and all of that up to somebody's head or whatever. That's coercion. But grown adults flying to do things that they were doing with other people outside of Diddy, Judge, I disagree. I disagree. Hey, Aunt Debbie. Happy Friday. Misha, right. Cassie loved her some Jules Chow. And Jane Doe absolutely loved her some Cabral. Let us not forget, she called Cabral for a freak off that she was involved with outside of Diddy in Vegas with another rap star. Call Cabral. All right, let's see. All right, I am checking for live updates, guys. Thank you, Debbie. Good morning to you as well. Happy Friday. Shout out to 177 of you that's watching. Hit the like button and vote. The poll is still up. Vote and let us know if you think Diddy will walk out of jail. Or do you think vote yes if you feel like he served enough time, vote no, and lock his arse up. The judge just said that they were coerced. Felicia. Shout out to any new subscribers. I appreciate you guys. I do see some new names in the chat. Welcome. And thank you for being a part of this live reaction and discussion on the Sean Diddy Combs trial and sentencing. The judge said Mr. Combs said he was paying for time, not X. That is contradicted by reality. He has not expressed remorse for transporting people for prostitution. Combs has challenged his guilty full-throatedly. Okay, judge, that full-throatedly, child. Ooh, child, clutching my pearls. That's a play on the words, Judge. I'll read it again. The judge said, Mr. Combs said he was paying for time, not sex. That is contradicted by reality, meaning I'm not no damn fool. Okay, try that with somebody else. He has not expressed remorse for transporting people for prostitution. Combs has challenged his guilty full-throatedly, including after the trial. That full-throatedly play on words considering the lifestyle of Diddy. All right, let's go ahead and continue. Mr. Combs wants to apply the 0-point offender provision from 2023, but 2024 on other issues. That is not possible under the Second Circuit's one-book rule. Next, Mr. Combs objects to the $5,000 assessment under the statute because there are no victims. Denied. Judge ain't playing. Hey, innocent instigator. Welcome to each of you. All right, guys, I'm going from screen to screen. This judge is confusing me, child. Some things it feel like Diddy may walk. Some things it feel like he about to throw the book at that Negro. We shall see. I think Diddy gonna get them 11 years, guys. The judge says, I have the forfeiture order. Is this your signature, Mr. Combs? Combs says, yes, sir. Judge, Mr. Steele, did you review it? Combs's Teeny Garrigo said, I did. Judge, I incorporate the order into the judgment in this case. Oh, the forfeiture of the bond? The $50 million? Oh, child, if that's what I'm thinking, that means Diddy say, look, I'm willing to pay to get on up out of this. Dog, I wish I knew what that forfeiture was, and I don't have time to go and research. Let's see. I incorporate the order into the judgment in this case. Let me see. Let me do it on my phone. Hold on. So what I just researched, he did not face asset forfeiture, child, but was instead found guilty on 2 counts of transportation for purposes of prostitution, blah, blah, blah. Because the racketeering conspiracy charge was not proven, the assets Combs' legal team had sought to protect are not at risk of forfeiture under that specific charge. I don't know about that, the way this judge talking, chat. We'll see. Let me go make sure we are up to date. All right, so we are up to date as far as the tweets. Forfeiture of bonds will go to the court's fines and restitution to the victims. Did he even post a bond? Because I thought it was denied. The bond was denied, but they did offer after the trial another condition. I believe that one was still $50 million. That was denied as well. So that's what I'm not sure of, unless it was something that was introduced last minute, because the judge said, I incorporate the order into the judgment. So not sure, DG. My legal eco, DG. He ain't playing. He ain't playing. Nanny, how are you, Nanny? Nanny said this case once again proves that money and greed is a very dangerous mix. People will do anything and allow anything to be done to them when money is involved. Yes, totally agree, sis. Okay, let's see. Refresh. We'll have something from Inner City soon. This is how, for those of you that I was talking to the other day about Big Brother and how I used to watch or read the live feeds, this is what I used to do for hours watching Big Brother. All right, the judge, all remaining objections are overruled. Guerrero said, although you say some points don't impact your sentence, it might impact his ineligibility for low categorization if you impose an incarceratory sentence. The judge said, we can address that. Guerrero, Diddy's lawyer, said, if necessary. So they're saying you saying some of these points don't impact your sentence, but it might impact it as being low. So, hey, Lula, for those of you that, we know what this man has done. What he was found guilty of is the lowest out of all of those charges. And that's what his attorneys are fighting for, So we shall see. The judge seemed to be crossing all the T's and dotting all the I's. I totally agree. Totally agree. He ain't playing. All right, let's see. Any more comments? I'm scrolling up to see if I missed any. And I'll scroll back down to see if there's any more while I refresh. DG said the judge is going through all of these things and addressing them on the record to preserve the record of for appeal. Diddy's attorneys have to make these motions in order to have a higher CT review. Sorry, somebody was walking on my live feed over there. All the post-trial motions have to be made, regardless of how frivolous they seem to us, to be able to argue the judge made any mistakes that require reversal or new trial on appeal. Thank you again to my legal eco. DG, thank you for that, sis. All right, let's see. We're going to refresh. Have you guys voted? 173 of you are watching, meaning we should have 106. Well, we got 198. We got over 200, 202 as of right now. 22%, yes, he served enough time. 78%, no. Lock his arse up. All right, let's go down. Let's go down. All right, so the last thing is still, nope. Combs is, Shapiro said, I'd like to make some more points. We briefed extensively. Judge, 380 pages. Shapiro, we raised due process, the fairness concerns set forth by Justice Sotomayor. We believe militate for our interpretation, child, these words. Y'all know I know interpretation, and preclude the court under 3553. 3553 is what the judge stated earlier that he will take into account, although Diddy was not found guilty on those charges. His attorneys, they're fighting. DG says, I say 6.5 years as a guess. Okay, sis. I do think the judge gonna give him something. I know I'm flip-flopping. DG, answer my question real quickly, sis. Based off of what he was convicted of, the transportation to engage in, and not considering anything else, let me know if you've witnessed cases where they've been sentenced, and if so, what? Like in years. Let me know. All right, let me refresh, guys. Look, Diddy about to have these streets on fire no matter what, if he's convicted or not. The discussions that will happen and continue to happen, because of this is and definitely will be ongoing. Child, somebody go check on Tisa Tail. Where's Tisa, child? I know Tisa Tails is over there. Baby. Okay, let me sing. Calm Shapiro said, I want to preserve this for appeal. Exactly what DG just said. Should there be an appeal of your sentence? The judge said it is preserved. The PSR says the offense level is 27. I agree with that. The criminal history category is 1. That leads to a guideline of 70 to 80 months. How many years is that, child? 70 to 80 months. That's DG, you probably spot on, sis. You probably spot on with the 6.5 years, because calculating in my mind, that's about right. I'm gonna do 80. Yep, 6.5. Damn, DG, spot on. That's what it looked like. Did he make it, child? We shall see. Let's go ahead and get updated. So the judge recognized that, yes, that was a low, his criminal history is very low. He doesn't have on a record a file of committing crimes. However, okay. Oh, child, hold on. So the judge said the criminal history category is 1 that leads to a guideline of 70 to 87 months. Judge said, I'll hear from the government. And the prosecution said, I'd like to respond after the defense as well. Today is about accountability and justice. For 15 years, the victims' lives have been shattered by abuse and exploitation. All right. Thoughts? Oh, DG. Oh, you guys do it in right after the trial, same day. And I know, sis, you're just a legal eagle for me. But you said, I don't practice in the federal system, so I have no experience with sentencing on that level. They have sentencing guidelines and its factors, max sentencings, and prior records. Enjoy your meeting, sis. Thanks for joining us. And we'll discuss later. All right. One second. Shout out to the cuties over in the group chat. I woke up, showered, made coffee, and came and sat right down at this computer. But shout out to all of you guys over there that is, leading the chat with all the positive and kind words. Much needed to all of us and appreciated. Okay, let's see. Update. Felicia on it, baby. Felicia, like, shut your mouth, girl, and let us know. Oh, what's going on? All right, we shall see, Felicia. All right. So the prosecution went on to say this is not just a case about freak offs and hotel rooms. This is about victims hard, about a man who did horrible things to people. His currency was control. He weaponized it. All of the 3553 factor points to at least 135 months, doubling almost the 80. So that would take it, they were asking for 11 years, 135 months is just about that. We will continue to update, maybe 5 years due to already serving time incarceration, but federal time, you serve at least 80%. All right, Haley is grandma. All right, all right, all right. We shall see. We shall see. Let's see if the poll has changed. We are up to 208 votes. 22%. He served enough time. 78%. No. Lock his arse up. Okay, let me refresh child for Felicia. Get on me. Felicia, you're new, I believe, aren't you? Maybe, maybe not. But welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, let's see. The defense accused us, this is the prosecution, of seeking 135 months so that the courts splits the difference. We think probation's recommendation of 60 months does not account sufficiently for the harm to Cassie, and I want to cut it there, but to Cassie and Jane. Baby Jane, after Jane saw that lawsuit that settlement that Cassie received, Jane initiated the abuse, the physical abuse. She made that man, and I don't care what nobody say. She started that fight, and she right there on her patio, and she did it on purpose. If you ask me, because she like, yeah, shit, you giving me you paying for my rent and all that equals about $10,000 a month, and she just got $30 million. Nah. Hey, Deshonda. Happy Friday, sis. Thanks for joining me. All right. We will continue with our updates over here. Felicia keeping me on my toes, baby. I appreciate you, Felicia. All right, let's see. All right. The prosecution said the defendant tries to argue this is just X, drugs, and a rock and roll lifestyle. But this is a case about transportation for prostitution and violence. The defendant admitted to the violence at trial. The defendant's respect for the law is lip service. Ooh, child. Lip service. Prosecution ain't playing. So yeah, they saying judge don't fall for the okie doke, basically. It's just lip service. He's saying whatever to get out of it. You know what I mean? But I get them including the violence part in that. They said this case is about transportation for prosecution and violence, but he was not convicted of any of the violence. He was not found guilty of that. But hey, I expect both sides to, pull out all the stops. All right, I'm gonna check this live view over here. There's nobody at the nobody talking over there. And let's see. Cutie crew, I must say this. What an amazing members only live last night. As always, had a ball with you guys. I love how we are able to be so versatile. You know what I mean? And we speak on a range of topics, and it was amazing. I forgot though, child. I meant to discuss takeover spirits. So that's for next week. I don't know where SKR went, but I'll make sure that that's discussed next Thursday. But love me some you. Shout out to you guys. All right. Prosecution said Mr. Combs has booked speaking engagements for Miami for next week. What? Mr. Combs has booked speaking engagements for Miami for next week. That is the height of hubris. He did this for 15 years. He was responsible for transporting many escorts. That's a lot of freak offs and a lot of hotel nights. He knew it was illegal. Now, is she talking about Young Miami, or did this fool book speaking engagements for itself? I don't know if I believe that. I don't know if I believe that. Is she talking about he's booked speaking engagements for? I'm going to read it like it said. Mr. Combs has booked speaking engagements for Miami for next week. If he did, that's cray. That's putting the cart before the horse. Negro, you shouldn't be speaking, rapping, doing anything, in my opinion, for the rest of your life. You know, I expect you to continue to handle business behind the scenes when it comes to your businesses. But what? Man, that's crazy. That's crazy. If it's true, allegedly, because I don't think that his team would ever recommend that. Come on now. But that's what they said, y'all. Let's go and see, where are we? Okay, so that was the last comment. That's what I'm thinking, Felicia. That's why I said, and especially the way that they worded it. Mr. Combs has booked speaking engagements for Miami, but that can be taken both ways. For Miami, meaning in Miami, or Young Miami, child. Did they miss the Young? He shouldn't be doing a damn thing. Okay. Baby, that's it. That's all side eye for the rest of my life. I mean that. I would not even be able to be aroused. That's by Jane Doe, Cassie, Jabal, Cabral, Rico, nobody. After this. And I agree, Lula. I agree. That's the narcissistic personality of him. One of them 10 traits, child. One of them 10 narcissistic traits. Okay. All right, let's refresh. Let's see. All right. Last comment is still the same one. He knew that was illegal. And you know, I'm going to always keep it real, and I'm going to always continue to give my thoughts. I cannot be swayed. Okay? Period, point blank. And I will say again, if he knew, so did Jane Doe. So did Cassie. So did Cabral, Rico, all the escorts. If he knew it was illegal, so did they. I'm not willing to give a pass to grown adults making grown decisions. You know what I mean? I'm not. I respect anybody else that is. I'm not. Facts. Straight to Bali. Right on over there with Russell Simmons, child. That would be the best. Money should have been overseas by now. But speaking engagements, you got to be kidding me. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Thank you, Linda. 181 likes and 160 in the chat. All right, let's see if we are up to date. Let's see. I'm going to make you a little larger. All right, that's it right now. But that means that when Inner City comes back, he going to have about 2-3 comments. So they working. Remember, they have booked barbecue parties for him before the trial was over. Who says? His family? I will say that it was absolutely premature of his son, Christian, to be dancing the date of the verdict. And, you know, he went outside that courthouse. He was dancing. He was doing push-ups and all of that. But he's still, to me, you know, in my age, that's still a young boy. And I think it was excitement that dad didn't get found of those, you know, harsh charges. But still premature. Dancing for what, child? You may have to Harlem shake your arse or right down there to the federal prison where your daddy gonna be. for some years, possibly. All right, let's see. Shall they got Diddy dancing in the comments? Hold on. 1 minute ago, even in cases that decline to apply the cross reference, significant sentences are handed down. This is still the prosecution talking, including in this district. Consider U.S. versus Dylan Jordan. He got 60 months, 5 years. All right, that's the last tweet thus far. That's the last tweet thus far. So they are using previous cases as a cross reference for the judge, which, if you've been following this case online and all of that, it was highly suggested, not only that, and I think it may have been suggested by the judge. Now that I'm thinking about it, he wanted an example of cases of high sentences and lower sentences. My question, though, so far, was that it? I think that, okay, so maybe what we read earlier was just what happens before they officially get started. So we heard the defense saying some things, we heard the prosecution. So the prosecution is now leading with their last and final thoughts. We will hear from the defense after that, but the prosecutors already said that they want to be able to come back after the defense. I don't think that should happen. Put your final thoughts on defense. Give me yours. Now it's time for me, the judge, to make a decision. This is not trial. You know what I'm saying? So all those kids know what Diddy tells them, despite his horrific ways. It is only it's the only parent they can have. Agreed. And that applies to Diddy's kids and anybody else's kids. Your children don't know everything that you've done in life, from X or how you get down in the bedroom, all of that. You know what I mean? But Dylan Jordan, I wish I had a chance to look up that case, but I'm not. But the prosecution is saying he got 60 months, 5 years. So if he got 60 months, if that's the highest that they were able to find as far as somebody being sentenced, why you doubling it? Christian's mom was Kim Porter. May she rest in peace. Yes. Christian, Jesse, and Delilah are the 3 kids, the twins that Diddy and Kim Porter shared together. Misa Hilton is Justin's mom. Diddy claims dog it. Shoot. His whole face is in my head with the blonde hair. I'll be sure's son, but Diddy claims him as son. Misa's child, Kim Porter's oldest son. What's his name? I just mentioned it earlier when he was outside the courthouse, but I'm drawing a blank from reading all this stuff. Christian, Justin, Quincy. My goodness. Thank you, sis. So yes, Diddy claims Quincy as his son. But his dad is Al B. Shore. But yes, Christian, Jesse, Delilah are Kim Porter, and then Chance. Her mom is Sarah. The baby Love, I don't know the mama's name, but even in his letter to the judge, he said 7 kids that included Quincy. Child, you know how you just get a brain freeze? That just happened. No, and I know Quincy's name. Yes, that is Al B. Shure's son, but Quincy does not have a relationship with Al B. Shure at all. At one point they were cordial, but Al B. Shure was one that was leading the I'll say narrative for the sake of this video, leading the stories that Diddy had something to do with Kim Porter's death. And yeah, Quincy has severed ties severed ties. All right, so we are still at the last tweet. Are you guys still voting? I am going to take a quick look at the poll. 222 votes, 22%. 22% says he served enough time. 78% says no, lock him up. All right, I need you guys to vote if you haven't already. I will continue to update. I'm going to open another window on another screen just for my reference. And I had to put this overlay up real quickly for you guys. Give me 1 second. But shout out again to the new subscribers. I appreciate you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you for joining me. Also, if you have not hit that like button, please go ahead. Hit the like button for me. All right. Okay. Oh, can I vote as well? Okay, hold on. Let's stop this real quick. Let's go to law and crime real quick. This definitely came back to haunt Diddy. You guys remember at first he was saying Cassie was lying, Cassie was lying. Then that video came out, child, and Diddy came out with that public apology.
What he can say,
hold on,
what
let's
he can
see.
do.
Future of it.
Right here. Play.
I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now. I went and I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy, going to rehab. I had to ask God for his mercy and grace. I'm so sorry. But I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm truly sorry.
Now, Tyler,
All right, you guys remember that? The infamous apology video. And sir, are you cray? Are you cray? And yeah, that I believe that again, Diddy is a city slickster. He get it from his daddy. May his daddy rest in peace. That was game. And I just don't understand how he did that, because you admitted a lot of guilt. Deshonda, you say, I hope you get those 60 months, because he needs to know you can't continue doing wrong and think it'll never catch up with you. Excellent point, sis. All right, I am going back over to the tweets, guys. Give me 1 second. Show replies. All right. So we do have another update. Okay, let me go ahead and share my screen with you guys. And we left off at he got 60 months, 5 years. The judge says in Jordan, the defendant had been convicted and imprisoned in Cuba in the years prior. Am I correct? And that's why Judge Cronin varied upwards. Prosecution said that is correct, as well as the other factors. The judge said, so there is a distinguishing feature. If I'm just breaking that down, the judge, I feel like, said basically that case, that defendant had done something years prior and was convicted and served time in Cuba. The prosecution said there's also a case by Judge Wood. Mann Act cases with fear, violence, and threats routinely get significant sentences. This is not a simple transportation case, but it has major aggravators. As to Cassie, he hit and stomped on her. That's when I realized he had beady eyes. Me too. But you know what, sis? Diddy was doing a lot of drugs. And, after he was convicted, and all of those because that's why most times he was wearing a lot of glasses. But he really, really, really looks like somebody that was gone. And that, you're right. That one, I said the same thing, child. Them little rat-like eyes, you know? But the prosecution is currently going through previous cases. You guys saw a partial smackdown from the judge. They tried to slip that Dylan Jordan case in there. The judge had already studied it and said more about why in that case he got 60 months. I wouldn't either. And it was not authentic, Angela. It wasn't authentic, you know, because a week before that, look, this is where Diddy messed up. That greed, that power, all of the above is what got him. Well, let me stop. His actions got him where he is, period, point blank. But before Cassie's lawyers came out and said that they were going to be suing him for $20 million, they had already reached out to Diddy and his team, and he denied it. He denied. No, no, we're not settling. And guess what? He called a bluff, and baby, it was on and popping. So after, you know, they brought it forward as far as everything, the freak offs. That's where we initially learned of the freak offs. After they did that, Diddy settled in 24 hours, $20 million. And Cassie then got an additional $10 million from the hotel. Yep. Shady and shifty, child. He only did that apology because the video proof came out. Facts. He said he was going to rehab, but they found D Ruggs in his hotel room when he was arrested. Facts. Facts. September 16th, 2024. And he was about to have one. Well, he thought that, look, they fooled him. I'm going to check for some updates real quick, and then I'll let you guys know what happened. Let's see. How? Hold on, guys. All right. So, where we left off is he hit her and stumped her. The prosecution says the video from the LA hotel was played many times at trial and it never got easier. As to Jane, he punched her. He slapped her a little over a year ago when he knew he was under federal investigation. At trial, they said they owned the violence. I'm going to stop real quickly, only talking about the law. He was not convicted of the DV, even though we seen it in my Moses voice with our own eyes. Prosecution goes on to say, I didn't mean to do that. Admitting to violence in front of the jury as part of a trial strategy is not accountability. Freak-offs were extended performances of actual degradation and humiliation. Cassie and Jane did not want to have sex with strangers. He made them do it. All right, let me continue. He had an escort. Oh, child, that was, he had an escort to pee in Cassie's mouth until she choked. That was hard for me to read. Her victim impact statement makes clear she still has nightmares and flashbacks and the scars on her body. Jane's texts make clear her anguish and trauma. Mia said she got PTSD and anxiety. Deontay Nash said he has caused Deontay, shut your ass up. Deontay Nash said he was caused lasting damage. Capricorn Clark says he blacklisted her when she spoke up. Chef Jordan wrote how she was impacted. It was real and serious. Real and serious. They not playing. They laying it out there. But what I was gonna say, Misha, they tricked Diddy because initially and look, do whatever you have to do to get him there and get him locked up. But initially, he and his attorneys thought that $50 million bond would be presented and he would at least be able to be home, you know. So when they were having discussions, about that, they told Diddy's team, look, we need him to come to New York a couple weeks early. We do need him to establish some sort of residence and all of that. But we definitely do not see why that should not be okay. If he puts up $50 million, he'll be able to be out on bond. But what they did was, and also Diddy was going to voluntarily turn himself in. Had he been successful in voluntarily turning himself in on the date that was given to him and his attorneys, they would have had to have given him a bond based off of what I've read. I'm not no lawyer or anything. Everything I'm saying is alleged. But what they did is they struck early. And that's the video that we saw where they arrested Diddy when he was coming in with his crew. But he had been under surveillance for 2 weeks while he was in New York. They told him, we need him here. And he was cooperating. Everything they said they wanted him to do, he did. But look, I ain't mad at him. They struck early and picked him up. And that way he could not voluntarily turn himself in. And as you guys know, no bail. No bail. So it's all politics, child. I'm not mad at it. All right, let's see. Another comment, another tweet. He downplays the ABUs, calling it rare, but it was not rare. Cassie's testimony was that he was violent with her at any time. It was not mutual. You saw no photos of the defendant with injuries. Yikes. Yikes. All right, good point, sis. Angela Rich said, I believe the judge can use whatever evidence he wants. They can use all evidence to judge the matter, in my opinion. Good point. Good point. Let's see. Let me let the fur baby out. Beautiful day in the neighborhood. It is nice and cool out there. Excellent point, Angela. I think, though, however, in any case, it does not have to be Diddy. If a person wasn't convicted of, if they were brought up in a trial as a count and they were found not guilty, so the DV found not guilty, I'm just speaking legally, it shouldn't be allowed. But how can any of us forget what we witnessed with our own eyes? You know what I'm saying? Which was DV. So I get it, sis. Let me refresh over here, guys. Anymore. That's when I realized he had little beady eyes. I got that. That's the video when I realized. Okay. Most folks call on a higher power and are remorseful when they get caught, in my opinion. Okay. Do you think that Diddy has some remorse? Let me know. When you locked up and you can't go nowhere, child. Yeah, you start being remorseful for a lot of ish. Is it authentic is the question. All right. You saw no photos of the defendant with injuries. He blames doctors for prescriptions. He pretends he is the victim. He hasn't accepted responsibility for his criminal conduct. The information provided to his expert was incomplete. He will pose a danger at any age. He choked Jane at 54 years old. Ooh-wee. Hey, Mama Two, how are you? Thanks so much. Thanks for joining me. You guys hit the like button. 178 of you are here. I appreciate you guys. Deshonda said, I think he is remorseful for getting caught. I don't think he is remorseful for any of his actions. Good point. Because we think, how could you ever have gotten to that point, period? Especially with what he put in his lawyer to the judge with daughters. Cassie, Jane Doe, and everybody else, all the women involved, are daughters to people as well. But how do you get to be a monster like that? And is it able to be changed? If you gone that low, do you think that it's capable of a person really, really changing? I don't know. I definitely don't ever want to put myself in those type of shoes, but I will say, when you are able to look at your life flashing in front of your eyes, I will absolutely make sure that whatever that almost caused me to spend life in prison and not be able to, forget the business, forget the entertainment industry, period. Take your money and go sit your ass down somewhere for the rest of your life. I wouldn't want to see a Diddy in front of a mic, or Diddy dancing at an award show, or Diddy holding up some rock and all. Take your ass somewhere and sit down. Okay. The prosecution said prostitution causes other problems. It happens out of public view. General deterrence is needed. Send a message to all victims and to the public that this defendant's crimes are serious. You could encourage or discourage abusers. So they landed on thick to the judge. We want you to send a message to all victims that this ain't right. This ain't right. If they let him out, trust he's leaving the USA forever. He better. Jatami, he better. Baby, on the first thing smoking, you hear me? Out of here. You have to think big picture. When Black people are targets, if they convict Diddy on potential to commit more crimes, none of us have a chance with all of his money. Candy, that's the only thing I'm saying. And I agree with you. And that's what I'm not, I respect people's opinions. And if they're set on them, that's fine. I'm never trying to convince you to, believe or come over to my side per se. But that's what I've been arguing, Candy. It could be any of us, your son, your nephew, your niece, your sister, your brother, your mama, your daddy. We can't allow the law to be twisted and bended, if it shouldn't be, and it never should be. The law is the law, so excellent comment. Thank you for that. All right, let's see, child. They working your girl today. Let's see what they said. Shout out to any inner city press, baby. I want to go back to this screen though. Okay, so that lady talking. I don't want to see what she had to say. Okay, so let's see. Prostitution causes other problems. It happens out of public view. General deterrence, I read, that is needed. Send a message to all the victims and to the public that this defendant's crimes are serious. You could encourage or discourage abusers. At least 135 months are necessary. And the judge has now said, let's take a break. All right, I am going to stop sharing. Break. We don't know how long. I'm sure it won't be long. But what are your thoughts so far? It should be blind justice. Is there such a thing, Red Ann? Now, I'm not talking about Diddy, sis. Let's just in real life. Should justice ever be blind? Red Ann. I'll look up the meaning to make sure that. Okay, so you're right. Ooh, child. That's why I looked it up, because I said I felt like that I knew what it meant, but based off of the last comment that I read from Candy, that's why my mind was still there. But Red Ann said it should be blind justice, and she is absolutely right. Blind justice, or the phrase justice is blind, means that the legal system and those who administer it should be impartial and unbiased, making decisions based solely on the facts and evidence presented without regards to a person's wealth, power, status, or other personal characteristics. The concept is symbolized by the figure of a Lady Justice. All right. Absolutely. Impartial and unbiased. Say it, sis. Does it always apply to us, though? Red Ann. Deshonda said justice should be blind, but has never been for marginalized people. Facts. Facts. I feel like the orange faced man might pardon him, but he can relate to this madness. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Philly girl. But is it real? I was just asking you personally. I don't think that is real. I do think that yeah, he's probably had a many a nights where he sat there behind bars and not a mansion on Star Island and feel sorry for the things that he's done and all of that. But I don't think it's, let me say this, 100% real. Yeah, I'm remorseful because I want to get up out of here. Again, times where, damn, did I really do that? I didn't have to do that. Did they do that? You know, it's I don't know. We've been talking. I don't want to get into the whole acts of everybody when it comes to the X acts. But yeah, I still don't think that all of them were coerced. Period. And look, if you're gonna lock him up for transportation or prostitution, how about the agencies that employed the prostitutes? Should they be charged? It's okay for them to offer Cabral and Rico and so offer their services, and they knew damn well they wasn't going to be sitting there playing Monopoly. So that's what I'm talking about. If it's going to apply, then make it illegal everywhere, and anybody that's playing a part in it. Oh, there go Justin from the Shade Room. He just walked past on the live feed. Hold on, guys. Let me share that screen with you. But yeah, if it's going to be illegal, let it be illegal everywhere in every state, and let the law apply to everybody. But no, the escort companies should not be able to not be held accountable. Am I making sense? Absolutely. It comes with color and conditions. Absolutely, Red Ann, and that's my point, sis. Epstein, I'll say it, my opinion only, was unalived. And then, come on now. That's just my opinion only. And that was to make sure that he would never, ever be able to really come out and say everything that was done and who all was involved with him in it. And we know who was. So yeah. Orange Man is out. Not only out. There's Justin from the Shade Room. They going back in, so I guess the judge probably calling people back. And the other guy, I forgot his name, but he's on Instagram. Okay, you're picking up what I'm putting down. Thank you, sis. Thank you. They helped facilitate. You know what I mean? So I'm not down for that. I'm not down. And that could be Diddy. That could be anybody. You know. But let me stop sharing. Let me go back to Twitter to make sure that we are live and up to date. I mean, up to speed when it comes to time. All right. That's where I looked up that blind justice for Red Ann. And yeah, like Deshonda said, child, that don't apply to us at all. Okay. How do I want to do this? All right, let me refresh. You guys, if you need a quick break, I promise you we'll be up to date on the tweets. Not why I keep saying up to date. Up to speed. The last one was 31 minutes ago before the judge. No, it wasn't. 11 minutes ago. So I'm sure it was probably a 15-minute break. I am going to refresh my coffee. I will play just a tad bit, 2 minutes, and I promise you I will be back. So just continue to stay in the chat. Click that like button for me. Make sure you have voted in the poll. Okay? Give me 2 minutes, guys.
My baby don't mess around because she loves me so, and this I know for sure. But does she really wanna? But can't stand to see me walk out the door. Don't try to fight the feeling, cause the thought alone is killing me right now. Thank God for mom and dad for sticking together, cause we don't know how.
All right, I'm back before 2 minutes. I just grabbed me a iced coffee for my second coffee and last coffee of the day. So let me refresh. Let me read some comments. We will know for sure today. Depending on how long the judge allows them. You know, this is trial-like to me. All of this should be worked out. That's why I'm a fan of what DG said before she left. You know, go ahead and sentence me now. You didn't have months and months and months, and now you're putting on a whole new different damn near closing arguments. It's too much. Hey, Brittany Janae. Brittany Janae, how are you, sis? Happy Friday to you. All right. Let's see. Let's make sure. Brittany Janae, did you vote? There's a poll. There's a poll. Okay, so we're still on a break. I am going to try to go back to, give me 1 second. Because when I played that, we played it from the middle. Let's see if I can get back to the beginning.
I make notes.
What's the timestamp in this? Why can't I see a timestamp? Give me one. Well, in the meantime, guys, let me show you guys this. I may need to mute. I may need to mute and because of the music, but I want you guys, I wonder if this is what the prosecution was saying that they felt like was wrong as far as what Diddy's lawyers presented. But they shared a video. Okay, so that is correct. They shared the video to be played at his sentencing. Hold on. I want you guys to see this. We'll watch it together. By that time, we will be up to current time of tweets. But take a look. Diddy's lawyers shared this video to be played at his sentencing, and it included sentimental moments with children, and Diddy breaks down in tears over Kim Porter. Shout out to the Neighborhood Talk.
News to tell you about now. Model and actress Kim Porter, who shares 3 children with Sean Diddy Combs, has been found dead.
He was held me unconditionally.
You know, she just loved me. Just for me, it's like the closest you could be like with a person.
That what them beady
I
eyes
keep
side.
thinking about him, and I go crying about it.
Today, now I'm a full-time dad, and I'm gonna be there for you through everything, all of y'all. Every Sunday, I gotta slow everything down and do the family ritual, get the family together, make some girls watching church.
The definition of grace that is more.
I love you. Thank you for loving us. Thank you for loving me. Thank you for inspiring. I've looked up to you and admired you outside of you just being my father, just you being just a great human being, a kind human being. I love how you inspire me to keep going, to never stop. So,
I wanted to tell you how much I love you, how much I care for you. Thank you for being so supportive of me and my single friends, for always encouraging us to go for it. We love you. We think our memories of you. So I thank you, darling, for your cries and more than you think.
I want the best person trophy. And I know in order for me to get in heaven, I'm not gonna get in there. Well, come on in heaven, you had 20 hit records. That don't mean nothing.
I love you.
I love you so much.
I love you so much. Love you so much.
Hi, Daddy.
Breaking news.
Did that pull on your heartstrings? Did that pull on your heartstrings? It didn't pull on mine. Oh, that sounds harsh. It didn't pull on mine as far as what this man has done. It did not. It didn't work. Sorry, Diddy. But you can, unfortunately, live two different lives. And he was a totally different person when it comes to others than he was with his kids and family. You know, as could be a lot of our parents. We don't know everything. Now, we don't absolutely think that it was any of this type of ish, but most people, your kids don't know everything that was going on. Let me see. Any tears from the cuties in the chat while I refresh these tweets? Bridget J says, yeesh, this is being dragged out. Spit it out, Judge. Philly Girl said manipulation. That's what the prosecution is saying. I only feel bad for the kids. Side eye. I am one that believes. That's why I'm so, as a content creator, I'm just trying to make sure that my commentary is fair when it comes to the law and what he was charged with and what sentence should be applied. But I've said from day one that I feel like Diddy has something to do with Kim Porter's not unaliving, because they say that she passed from pneumonia. I don't know if I believe it. And you're absolutely right. Treated her like ish. Had her and Cassie both in pictures together and all of that. They did their big one, but the prosecution, Jaime, T-A-I-M-E, Taime. Jetaime, please let me know if that's correct, because if so, that's cute. Jetaime? I don't know, child. I spent 30 minutes trying to figure it out. Unfortunately, folks can't choose their parents. Y'all saying it didn't matter. He's still a monster. And what is he thinking? And at this point, I'm really going to say his team. What are they thinking? You know damn well you shouldn't have presented something like that to the judge at this time, to me, because a blind man could see through what it really is. Have pity on me. Have pity. Oh my God. And it is unfortunate because the three kids, Christian, Jesse, and Delilah, the twins, they don't have either parent. I'll throw Quincy in there because he's severed ties with Al B. Sure and said that Diddy is his dad, but legally born to three kids without a dad. And their mom is gone. All right, let's see. They are back. They are back. So we are going to continue. Shout out to you guys that's hanging with me. Just keep me on, chow. I do accept Cash App and Super Chats. Feel free to donate to the host if you desire. If not, no big deal. I love what I do, so I'm here. But anyway, they're back. And it's Combs' lawyers Driscoll's turn. Driscoll said, I'm grateful, Your Honor, to you being so permissive with the microphone for us today. I'm going to talk about sentencing disparities. A blind reliance on the guidelines can create disparities. The DOJ has long said that the Mann Act prosecutions should focus on the commercial cases. Sean Combs did not make a penny from this. The Jordan case is not comparable. He was sentenced 8 years in Cuba for X crimes. This was his second chance. Jordan made 1.4 million. Do you know who many sex acts? Do you know how many sex acts that is? He had over 100 clients. Mr. Combs' offense is nothing like that. 3 of Jordan victims reported unwanted X. One was great after being derubbed. Prosecution coming out slanging. Prosecution is coming out slanging. And that is a difference when it comes to the Mann Act. Most times, transportation of prostitution is you putting them on the street, you putting them on the corner. This your corner and I'm your piznimp. In this case, this man was somewhere in the corner, child, with some baby oil and a blindfold or a hat on or whatever. However, Diddy was getting pleasure from looking at it. So he shelled out money to the escorts as far as paying them for their time, but he didn't make money from those acts. He didn't have people selling their body in that way, All right, let's continue. We'll refresh. I don't believe that. She can't speak. He broke. Red Ann, just put allegedly, child. He didn't consider his family when he was doing what he was doing. He didn't care then. Why care now? Good point. It means love in French. I love it. So cute. Look, I like my name, but my mama got tired, child. She didn't even give me a middle name after all of my older brother and sisters. They have middle names. I wanted a cuter middle name. I gave myself one, and I don't like it. So at my big grown age, I may give myself a cute name like that. It's cute, sis. All right, let's see. Let's make sure we are up. So far we are. That was 6 minutes ago. So anytime there is a time lapse such as this, when inner city press updates, we'll have probably 5 or 6 tweets to read. I actually love it. I actually love it. Feel free. Thank you, sis. Thank you, sis. Shout out again to my Cutie Crew sisters last night. I did put up a post to you guys. Sorry, I did not see it live. But April, Bridget J, girl, what's going on? Peace, love, and light, and side eye. Angela Richardson, thank you guys again for your cash apps. I love you guys. All right, let's see. That's exactly how I feel. He knew he was a dad when doing his dirt, and he knew his kids were motherless. Good point. Good point. And look, there's not that much X in the world. I always tell you guys, I'm not a believer of people being able to be, but the law is ex addicts. I think that Diddy, unfortunately, sat in them corners watching because, allegedly he couldn't perform, and didn't have what it took to, I guess, really perform. But yeah, you knew that you had not only your family, not only that their mother is no longer there, three of the kids, but also your businesses. God bless you to become a billionaire, and you out here conducting yourself like this. OMG, Shorten is here. Hey, sis. So happy to see you in the chat. Bridget J was asking about you earlier over there in the group chat, and I let her know I chatted with her yesterday. Love you, sis, and take it easy. Take it easy. I know what you're doing. I know what you got going on. Take it easy. Don't overwork yourself. As far as the additional, information, I'm not don't put it in this chat. But yeah, the additional things that you got going on, child. It's been a month, but love you, love you. Thank you for dropping down. Let's see. Let's make sure we are current. I believe so. I'll refresh this screen. No problem, sis. Yeah, we just have to do that for the sake. And I really need you guys to do it because I'm here, there, everywhere. I got my eye on one screen that's a live stream from outside the courthouse. I'm refreshing these tweets. So yeah, anything that we don't know for sure and we weren't there to see it, just make sure to put a ledge. It's all good though. Love me some red and y'all. Love me some red iron. All right, let's see. Let's see. Come on, in the city. We waiting. I'll double check the poll results as well. So far, that's it. Could it be Diddy took pleasure in watching due to his alleged status? Could be, Candy. Look, any man that will take the, how can I say this, bodily fluids from another man and rub them on himself, I absolutely think that your status is at least bi. So yeah, I do think that he took pleasure in all of it. You know what I mean? All of it. Good question. Thank you for that. Quincy needs to revisit and have a conversation with his father. Diddy filled his head with lies. I'm sure as well. Look, Diddy is very, very manipulative. You know what I'm saying? And he's shown that not only when it comes to romantic partners and things like that, but in business, when it comes to the artists that were signed to him and these contracts that he had them locked into. Poor Cassie, I believe he had her on a 10-year contract and did not release not Nan complete project, not Nan project. So yeah, I think that he probably absolutely allegedly played a part in how Quincy feels as well. And look, for me, Quincy, I think, well, he was a young boy when Kim Porter first got with Diddy. Diddy has been in his life for, almost all of his life. But he probably looked at the lifestyle that his own daddy got, I'll be sure, compared to Diddy, the billionaire. But let's take a quick.
My behavior.
I wanted to take this back. This is at 152, 207, 230. Target. I wish I could take it back a smidget. Let's look at this again. I was effed up.
I mean, I hit rock bottom. I made no excuses.
My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now. I went and I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy, going to rehab. I had to ask God for his mercy and grace. I'm so sorry. But I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm truly sorry.
That's how I
And
know, psycho.
and scene. The glance away into the distance. Performative. The extra, let me make sure I look sad. Performative. And yeah, no. Because 2 days before, sir, 2 days before, you said Cassie was lying when her team put that little snippet out of things that she experienced with you. You know? All right, here we go. We are getting some updates. We're getting some updates. So I'm going to share this other screen. Here we go. And Deshonda, thank you for clarifying that for me, sis. And you're right. It was a 10 album deal. And let's be clear, Cassie wasn't talented enough for one album. Damn, sis. Ooh, child. Facts, though. Okay. I do like Must Be Love. And I don't know how I feel about listening to that, but I told somebody, I don't know if it was this channel, Cutie Crew, whatever. That is a song of Cassie and Diddy. Must Be Love. I really love that song. But yeah, pretty face, pretty girl, but that's about it. That's about it. All right, I will continue on with your comments, sis, once we read these next couple live tweets. Give me 1 second. So they are back. And Diddy's lawyer said there's another case with 7 victims. No grouping enhancement applied. Defendant got 18 months, was released after 9 months. Then there's 18-CR-20376 from the SDFL, Southern District in Florida. They generated 1.8 million and they got 15 months. So they are fighting, or their argument is Diddy didn't make a dime. And here it is. Somebody made 1.4 million, 1.8 million, and got 18 months and was released after 9. The other got 15 months. And those are those that were convicted under this Mann Act conviction, transportation of prostitution. So they're just giving the judge their side now. All right, since you say Diddy misused a lot of people and he should be held accountable for it, this is his reaping season. What about your behavior outside of the video? They always bring God into their mess. Totally agree. Tootsie Roll Child, look, Easy Wincy Spider Sis, Bridget J. Angela Richardson said, right, Pink Diva, God didn't have anything to do with this mess. I couldn't even tell you one song Cassie sang, child. Y'all, tough crowd. Tough crowd. And that man had her in a 10. That's a lifetime lock up. You know what I mean? 10 album deal. I mean, contract. Come on now. Come on. But we will refresh and we'll continue. Shout out to each and every one of you that's joining me, that's coming in, that's leaving out, that's at work, that's doing all of the above. I appreciate you guys. I knew this was going to be a long live, and it will be one. And it is what it is. I get it. If you won't be here for all, if you have to step out, come back in or whatever, I'll be here. I'm dedicating my Friday morning, but I am canceling that Friday night live, child. All money ain't good money. And hello, Rena. Happy Friday to you, sis. It's about law and law only. I totally agree. And I just won't abuse not saying it's any power, but as a content creator, that's what I'm focusing on. The law. The law. You know, totally agree with you. Let's make sure we are up to the minute. All right. Couple more. Combs's lawyer Driscoll said in John cases, the average sentence is 6.7 months. 6.7 months? What is that? In this other case, the defendant texted the victim, I meant what I said about making a mold of your cooch. Oh, child. The rest of you ain't worth ish. Judge said, but there was no threat of violence in that case. Driscoll said Ms. Slavic just blamed Mr. Cohn for having a drug problem for 25 years. We think that it is or isn't. We think that it's inappropriate. It's a mitigating factor. Let's talk about 13-CR-294 District of Oregon. A defendant paid for a session with a young girl. C, docket 85. Child, what were they sentenced? So they're now talking about a case where a defendant paid for a session with a young girl. And let's see. I believe that all these cases that they look up, they are absolutely trying to just present evidence to the judge of what they were sentenced. That is the phase that we're in right now, sentencing. Let's see. Hold on, guys. All right, so we're still waiting for an update after that. Some case from the District of Oregon. Laprise. Hey, sis, I saw your name earlier. I meant to say hi. Only song I know is Me and You. I didn't know there were more. You never heard of Must Be Love? Baby, I don't even know why and how. But that was years ago, and I love that song between Cassie and Diddy. You got caught, bruh. We as Black people, we have to look at the bigger picture. If Diddy gets 5 to 10 years, it will affect our generation. Red Ann said, allegedly, he didn't take care of Big and his family. Yeah, but sis, we talking about this case right now. And I don't know. I do know that rest in peace to Biggie's mom. She passed, was it this year, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, 2025. And on the outside looking in, at one point, it appeared that Diddy was doing everything that needed to be done for her. But she came out and said that, she was not satisfied with a whole lot. But Red Ann, we can't sentence him on that, is what I'm saying, sis. I get it. I get it. I really do. Let's see. Let's go back to this other live screen and let me refresh. Hold on, guys. Law and crime page.
Limited circumstances. And I think here with Mr. Combs' case specifically, the conduct or the alleged conduct that he was found guilty of, there's an overlap between that and some of the conduct that he was actually acquitted for.
Let's take a listen, guys.
Some of the allegations would complete the narrative that support the Mann Act convictions. And because of that, the judge is going to consider those things.
Got an update from court. So attorney Jason Driscoll. In John cases, the average sentence is 6.7 months. In this case, in this other case, the defendant texted the victim, I meant what I said about making a mold of your...
All right.
Let's just say private.
I'm going to mute because Law and Crime Network is reading exactly what we are reading. Again, shout out to Inner City Press. That's where a lot, and they have 7.25 million subscribers. That's where damn near everybody get the live minute-to-minute updates from. So what they were just talking about, we already read that. Let's take a look. Why does it always take me to show replies? I shouldn't have to scroll every time, All right. So we left off at that case in Oregon where they said that the defendant, paid for a session with a young girl. And his lawyer Driscoll said that defendant, Riggs, got 24 months. It was more heinous than this case. 3553 says to avoid unwarranted sentencing disparities. I've read all 900 Mann Act cases available on Pacer. His case is different. The judge then says, who's next? Miss Westmoreland. All right, we will continue. Westmoreland said, I want to focus on the inspiration Mr. Combs has given throughout his life and on the commitment he made while in the MDC. Mr. Combs was successful, but he used it to help others. He touched many more lives than I can cover in the next minutes. Don't know if you guys know, but Diddy put on a course while being locked up. Has something to do with free game, or I don't know. Teaching the fellow inmates, different business practices and things like that. Hey, sound checking it. Good afternoon to you, sis. Good afternoon. All right, I will refresh, but now they're going to lay it on thick to the judge as far as this extraordinary life that Diddy has lived behind bars. He's been in rehab treatments. He's been, doing DV. I expect them to lay it on counseling and all of that. I expect them to lay it on thick. I really do. This is it. You better lay it on thick. You got my damn money. Earlier I said it was 10 million, but I believe he's paid his lawyer 10 to 15, which is still nothing based on what he has. All right, let's scroll down and get live. Nothing yet. Do you guys think that Diddy has really poured into and inspired the inmates, his fellow inmates? Let me know. Again, I just don't know with him and his lifestyle and previous things that he's done, the way he's lived his life, and we're supposed to remove all of that if we put ourselves in the mind of, I can't say juror, but now judge, with the manipulation and all of that. I don't know. However, he has made a lot of people a lot of money, although he has been shady. So do I think that he can offer valuable advice to those fellow inmates? Absolutely. Do I think that he did it? Absolutely. Do I also think that he knows that if I do this, they may say good job? Absolutely. You know what I mean? So yeah, let's look at the poll, guys. Let's get the latest on the poll. If you are in the chat or if you're currently watching, did you vote? Looks like a lot of you guys have voted since my last update. However, we're still at that 22%. He served enough time, and 78% lock him up. 276 votes. Thank you to those of you that voted. Let me refresh that because I would like to know how many likes we got. 224 likes. So even if you're in the bushes and all of that, hit the like button for me. It is free. It is free. It keeps me in the algorithm, but I appreciate the 224 that did. All right, let's go back over to inner city press, guys. Not one what, sis? Not one what? What up, though, Patricia H? How are you? Child, you know I want to call you Pat. Why I keep saying the full government? Hey, sis, how are you? Happy Friday to you. Chi-Town represent, baby. All right. Let's see. We should have another tweet. And we do. She said, there were not many Black-owned labels. Mr. Combs had the audacity. He sent a text. It sent a message. Okay, let's start over. Mr. Combs had the audacity. It sent a message that you can do it. Clothing too. It was not just urban streetwear. It was upscale. It brought unity. It inspired change. My Sammy is here. Hey, little sis. Child, I done got my Sammy and my S. Horton, my Shorten in this live. I appreciate you guys, Sammy. I hope you're feeling better. I hope you're feeling better. Which we know that you are on the verge of, but we want you back 100%. Thank you, little sis, for dropping down. Love myself some you, child. Yes, I do. Let's see. So Combs Westmoreland is just trying to say to the judge, as far as this Diddy's business life, of how it inspired folks, and it let people know that although it was one of only a couple black-owned labels and all of that, at the time he sent a message that you can do it as well. He had the audacity to step in that space and show other folks how it's done. She putting it on thick, child. She laying it on thick. Let's update. Let's update. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I got two Twitter pages up in the city. Hold on, guys. I hate that they make you do this. So that's the last one thus far. Mama too, thanks so much, sis. Thank you for being here. It's time consuming. We 2.5 hours in, but believe it or not, this has made me stay my arse in the house on a Friday morning. I'm off on Fridays. This is my shopping day. So maybe I need to find something to talk about here Friday morning so I won't be out there spending that money, child. But thank you, Mama, too. I appreciate you as well. Money, 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 money. Now, I'm not saying that I may not hit them streets after we done, though. I don't need anything. So I'm going to try to just chill until later. I am going out later. That's why I got to cancel that live. Sammy said, I'm feeling much better today. Thank God. Still have a slight headache, but way better today. That's awesome news. That is awesome news, little sis. Yeah, you guys be careful. It is flu season and all the other things that come along with that. Just catching a common cold or, C-19. Don't be mistaken. It's still out here. And look, get back to wearing your mask. Pump up your immune system. Buy you some the gummy vitamins. I'm not talking about gummies, child. But make sure to start pumping up vitamins and all of that in your system so you're able to fight off some of this stuff that is coming and is out. I'm not one to get the flu shots often. I did it once before. Naturally, it made me sick for about a week ago. And then I did do the first round of the, can't talk about it on YouTube when it comes to the big C-19. And yeah, I'm not going to do that. Didn't have any effects or anything, knock on wood, as of yet. But otherwise, what I'm saying is get your body prepared. Changing of the seasons is here. And where I live, it goes from hot to cold for me. So I'm ready to turn on my heat, but I'm going to try not to. I'll keep my little blanket. All right, I'm sure we should have more. Let's see. Dennis Byron, I'm sure, is over there on the scene as well. Shout out to the content creators that covered the trial. That's something that I really wish that I would have done in person, you know? All right, so I did. Oh, child, is the attorney crying? Let's see. After she said Westmoreland, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Westmoreland is the black female attorney that assisted Brian Steele in the Young Thug Rico case, I believe. But we'll end it off with what she said. It brought unity, it inspired change. She went on to say, in spirits, our community finally had a seat at the table, a voice, a real voice. Then there was revolt. And Inner City Press got sobs. Child, over there in parentheses. Sobs. Love you, little sis. Sobs. Baby, is the attorney over there crying? We shall see. We shall see. If so, ma'am, what are you doing? Okay, Peach. Okay, sis. Reach out to me on DM, in my DM, and we'll definitely try to get together, child, in the near future. But what I will say to you is this: I look for your DM. The church that you mentioned in the chat the other night, don't put it in there now, where you attend is the same church that I attend, but where I live, if that makes sense. So don't put the name, but you know what I'm talking about. So that's why I was like, wait a minute, what? And yeah, that's the first and only church, especially when I relocated in 2013. Yeah. So, hey, Kathy Johns, happy Friday, sis. Happy Friday to you. Okay, let me refresh because the attorney is over there crying, child. That is so unprofessional. And I don't know how the judge is going to take that. I know how I would take it if I was a judge. I see you pulling out all the stops. That's how I would take it. Let's say. Oh, I hate that I have to do this. I wish it just continued, but it don't. But after the sobs is nothing so far. Nothing so far. But you guys know that we will have another update soon. Why am I hearing this fool book the speaking engagement next week? How he's so confident. That's what we went over earlier, Sammy. And that's what the prosecution stated. And if he did, he's a damn fool. And not only is he, so is his lawyers. It's no way in the damn world that should have ever happened. I'll go to the Neighborhood Talk page real quickly because they have it as well, but we read it live. So what they said is prosecution, Mr. Combs has booked speaking engagement for Miami for next week. That is the height of hubris. He did this for 15 years. He was responsible for transporting many escorts. That's a lot of freak offs and a lot of hotel nights. He knew it was illegal. So I don't know. I think they added a couple of the tweets together. I don't know. When I read it about an hour ago, if all of that was included in that one tweet, but that's what they're saying. That's crazy as hell to me. That is crazy as hell. You sure you getting out, huh? So, what I would like is to hear from the defense about that while they're presenting this evidence to the judge for sentencing. Talk about that. Did he? That's crazy. And yeah, set your ass down some damn well. You know? Forever. Like for real. And do the things that you said in that letter. You want to enjoy your kids and all of that. One quick thing, because we don't have an update. The baby girl's name is Love Combs. That's the baby that's what? About 2. I always found it funny when Diddy changed his name to Love. So that means his name was Love Combs and the baby's name is Love Combs. And I believe that that's why the courts confiscated everybody's passports, including the baby. I just feel like with the money that Diddy had, I think that he was thinking in advance that if I got to flee the country, I'll be able to flee it under Baby Love's passport if they take mine. So I don't know what made me think of that just now. I know I wanted to I wanted to talk about it. Okay, that's okay. Somehow, some way we'll get together, but we definitely not coordinate no dates and time publicly, child. So we're going to have to find a way. If you want to email me on chitchatlive2@gmail.com, you can absolutely do it that way. But yeah, we can't coordinate in the chat. It is insane. It truly is. Theatrics by everybody. The attorney is over there crying. Where they do that at? Causing more harm than good, in my opinion. You know, conduct yourself in a professional manner. You shouldn't be crying, even if, and I think that's game as well, but even if you feel like what he's done business-wise was so awesome when it comes to the Black community. Girl, get yourself together. Let me turn on my air, guys. Okay. You are on to something because they were advocating for the baby passport to not be taken. Yes, sis, look, when I tell you not much, and when I say much, I mean much, not much get past me ever. I'm going to always be able to peep game, okay? And yeah, I peeped game on that child, like I said, when he changed his name to Love. Diddy went from Diddy to Sean to P. Diddy to this to that. But the last name that he was going by was Love Combs. And then he convinced, in my opinion, that baby mama to name that baby Love Combs for that reason. For that reason. So, yeah. All right, let's see what we got over here. We should have something after the sob shop. Did they have to take a break for the attorney to compose herself? What's going on? Let's see. Twitter, get it together. We shouldn't have to do this, but we do have an update. After the sobs, child, Westmoreland went on to say he's just trying to help. He opened 3 charter schools in neighborhoods where the schools were not good. The motto was Black excellence. The youth are our future. Mr. Combs personally inspired me. I went to an event in DC. Mr. Combs was there. He said, listen, everyone. And she started back crying, child. Then she said, I'm sorry. He said, don't be afraid to dream. Just remember to wake up and put actions behind your dreams. And then he said, don't forget to help others. And that, Your Honor, changed my life. Girl, are you a groupie or a lawyer? Where did do this at? Hold on, guys. That's a mess. A whole hot mess. Girl, you should be talking about these cases with the sentencing and child. That's the second time she's broke down. That's the second time she's broken down, presenting her spiel to the judge. Chit Chat Live 2, Peach. Thank you, Sammy. Girl, the judge may say double at 22. What's going on here? What's going on? Red Ann said he also still had the audacity to keep doing his mess despite. I agree. Baby, Westmoreland. Let me see if I can find a picture of Westmoreland. Hold on. Because I believe this the sister. I believe this is the sister over there conducting herself in this manner. No, ma'am. Hold on. Yep, it's the damn sister. Girl, what the helly? What the helly? You guys see on the screen right there? Nicole Westmoreland is over there crying, breaking down in a case like this. I'm so ashamed. I'm so ashamed. All right, here we go. Here we go. Let's see. Get her from up there, please. Go sit down somewhere. All right. I also still have the other live feed going. So with us being minute by minute via Inner City Press, I know that there won't be any action outside the courthouse until they are done. Now, to the person that said that it may take until Monday, child, the way the judge is allowing them to continue to talk like these are really closing arguments, it may. It may. Let's see. She said that changed my life. She went on to say, Mr. Combs is just a man, and he's made some mistakes. He has flaws like we all do. But how many of us can say that we've helped so many lives, countless lives? He's been in jail and he's remorseful. I spend every day speaking with him. Child, do you want to be the next Jane? You trying to be the next Jane or what? I'm going to try something though, guys. Let me click this and see where this leads me. Okay, so it leads me to where I don't want to be. I was trying to see if it took me to a section where I wouldn't have to keep refreshing, but it doesn't. So she said that, she speak with Diddy every day. He's helped many lives. He's also ruined many lives. He's also ruined many lives. Let's keep it real. Let's keep it real. Girl, I got to play my Bridget J for her. I got to play my Bridget J to Diddy's attorney, Westmoreland.
Girl, what's going on?
What's going on? What are you doing? What are you doing? And we'll see whether, again, this is will cause more harm than good. You're always supposed to remove, as an attorney, I would think, your own personal feelings of this person whose life you're trying to help, not save, but you guys know what I mean as far as the time. Very unprofessional. Very. And I think in them phone calls, she want a piece of the diddler. All right, let's see. What else she's saying? Y'all get her from up there, please. Something else that I think that she just said that is not cool is Mr. Combs is just a man. Yeah, no. So many people have said that. Bridget J, you know it, child. So many people have said that about men that cheat. Well, men gonna be men. No. And something like this, you got the nerve to say he's just a man. He's made some mistakes. Did the other attorneys take a glance at what this lady had, in the tuck as far as what she was going to say? There's no way in the world you should be saying for some of the things that not only we've witnessed or seen with our own eyes, but followed the trial and heard of all of these things. There's no way in the world you should just be saying he is just a man. Girl, bye. All right, I'll go to this tab, refresh, and we shall see. If you haven't hit the like button already, please go ahead, hit that like button for me. Make sure you are subscribed. If you are in the bushes, thank you again to the new subscribers this week. I appreciate you guys. I really, really do. Welcome to Chit Chat with QT. put the notification bells on as well. You'll never know what I'm going to be talking about and when, child. All right. Let's see. 18 seconds. So we got something new. She said, I spend every day speaking with him. In the MDC, Mr. Combs started asking people their dreams. That's how free game for Diddy was born. No one's done this in the MDC before. And then there's a quick note. Yaya Chen taught Chinese in the MDC, then got 15 years for fentanyl import. All right. So that note was provided by Inner City Press as just an example of somebody else that was helping other inmates. Yaya Chen taught Chinese in MDC. Diddy is teaching free game, which is what this is, child. Game. Free game for Diddy was born. If I'm not mistaken, there may be a fellow inmate that's supposed to speak today. And again, all of this is crazy to me, but in sentencing, is that when they do the victim impact statements and things like that? Peach, she didn't drink the juice, child. She want Diddy to be out so she can be right there on Star Island, child. Because make no mistake about it, if this man, regardless to me, if he's sentenced or if he walks free, as far as him paying for Jane Doe's living situation, that's going to come to an end. Mark my words. Again, I think that they wanted that to continue. And she's a 304 in my opinion. And absolutely, I'm going to stay and keep staying in this house. Look, the man is no longer a threat to you. He's behind bars. You could have been left. Just like a lot of them could have escaped, in my opinion. I ain't getting into that. But I think that that's going to stop. And yeah, Westmoreland child, she want to go ahead and take somebody else's spot. That's what is given to me. Billy Girl said, is she a Diddy groupie or what? What's really going on? I agree. Peach Prince says she been hoodwinked and bamboozled, child. Crazy. All right. Give me, Cuties, 1 minute. 1 minute countdown. I will put this on the screen while I run and use the bathroom. We will put the Diddy thumbnail up. And also, so I better be on the safe side. Let's see. I do.
My baby don't mess around because she loves me so, and this I know for sure. But does she really wanna? But can't stand to see me walk out the door. Don't try to fight the feeling, cause the thought alone is killing me right now. Thank God for mom and dad for sticking to together, cause we don't know
All right, that was under a minute. I am back. And look, for those of you that's joining me, you guys will probably, child, hopefully it won't be that long, but I will be on live for quite some time today. That's making up for my absence for 2 weeks in September. And I want to make sure that I'm just covering this throughout the sentence. So let's see, what time is it in New York right now? 12:46. Hopefully they'll be done soon. We shall see. But yeah, if you're working, child, you go to lunch or whatever, and you come back, I'm still here. I'm working this like my job today. Okay. But I appreciate you guys, each and every one of you, for joining me. Let's see if we got any updates, child. Girl, what's really going on? Have you had a chance to have some private time with Diddy in there? Westmoreland? Look, I love our Black sisters, but girl, what's really going on? So unprofessional. All right. All right. So we do have a little more action. So Westmoreland said there is no benefit to warehousing Mr. Combs in prison. Thank you. Now here comes Steele. Steele, you better do your big one for Diddy because she fumbled the ball. She fumbled that. If you guys don't know who Brian Steele is, and you guys should know me by now. I don't know why I love to say Steele the way I do, but Brian Steele is one of Diddy's attorneys. He was also Young Thug's attorney. So he's up next. And Steele started it off by saying, we wanted his children to come up, then show the video. The judge said, please come forward. And now Quincy Brown is on the stand. Quick refresh. Let's hear what Quincy got to say. Let's hear what Quincy will say. Baby, shout out to Inner City Press. Shout out. Because of them, we got minute by minute updates. And because of them, I'm getting a little dizzy scrolling like this. But Quincy said, my name is Quincy Brown. He's my father. He is transformed. He will not jeopardize his freedom again. As his children, we wish to heal together. Next up is Justin. Justin said, my name is Justin Combs. I ask you, give my father a second chance. My father is my superhero. My father always told me to believe in God. Child, they dropping the ball. That's what I was just about to say, sis. That's why I say they dropping the ball. And when I'm talking about they, I'm talking about Diddy's attorneys. You guys should have sat down with those children and prepared statements for them to read. Because Quincy does not know that he's transformed. He does not know that Diddy will not jeopardize his freedom again. They're getting paid too much damn money to allow them kids to come up and say what they said. Justin's so far has been more on a personal note. My daddy is my superhero and all of that. But Quincy, what? You would never be able to determine that. You know? All right, let's get down and see what else Justin said. My father always told me to believe in God. I talk to my father every day, every other hour. All right. I wonder if Inner City Press is keeping this short. Most times after, and I'm going to give you guys Christian next, but most time after the day has ended, sometimes they will go back and have a transcript, and it is much more that was said. And I think that has to be the case when it comes to the children talking. But next is Christian, and Christian said, I am Christian Combs. I am the one who most resembled my pops, my mannerism. My whole life, I studied my dad up and down. He is the greatest man in the world, my superhero. Baby, them attorneys need their arse beat because guess what? There are allegedly cases and accusations against Christian as well as Justin. So the last thing that I feel Christian should have said is, my whole life I studied my dad up and down. Because guess what? They can say, and you know what? You had to, because you have some of the same accusations against you. They failed these kids. Let's continue. You guys answer me real quick in the chat. Do you think that it is the attorney's jobs to prepare this man's children to be able to come out and speak better than what we just read together? Sammy said, I know God's tired of people bringing him into some mess. Facts is. Yeah, they failed him. They failed Diddy. That's paid them upwards to $15 million. Because again, yeah, you may want to leave that out. Yeah, no, you may want to say this. I don't feel like there's anything wrong with that. If they would have advised them, you know? That's so crazy to me. All right, let's get down. Let's get down. My whole life I studied my dad up and down. He is the greatest man in the world, my superhero. Christian Combs said, he told me to treat women like a queen, and I do. I see in his eyes as his twin that he has changed. This is crazy. Next up is one of the twins. My name is Jessie Combs, and I am 18 years old. And then Jessie started crying. When my mother died, I was a little girl. I remember my dad sitting us down. Now, I may get a little choked up. Thank you, sis. Thank you, Gia. Absolutely, they should have prepared them. I don't care if you're your dad's twin. I don't care if you got his mannerisms. I don't care if you resemble him. Do what? I studied my dad up and down. So much so that you've been accused of some of the same things. Come on now. They have stated some things that can be used against him. I totally agree with you, sis. Let me refresh, but Jessie Combs is crying on the stand. Kim said on Oprah that he was just like his daddy. Well, look, just to keep it real, looks wise, mannerisms and everything else, he is Diddy's mini me. So his mom was correct in saying that he's just like his daddy. Kim wasn't talking about him in the way that we're talking about, though. Peach Prince, his mother was just saying that, yeah, that is definitely his mini me. Let's get down to Jessie. Hold on. We got that. We got that. Inner City Press, where did the other tweet go? There was two after this that I already read. Or am I on? I'm going to go back here as well. Refresh that. All right, let's see. We are going to be continuing after Diddy's 18-year-old daughter, Jessie, what she had to say. They need to do better when it comes to this. They really, really do. He erased them. And I'm wondering why. Because we were finished with Christian, and Jessie had started talking. But right now, the last tweet from Inner City Press is Christian saying that he told me to treat women like a queen, and I do. He didn't erase them because it's there. But there's nothing yet after this. But I'll read Jessie Combs's part that she said. She's 18 years old, started crying. When my mother died, I was just a little girl. I remember my dad sitting us down, and that's where we're waiting for more on. Sammy said, absolutely, the lawyer should have prepared them better. Prosecutor going to come back and say he is influencing his children in the same manner. Right. And they already asked if they could come back and speak after the defense is done, which I don't think that they should be able to. This is not trial, but they can definitely say that, Sammy. They should have sat down with them and went over the statements. Right. Hey, Kimberly. Good afternoon. Is it afternoon, child? It's still morning where I am. But welcome, welcome, welcome. Good afternoon to you. Thank you so much, sis, for joining us. I'm going to refresh again, guys. I still have the live feed outside of the courtroom. No action there. All right, let's see. I thought I bookmarked that. Hold on. We should have more from Jessie by now. All right, so we do. We do. She said, I remember my dad sitting us down. It helped me survive when I just wanted my mom. So gotta be a little more. That just does not make sense. And like I said, I believe in the transcripts we will see more. Whether I'm going to talk about it again, I don't know. But I'll read hers in her entirety, and then we'll get Chance's statement. But Jessie again said, my name is Jessie Combs, and I'm 18 years old. When my mother died, I was just a little girl. I remember my dad sitting us down. It helped me survive. That's why I said it's something missing when I just wanted my mom. What helped her survive? Something is missing. Next up is Chance Combs. Chance and the twins are months apart. So Diddy had Chance's mom pregnant and Kim Porter right around the same time. But she said, my name is Chance Combs, his daughter. He's changed, and cries. Sorry. She then says, he speaks with a clear mind. He's changed. Again, attorneys, what were you doing? Because they will never know if he has or hasn't. Next up is Delilah Combs. And Delilah said, we watch our 2-year-old sister. She cannot grow up fatherless. I may have to find what was said in its entirety. We won't have that live, unfortunately, because again, Inner City Press somehow is relaying messages to his team that's handling his Twitter page for them to update. So he can't say everything. But even that, we watch our 2-year-old sister. She cannot grow up fatherless. What else? Gotta be some more. Sammy said he's changed. Jane's outside waiting for him to do a FO right now. Baby, Jane is ready. You hear me? Got them platform scripper heels ready. Probably went, because remember, she was going shopping and buying the outfits for the escorts and herself. She probably went down there and bought outfits and sent text messages to everybody to be on standby. I agree with you. I agree. Cassie is married, just had a baby. You know what I mean? So I'll stay away from that. But yeah, no, I'd be damned if I'm paying you all this money and you didn't prepare my kids. And I don't think that that's something that Diddy should have had to tell them to do. You know what I mean? But no, they failed them kids. Because all of them are old enough to be able to speak better than they just did. You know what I'm saying? You don't know if he's changed, period. All right, let's see. Let's see. Who's next? Child, they better not bring that baby out there. The baby ain't nothing but about 2 years old. They probably got her in the courthouse too. Let's see. So, my name is Delilah Combs. We watch our 2-year-old sister. She cannot grow up fatherless. Delilah also said, Your Honor, please, and then start crying. Let us move forward, not as a headline, but as a family. Now, I like that last part. I like that part. You know, the judge said, thank you all. This is important for me to hear. And then Steele said, we would like to show you the movie. And I showed you guys the movie, which was the video that I just showed you guys on Neighborhood Talk. And, I get it. Although I do feel like, they are just throwing anything out there to see what's going to stick. They really have to fight for this man's life in front of this judge. So you guys take a look at the movie in quotation marks again. Shout out to the Neighborhood Talk. And then I will be back.
Breaking news to tell you about now. Model and actress Kim Porter, who shares 3 children with Sean Diddy Combs, has been found dead.
She just loved me unconditionally, you know. She just loved me just for me. It's like the closest you can be like with a person.
I get to thinking about them, and I go to crying about it.
Today, now I'm a full-time dad, and I'm gonna be there for you through everything, all of y'all. Every Sunday, I gotta slow everything down and do the family ritual, get the family together, make sure the girls watch the church.
The definition of grace that is more.
Pops, I love you. Thank you for loving us. Thank you for loving me. Thank you for inspiring. I've looked up to you and admired you outside of you just being my father, just you being just a great human being, a kind human being. I love how you inspire me to keep going. It's never stop about my own myself.
I wanted to tell you how much I love you, how much I care for you. Thank you for being so supportive of me and my siblings, for always encouraging us to go forward. I love you. So thank you for everything for us. And what do you think?
This trophy, I want the best person trophy. And I know in order for me to get into heaven, I'm not gonna get in there with, come on in heaven, you had 20 hit records. That don't mean nothing. I love you.
I love you so much.
I love you so much. I love you so much.
Hi, Daddy.
Now look. Again, you can be a good father and a horrible, person that's living a double life, or doing horrible things. Let me put it that way. Even watching this back just now, it did touch me. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, they live a privileged life. They have no choice but to. We shouldn't see the pool house in the back and the pool. When it comes to Christian sitting there with all the diamonds around his neck and all of that. You know what I'm saying? Although that is their real lives, the flashiness of some parts of that, yeah, no, I wouldn't have. Diddy, you could have gave me 10,000 and I would have been able to well, I'll say 1,000,000. I probably would have been able to do better than Westmoreland, child. And I absolutely, even when it comes to this impact video, I would have suggested, yeah, no. You know what I mean? If we're going to try to make him appear as what we're doing, let's remove all parts of this privileged life that we live. You know what I'm saying? I pray that is the case as well, Candy. I pray that they are indeed in counseling. But yeah, I follow them Combs twins over there on Instagram. They got boyfriends, and they should. They shouldn't be punished because of the life of their dad. They are 18, but child, they be at Disney World and Disneyland, and all of them, and they do have a right to continue to live their lives. Brittany Janae, you say, my God, today. What are your thoughts on that video? Do you feel like it's going to have an impact on the judge? Peace, love, and light. I totally agree. And if I'm not mistaken, the older woman that they showed in that video, I believe that was Kim's grandmother. And if I'm not mistaken, she just recently passed since he's been locked up. But, I believe that's her grandmother that lives in Florida. I mean, not Florida, child, Georgia. And that's where Kim is buried at. So they covered everything, child. They showed him at the cemetery crime breaking down and all of that. And Peace, Love, and Light said, but yet you put your hands on her. Guess that's his definition of being close to her. Look, he was that type of Negro. Well, he made sure if I can't have you, nobody else will, but I'm going to have you when I want to have you. And that's why we never seen, in my opinion only, but that's why we never seen Kim Porter dating anybody else. So yeah, control and manipulation absolutely was in play even when it comes to her. Let's see. I wish y'all could see my face right now. Sometimes just because you are a good father to your kids, you may not be the best example of a father to father your kids. That's deep. Ooh, that's deep. I got to read that again. I totally agree, sis. Peace, Love, and Light says sometimes just because you are a good father to your kids, you may not be the best example of a father to father your kids. Love it. Love it. Deep. They definitely should have toned down that video. Right, SHP? Like what? Come on now. Chance is the one that was sitting in front of the massive pool. For what? You know what I mean? And that's when all of the kids were saying, I love you, Dad. I miss you, Dad. I love you, Dad. So that means that the defense made sure that they videotaped it, and not only that, edited things and got it ready to present to the judge. No, ma'am. No. That's crazy. Christian, we know you got your bling, but son, for this video that the judge is going to see, take it off. Take it off. Now, you talking about performative and all of that. I want y'all to be damn near breaking down. You know what I'm saying? In the video. If the goal is we're going to make this video to present to this judge. Brittany Janae said that video did not impact me. It did not impact me either. Peace, Love, and Light said it didn't. But you know, when you just have a heart, you do know that the kids are affected by this. You know what I mean? So that's the only thing that that I'm saddened about. Because of his actions, he's not able to be in those kids' lives. And especially the 3 that are without their mom. Quincy, well, 4, I'm sorry. Quincy, Christian, Jesse, and Delilah. All right, let's see. What do we have next? So did the judge take a break? The judge did say, oh no, so they're looking at the video now. Wasn't that deep? Baby, it's some deep Cutie Crew sisters. You hear me? Or just cuties, period. Sorry. Some deep cuties, male and female. And that was deep. I'm going to go back up and start that. Not only am I going to start it, Peace, Love, and Light, I am also going to snap a screenshot of it. Give me 1 second. Is Aunt Debbie still here? Let me send Aunt Debbie a text real quick, just because I need to know. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Okay. Let's see. Let me snap Peace, Love, and Lights. We're doing a screenshot from a desktop, though, not the other way. Let's see. Got it. And pasted it. Love that, sis. Thank you for that. That was really deep. If they have no guidance, what do people expect? You're right about that, Rena. You're right. But what I'm saying, I'm not blaming them. So you're partially right. I feel like it should not have been up to them totally as far as what was going to be in that video and how they would present themselves in that manner. That's what attorneys are for. To suggest, yeah, we should do this. No, we shouldn't do this. So I don't have any expectations on them, especially with something like this. They've never experienced anything like this before, as far as cases. And you know what I mean? It was his attorneys who he's paying top dollars for to advise them. You know what I'm saying? All right. All right. All right, Judge. Who is that? I'm looking at this live stream. I'm like, is that Chance? Some little girl just walked out the courthouse that looked like Chance, but that's not her. All right, let's see. Let's see. Where are we now? Where are we now? Okay, I believe after this. See, after this, to me, that should be it. After the video, but I believe Brian Steele, he better say something. But after the defense is done, that should be it. Like I mentioned before, this is damn near closing arguments all over again. This too much. This too much. All right, so that was 16 minutes ago, and now we have an update. The video is over. Mr. Steele, who will be speaking next? And Steele says the Reverend Dr. Johnson, then the man from the reentry program, if you permit. The judge asked, any more lawyers? Steele said, myself, then Donaldson. So the lawyers will in. The judge has now taken a break. They resume at 2 p.m. and it is 1:15 p.m. now. Hey, love my mama. It is 1:15 p.m. right now. It's troubling that people like Diddy and the people on the right that profess to be Christians and love the Almighty, but actions say differently. Good point. Good point. Good point. And Rena said, I wouldn't be surprised if the judge make a final decision Monday. Lord, it shouldn't go. But who said that earlier? Somebody said that, and it looks like that just may be the case, because if we still have the good Reverend Doctor coming, then the inmate from the reentry program, then Steele, then Donaldson, and it's already 1 o'clock, unless he planned to stay late, you know, that's different. So I don't know. Hey, Teresa, I don't know. I don't know. Let's go and look live real quickly on another. Let's react to what they are saying over here on Law and Crime Network. For those of you that's joining me, thank you, thank you, thank you. If you have not voted in the poll, make sure to do so. And let me refresh over here.
Being charged and who is being sentenced is why it's taking such a long time. It's not uncommon because you do have to have,
hold on, guys,
both sides, if you will, not only the court weigh in with the sentencing and its analysis, but also the prosecutors and whoever the victims want us to talk. And of course, here, the defendant has an opportunity. So it's not a quick situation like you might see in state court where, a person could be sentenced within about 15, 20 minutes. This is a federal court, and so it's a much more elaborate process. Nevertheless, what I think you see here are two titans, if you will. You have the United States government on one side, and they're asking for 11 years. They're beating their drum. They're pulling anything and everything that they feel the court should consider. But the defendant also has the right to do that. And he's well-heeled. He has a number of attorneys looking at it, and they're going to play all the angles to Diddy's benefit. And keep in mind, the judge should and is instructed to take into consideration more than just what was in the four corners of the conviction. The judge could take in all the other testimony that was about other bad acts, but at the same time, the defendant gets to present the court with all of the things Diddy has done, be it a school that he funded in his neighborhood, provided free education and boarding to people, and all the other generous acts that he's done over the years. The judge has to then balance all those things to ultimately come out with a sentence. And of course, we're all waiting with bated breath to find out what that will be.
Rich, I want to jump on something you mentioned before, his letter to the court.
All right, guys, you heard that part. And I'm sorry, I don't know the gentleman's name, is saying that, look, both sides have a right to present everything they're presenting right now. Although it's frustrating to me, may be frustrating to you, because it's definitely giving trial evidence and closing argument. He did say that, yeah, they do have the right to do so. Let's see. Let's go back. Let's listen a little longer. Rena said, we the people got to be careful about the things we say. We don't know if Diddy has asked God to forgive him. I hope he has, but Rena, people have a right to their opinion. We the people also got to remember that. You know what I mean, sis? But excellent points. And yeah, I would hope and pray that he asks. I would hope and pray that he's gotten down on his knees every night and begged for forgiveness. All right, let's see what this guy talking about.
If he gets out and if he does it. And I think that is his strongest argument. He needs to be careful, though, because there were things in the letter that the judge didn't like and the prosecutors harped on. He can't say anything negative about any witness or any victim. He doesn't want to say anything to deny committing these crimes or to deflect responsibility. He was pretty good in the letter, but he did sort of say something about Mia that I think was misplaced in that letter. He doesn't want to do any of that. He wants to keep it short. He wants it to be heartfelt. I assume he's not going to read something. He's going to use his presenter ability. And to your point, Jesse, about how this is taking a long time, for better or worse, this is a very well-equipped defendant, right? It is the rare defendant that can produce a video to play at their sentencing hearing. I'm not sure I've ever seen that before.
Yeah.
Or bring in, multiple children and a reverend and other impact statements.
And yeah, I don't know if that was team too much. Sometimes people can just do too much. Was that too much? The video, I wouldn't have advised of that. You know what I mean? Because yeah, you are really trying to just show this is me though. I know you guys seen this. I know you guys saw the victims and they came up and testified, but this is what I do and these kids need me. We know that, but however, it's a little too much at the end to me, Hey, Teresa again, sis. Thank you. Thank you, girl. I may go buy me some more oxtails. Did you get yours, sis? Happy Friday. Thank you for being you. Thank you so much, sis. I love me some you. Shout out to one of my mods, baby. Teresa Wright. I appreciate you, sis. Let me know if you got your oxtails cooking or are you going to be able to wait until Sunday? Thank you. All right. But let me know, guys, in the chat. Do you think that video was too much? And as this guy is saying right now, they pulling out all the stops just like a regular performance. That's how I'm looking at it. Naturally, the kids. Then you got the reverend. Child, we know it's not TD Jakes. Then the video. It's a bit much. And it is not reading that they're being completely authentic. You know what I'm saying? Remorseful and truthful. Just come out and, does anybody know? Can Diddy say anything else? We know that he wrote that letter, But is he able to say anything to the judge? Let me know. I wish DG was here. But thank you again, Teresa. Let's continue to look, guys. Now, look, shout out to the lead attorney. Shout out to AV and all of them that do these cases like this and be on live for hours. This is the first time I've attempted it. And honestly, I'm okay. I showered. I'm on my second cup of cold coffee because I can't eat for a couple hours, but it's all right. I'm working a job, child. Let's continue and listen though.
Statements and have multiple lawyers make arguments and then get up and say something. So there is a lot to be said. But when it's his turn, remorse, regret, rehabilitation, sit down.
So that's a really good breakdown of what he needs to do. And
yes.
It's interesting, Justin, because I'm thinking about it.
Maybe he just answered my question. And I need to try to write that down real quick. Maybe that guy just answered my question because I said, will Diddy be able to say something? But the guy said when it's his turn, he needs to get up there and talk about remorse, regret, rehabilitation, and sit down. And I totally agree. Totally agree. I love what he just said right there. That's about it. You know what I'm saying? All that other, I'm a good dad and I love my kids and my baby graduated and I made sure she had this. No. Talk about the things that you were accused of, remorse, regret, rehabilitation, and sit down. That's going up on my board. Let's continue.
On one hand, the judge could say, my gosh, it's so unique what Sean Combs has been doing in prison, helping his fellow inmates. We got a lot of letters from people who say he's changed their lives. He may be committed to doing well on the outside. Could the judge take the other view? Well, not everybody's in Sean Combs' position. Not everybody has the ability to teach business classes and use that for their benefit at sentencing. And if I use that to benefit him, that places him in an unfair position. And I'm curious, whether the judge may say something like that. And while it's great what he's doing and commends him for doing it, he can't use it as a deciding factor to determine what his sentence should be. I'm just curious your opinion on it, Justin.
I'm going to pause real quick. Look, everybody, because I don't know if I agree with him right there. Everybody has the same 24 hours in a day and the same opportunities. So just because Diddy is Diddy and he is not ahead of, but he's introduced that program to fellow inmates. Fellow inmates can also offer programs. You know what I mean? So I don't think that just because he's Diddy, that's why he did. He was able to do that. Everybody behind those bars, and they got a little more time. Although we all get the 24 hours in a day, they can come up with something as well to present as some type of course or studies or whatever, like we do. We sit down and we get on live panels and we chat and we do this. Anybody can come up with something that could be of a benefit to a fellow inmate. So I don't know if I believe that part or agree with, not believe. I hope not. He has done enough. He doesn't seem remorseful at all. All right. And then you also said facts. Teresa said, yes, I got them, and I'm doing all I can to wait until Sunday. I don't even feel right cooking a big meal today. Well, you saw my fluffy ass child. I cooked the whole Sunday dinner yesterday, baby. Yes, I did. And cannot wait until after 1 o'clock. We're not going to eat and tam up. until Diddy show / tell the judge he's remorseful, Diddy doesn't stand a chance of getting out today. Not sincere, and those children are grown, except one, which is one whom is with the mother. Except the little baby girl. All three daughters, Chance, Jesse, and Delilah, they all are 18 years old. 18 years old. But yeah, everybody else is grown. You're right. Let's see. But that don't mean that what they said isn't sincere. Grown or not, I'm sure they miss their dad. Grown or not, it's a damn shame that they are in this predicament because of him. You know what I mean? So I believe that they are affected. Sorry. I believe that they are affected. I believe that they are sad. I believe that they miss their daddy. I don't think it was an act as far as how that they feel. Again, I just feel like they should have been advised better as far as the things that they said, you know? Peace, love, and light say, right. I preach that to my kids. What matter is how you use those 24 hours to better yourself and life purpose. Period, sis. Period. So yeah, Diddy has absolutely had an amazing life experience when it comes to the things that he's been able to attain and companies he's been able to start and artists that he's been able to bring and put forth in front of the public and all of that. But yeah, everybody got brains. So the others that's in there can think of something to come up with that can help fellow inmates, you know? Candy said, Chit Chat, your objectivity and fairness in reviewing this trial is admirable. Oh, thanks, sis. Thank you so much for that, Candy. I try, you know, so I appreciate that. You just put a smile on my face. Thank you so much. All right, let's see if we have anything else that we can look on, guys, outside of Law and Crime Network. But no, let me go back there because I'm curious to hear what this guy said with Diddy basically have an upper hand of being able to put something on in Jaya. Let's see.
So there is a nonprofit I'm affiliated with called Prison Professors Charitable Corporation that is in every BOP prison. It influences millions of people, and a number of people will volunteer to that nonprofit, and it's been very helpful through sentencing hearings, and judges have commented on it. It has never been harmful. I don't think this work that he did would be harmful unless you have the lawyers or Mr. Combs try to oversell it, right? The impact of it, or if it wasn't real. I've been to sentencing hearings where judges will say, yes, I saw you go to the soup kitchen once a week. You've truly changed the world, and any volunteer work is clearly working against them. So I think it has to be realistic.
Quick pause. As you guys just heard him say, if Diddy's team try to oversell the impact that this course that he started for the inmates, that could backfire on him. And I agree. I do.
It has to be measurable. I think 1 year is a sustained period of time. I don't think you should punish him for having skills that he's choosing to use to help people. What's the alternative? Sit there all day in isolation and complain? He shouldn't be hurt or impacted negatively by trying to help people. Some people try to oversell it. It doesn't appear as if he has. I would argue that for him to get maximum benefit, regardless of the sentence today, as someone who's been to federal prison, but I was in federal prison in 2008 when there was no prison reform. There was no agenda to advance my release date. Measures have changed through the First Step Act, more that we think is coming. So it's really in his interest whether he gets 5 years, 7 years, 11 years to say, Your Honor, regardless of what happens today at sentencing, I'm going to continue this through my sentence, probation, for the rest of my life and use this experience as an asset to influence many of the brothers that I have met here in prison.
Okay, so I have big news. Elizabeth Milner, Queen Elizabeth, is with us right now. She is straight from the courtroom. She was in there for the entirety of the day so far. Elizabeth, it is so great to see you. I have to start with this.
All right, guys, we are going to see
how Sean Combs appears, how he looks.
Let me acknowledge a couple of comments. And I will say again, the live stream that we are reacting to is covered under the copyright, under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. It is allowed for fair use for research, scholarship, teaching, news reporting. Fair use is a use permitted by the copyright statute. Let me read a couple comments, and then I do want to see the lady that's going to speak next over here on Law and Crime, because I like her commentary, so I want to hear what she has to say. Let's see. Teresa, I don't agree with nothing Diddy has done. And at least he is in jail. I can't get past how many people voted for that man in the WH after all he has done and didn't do not one day in jail. Good point, Teresa. There go my pet age. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Teresa say, hey, girl, hey. All right, guys, let's go ahead and take a look real quickly. And watching these videos will prepare us for when they are back live, which is about 25 more minutes or so.
But you got to tell me what the emotion was like in the courtroom in the past hour. We're reading about it. We're hearing what his children, his attorney, Nicole Westmoreland, that they were sobbing. But I don't know if it's really doing it justice for what the feeling is like in that courtroom. Can you break it down for us?
Yeah, absolutely, Jesse. Well, when Sean Combs first came into the courtroom today, you know, we were knowing what the tone would necessarily be. Would he come in? Would he appear confident? Well, when he did come in today, he was kind of in he was in civilian clothes. Now he wasn't in the MDC jumpsuit or anything like that. He was wearing a tan sweater, white undershirt, dark pants, all of his tattoos covered up. He waved at his family and he did prayers, hands to him. And I noted even in my notes, because we're not allowed to have electronic devices when we're in the courtroom, just about how nervous, to me at least, he seemed while walking in. And I can only imagine how he feels being in that predicament. He is facing sentencing. It could go either way. I think a lot of people obviously are anticipating what that sentence will ultimately be, but you could tell like it felt like the weight of the world was on him. And then I think, Jesse, honestly, when, you know, we had an attorney speak before Nicole Westmoreland came on, that was Jason Driscoll, really kind of honing in on kind of some of the legal arguments. But I was very surprised, honestly, to see Nicole Westmoreland get so emotional during this sentencing, you know, and it really kind of began when she started talking about Revolt Television and all of Sean Combs' accomplishments. Something that the defense, I feel like, has been using this as a way to kind of appease to not only the judge, but possibly the public in terms of his redemption when it comes to just wanting people to not think about this case, not think about the trial, not think about these allegations, but more so really just talk about his accomplishment and what he's done for the community, and more specifically what he's done to the Black community. And so Nicole Westmoreland really getting emotional when she was talking about how he spent a lot of time helping his community, how he helped break the chain of systemic racism, how he opened 3 charter schools in poverty-stricken areas, how he employed thousands of people. He gave opportunity to inner-city individuals. His companies were very diverse. He inspired generations to follow. They were bringing about, or they were talking about vote or die. Then Nicole Westmoreland kind of made it a little more personal, where she was discussing how some of her interests were where she was super passionate about mass incarceration. She went to an event 8 years ago, and who was the speaker?
Okay,
there? None other than who would.
A little bit too much rambling for me. A little bit too much rambling. But I will find another channel as well to see. All right, and I got one. Let's see what other folks are saying, child. Shout out to the chat. Those of you that's coming and going, I love you guys. I appreciate you so much. I know that you guys, again, a lot of you are working. Poor you guys. That's why I work 4 10-hour days. But give me 1 second. I'm gonna pause that. I'm gonna read some comments and then we will react. That's my mouse falling off my desk. Wow. Peace, love, and light. It said, in my opinion, Diddy has been instructed to implement these things with the prisoners to make him appear as a noble man for this day in court. Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of folks do it. Peace, love, and light. So again, you know, because even those that are and have already been sentenced, when they go up in front of the parole board, they're able to say, I've completed this program. I had a group session doing this. I presented this to fellow inmates, and, you know, I joined the church. Your Honor, I found the Lord. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. And a lot of them do it. And in the end, they only wanted to benefit them, in my opinion. Some of them may have truly been authentic. You know what I mean? Hey, Precious. Those injuries and statements may be true. However, he was found not guilty of any domestic charges. He was all right, well, just be careful with the words, sis. And look, I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I've been saying that all morning. I want this man to only be sentenced on what he was found guilty of. That's it. That's all. No matter who likes it, no matter what we witnessed, no matter what we saw, no matter, and it's sad, but if we are being what Candy said, I am, which is fair and impartial and all of that, then yeah, you are supposed to be able to look at this and should only want that, because it's Diddy today, but tomorrow it could be you. Tomorrow it could be your husband, your brother, your son, and you would want him to only be sentenced at for what he was found guilty of. You know what I mean? I totally agree with you, Precious. Yes, Rena, go ahead, sis. Just make sure, be careful with your words in the chat. Go ahead. Yeah, Precious, I agree with you with that as well. And they should not, and maybe you weren't here when the judge said that, but it wasn't the judge. He was reading, I'm assuming, what the prosecution had presented before they got into their official statement or whatever. But they were fighting whether some of that previous evidence would be allowed. And if I'm not mistaken, the judge overruled that. So, we're on the same page. We're on the same page. Was it DV that we synced, SEENT, with our own eyes? As far as Cassie, yes. Was he convicted of that? No. That should not come into play. So I'm with you, sis. Who is that wanted to ask me a question? Rena. Okay, Rena, ask me the question, sis. Just, again, make sure to be careful with your words of how you ask that question. But I'm down. Let's see what this guy was about to say.
And they accused her of lying. They said she came in here, used a pseudonym, put on a fake voice, put on a fake posture, and they contend that everything she testified about, and she made some grave allegations about sexual violence, sexual abuse, they say she was lying. So the prosecutors say they will not be bringing in any witnesses, any victims to speak in court, but that they will convey those messages through the letters that have been received and ultimately their arguments. On the flip side, we've already heard from 2 lawyers for Combs, 6 of his 7 children, 3 more lawyers are going to speak in the afternoon, and then Sean Combs himself will address the court.
That's because the accused always gets the last word. I mean, he will have his right to speak, even though he didn't speak during the trial. He didn't take the witness stand, which of course was his right during the trial, but he will speak today.
That's right. A lot of rights here at play, a lot of constitutional rights that protect all defendants, and Sean Combs exercising those. At trial, he elected not to testify on his own behalf. He spoke briefly in court during the trial, just conveying to the judge that he was making that decision not to testify on his own volition and his own accord. And then today, his lawyers have said that he will exercise his right of allocution, it's called, which is a defendant's right to speak in court, to potentially show remorse, to try to convince the judge to show leniency. And Sean Combs gave a preview of what he's going to say in court in a 4-page letter that he sent to the judge yesterday. In that letter, he talked, as his lawyers did today, about being a changed man, about how going to jail after his arrest in September of 2024 has allowed him to kick drugs and alcohol, how while behind bars he has taught a class to other inmates, conveying his business skills in a 6-week course that was called Free Game with Diddy. And then in other letters sent in by his lawyers, there are people who say that he's going to continue to teach and continue to impart his knowledge on people. He has speaking engagements, in fact, lined up for next week in Miami, a point that prosecutors seized on and said he is acting like he's going to be a free man in just a few hours or just a few days, scheduling appointments outside of jail. Prosecutor Christy Slavic said that was the ultimate hubris because the judge has not yet decided on a sentence. Prosecutors want more than 11 years in prison. Combs' lawyers want him released almost immediately. They're calling for 14 months, which is just about going to line up with how much time he's already served.
And then the sentencing guidelines are about 70 months, right?
Yeah, about 6-7 years. In the federal court system, there are these things called federal sentencing guidelines, and they are established essentially to make sure that John Doe and a person in Oklahoma, and a person in California, and a person in New York, and Sean Combs are all sentenced under the same basic formula and the same basic amount of time. Now, there are various factors, the severity of the offense, criminal history, and then other factors. Prosecutors, for example, wanted an increased offense score, they call it, or increased time for certain things that they say were relevant to this case, the violence and the brutality. There were some enhancements, as they call them, including for coercion. Now, you have to remember that Sean Combs, there was a split verdict at his trial. It was a mixed verdict. He was convicted on 2 prostitution-related charges: transportation for the purpose of prostitution, a violation of the Federal Mann Act, which is a century-plus-old statute. Those charges, 2 counts, each count is punishable by up to 10 years in prison. He was acquitted on the more serious charges of sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy, which could have landed him behind bars for the rest of his life. Those carry a maximum life sentence. So he was acquitted, and he, celebrated a partial victory when the trial concluded in July. But at the same time, he is facing potentially years behind bars. And the judge has said that while the jury acquits you on charges, it does not necessarily acquit you of conduct, and the violence and the coercion and things like that can factor into how the sentence is handed out.
Now let's talk about how did he?
All right, I will say again, that was a misstep on behalf of Diddy's team of high-powered attorneys. There is no way in the world they should have allowed him to sign up for any speaking engagements. Had they done that after sentencing, just to show the world and the judge and everybody else, after he was released, that's different. But to do that and have that lined up for next week, and you don't even know if this man is going to walk or not, that's not a good look. That is not a good look. And that shows a little bit of arrogance. You know what I mean? Because, what do you mean? This man could sentence you to 10 years, 6 years, 11 years. And I don't think it's a good look for any of us just to assume that you will be released. Bad look, bad look. And they getting paid too much damn money to make mistakes like that. Attorneys are supposed to advise. That's why people hire them for criminal cases or any other type of cases. They're supposed to be more knowledgeable than us. And what's really going on? You just sure he gonna be out? No, that's crazy. Hey, Motor Culture. How are you, sis? Happy Friday to you. I have not, Arena, heard the status of Weinstein's appeal. I will do, however, a quick Google search for you, sis, just to see. Shout out to Google. Let's see. What is the status of Harvey appeal? Let's see. His status is uncertain regarding the retrial's outcome, though he remains in prison based on his Los Angeles conviction. So no status as of yet. No status as of yet on that. Dummy move, dummy ass. But look, Rena, dummy moves got him in jail. But again, I'll be damned if I'm paying you $10 to $15 million and you're not advising me of what you feel could be frowned upon. Do I think that was Diddy's suggestion to sign up and want to speak and speaking engagements? I do. Do I think that if, let's say, he is released and that's the path in life that he wants to now be on, as far as spreading the word of business only. Don't look at the chicks in the class or nothing else. Do I think that there's anything wrong with that? I don't. But no, you can't just think your ass gonna be released to do it. The cart before the horse. The horse got to pull the cart. The cart don't pull the horse. You know? And yeah, that's the arrogance. Straight arrogance to me. Teresa said it's not a good look unless politics have come into play and they know something we don't. Well, Teresa, that could be the case, but it also cannot be the case. You know what I'm saying? So it's just not a good look, period, sis, because this case is not over. So I understand what you're saying, but yeah. And from what we've been able to witness when it comes to this judge is a no-nonsense judge. And I bet you he said, look at this Negro here. He really think he going to be able to put on a course and have a speaking engagement next week. I could absolutely release him with conditions. Meaning I could release you and your ass can't travel nowhere. How you going to speak to people? Or I can sentence you to stay for years. So politics, I don't think should ever be in play right now where things are currently going on, you know? And Rena, you had a second part to this. Is it possible they're doing this on purpose? You're talking about the attorneys? Who is the they that you think that they're doing something on purpose? Let me know. I think Diddy is going to get 4 to 6 years with hardcore probation, but you don't know. We shall see. You're welcome, sis. Peace, love, and light said the pre-assumption speaks volumes to his arrogance. I could not agree with you more, but that's what the attorneys are for. Your ass arrogant, but we not. And yeah, no, you're not doing that. You're not doing that until we know what's going to happen. That's what they're for, sis. But it absolutely speaks volumes on Diddy's arrogance for sure. But what are they getting paid for? You know? And it's okay to tell your rich, high-powered client, no, that's not a good idea. Attorneys shouldn't be yes men. Oh, yeah, I don't see nothing wrong with that. They shouldn't be yes men. You know? Diddy's lawyers, do I think they are doing this on purpose? I don't know. I think that, again, this last part that I just said, that I think they could be yes men. You know what I'm saying? And they just agree. Okay, you want to do that? Okay, I don't see nothing wrong with that. Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. You know, I think that he's bright enough to know if they are trying to sabotage his life, if that's what you mean. And I think that he absolutely would have put a stop to it. So, good question, though. Good question. Who over here speaking? Let's see. I paused her. Let's go live over here and see what they're talking about. We got about 10 more minutes and then the court will be back in session. We got some more action over there. So I'm going to take this from, I don't want to pause. I just want to mute on both. Hold on, guys. I don't want to pause. All right. Over here. I want to mute, but stay live. All right. And we're going to go back to Twitter because Law and Crime Network, they had some more tweets from Inner City Press. So although we are on a break, I'm sure maybe, just maybe, he has updated a little bit more. So what I was telling you guys earlier, you know, he is giving minute by minute updates, and sometimes you can't type everything. So let's go ahead and take a quick look. Let's see. Let's share the screen. It's Tyra here. Hey, Tyra. Happy Friday, sis. Child, what he crying about now? Oh, it's his birthday. He putting on his sexy face. Marquez, child, came up on my timeline. All right. Let's see. Sorry, guys. I am multitasking, dropping messages over here for the Cutie Crew that I'll be putting on YouTube for the Cutie Crew as well. Child, multitasking. You hear me? Well, the Cutie Crew message, y'all gonna have to wait, child. I can't do it right now. I see you, Mocha. Okay, sis. Okay. Let me turn that off, child. It's too much going on. But let's see. We have a good 8 minutes left before we are live from Inner City Press. So let's see if we missed anything in these last 20 or 30 minutes or so. All right. This is Inner City Press. This is the guy, Matthew Russell. Shout out to him. Amazing, and has been amazing for all of these cases. And I've been following his page for years on Instagram, probably, I don't know, 5 years or so. All right, let's see. So the judge said we would resume at 2 p.m. That's the last that I see over there. So maybe they were playing something else because I don't see anything else. All right, I think we're up to date over here, guys. I think we are up to date. Gene Dill. I don't know how I feel about him, Mo, but I'm gonna read your comments, sis. Let me stop sharing for a minute. You said Gene Dill, Diddy's past security, said that Diddy told him he would unalive himself if he ever had to go to prison, allegedly, for a long time. Diddy told Gene one time, I can't do it, I won't do it. Well, let's hope he does not do that. And this year that he spent in there lets us know that, you know, he's at least been able to survive in jail. And look, I don't know how I feel about Gene because Gene saw a lot of things. Gene been talking for the past year or two out here in these YouTube streets, Instagram streets, and any other street. But Gene is one that I look at, Mode, that is set back, witnessed a whole lot, and didn't say shit then, but now y'all teeth and talking. No. You know. So anyway, good comment though. And you know, I don't wish that on any, well, that's kind of hard to say, but I don't wish that on anybody. You know what I mean? Because look, if you did the crime, do the time. You know, but I don't know if, knock on wood, God forbid, I was ever faced in those type of situations, how I would feel. Could I be able to survive? You know what I mean? So yeah, but Gene, let me stop being ignorant. Shut up, Gene. That's all I gotta say to him. Gene, baby, been on everybody platform. You hear me? Everybody. And why weren't you on everybody's platform back in the day? Okay. Let's do a quick Diddy search. I'll see if there's anybody else. Oh, Armand is live in New York. Armand flew back in for the Diddy case. He was live. He just got off live, but I see him outside the courtroom. It looks like on his thumbnail. Tisa Tales is back. Shout out to them because what they are doing is completing the task of what they started by traveling to New York for the case. I like that. I like it. Let's see. Trying to see, guys. Trying to see any other than the ones that I normally follow. Let's see what they're talking about. Okay, here's a view of outside. This is why the judge needs to go ahead and get to your point, your decision today. because they out there in them streets, baby. Take a look live outside the courthouse. You're welcome, Peach. I'm enjoying it too, sis. I am. Now I'm a mute, but keep it playing right now. I did not know. Oh, child, look at his teeth, sis. Baby, look. Oh, I'm being messy live. Child, do y'all see right here? Oh, child. Baby, you got some teeth, sis, on you. Do you hear me? Some big old chompers. All right, let me quit being messy. What does this sign say? People F New York. I'm not going to say that next part. I never trust them. They're coming to bribe you with billions of dollars to sell America. Green cards. Please tell them to F off. What I wanted to say was I did not really realize that it was such a circus scene every day when this trial was going on this past summer. You know, naturally, I expect days like today for people to be everywhere, or the verdict, when the verdict, the jury announced that they had reached a verdict. I expect days like that. It was a total circus. So although I do still say I wish I could have been a part of that, just because of, you know, the whole hip hop and my time. Diddy is around my age and all of that. And I feel like as a content creator, I should have been there. I don't know how long I would have lasted, because baby, it's all type of folks out in them streets. Do you hear me? All type of just weirdness. Child, was a lot going on. So yeah. Baby, you said it, not me. Quit being messy, sis. Quit being messy. Peace, love, and light. Talking about looking like Ed the horse. Oh yeah, she be on one, April. She be on one. Okay. Shout out to Tisa Tales Child. Teresa, I love Armand, but I can't do Tisa. Maybe she changed though. Look, I came to that same conclusion, sis. Teresa, and I think that we both talked about that, because initially that's what I thought I was going to be watching for the coverage. Tisa could not do it. I don't know what's going on. Definitely not going to ever say some of the rumors that's been out there, but yet two animated for me, just two everything, two extra, yeah, doing too much. But she's a good content creator, I'll give her that. But yeah, no, I couldn't do it either. Choppers. Y'all, look, this who to get. Let me stop. We're not gonna do that. Stop it. I'm telling myself, stop it. But let's go ahead and take another quick look. Court will be resuming in a minute. Actually, it is actually 2 p.m. now. So we'll be back to inner city. But take a look. Y'all hear them playing Diddy music in the background? Them people are out there. They are out there. A little more, and then I'll check my other page. All right. Yeah, that's what I'm not sure I could have dealt with every day. You know, but when you are out to do a job, you're just supposed to do everything you can to do it. So shout out again to everybody that was out there in them screech, child. But me, yeah, no, I'll give y'all my thoughts from this hotel room. I ain't doing all that, y'all, at all. But anyway, let's go ahead and see what else is going on. This is a view strictly of the door. This is another reason why I wanted to go, because I'm like, look how calm it is and all of that. But baby, that's the other view. And they out there. They gonna clown too. They gonna clown based on the outcome either way to me. Let's see what Jesse's saying.
What's happening. As soon as they go back live, we will let you know. But right now, I want to discuss what we're seeing, what is happening. I want to bring in trial attorney Adante Pointer. I want to bring in prison consultant Justin All
right. I don't want to pause. I just want to mute.
Litigator Rich Schoenstein.
Okay. This one as well, I think. I don't want to pause. I just want to mute. So I'll be live on those. We'll see up-to-date live streams on all, but the one that I want to keep my view on is the doors. The doors. Let me stop sharing real quickly. I do have my Twitter up. And people over here lying over in the comments saying Trump has pardoned Diddy. And I don't think that's the case. I haven't been on social media, Instagram, other than us watching that video, but I doubt that. But look, I wouldn't be surprised if last minute Trump say, forget this judge, and I'm going to go ahead and just overrule that as well. Let's see. Yeah, I highly doubt that, though. I'll just do a quick... All right, somebody just said the delusion. They're talking about Diddy booking their speaking engagement. They said this delusion behind the confidence of this man needs to be studied in a lab. Somebody else said, I think this is one of the issues. Actions like this could seem like he isn't taking this whole thing seriously and feels like this is all just a formality. I agree. Bro told the judge, hurry this up. I got somewhere to be. This person said, bad luck. Judges do not like their authority being played with like that. Gonna bite him hard. And honestly, someone and something needs to teach this man a lesson. You're not bigger than the program, dude. Totally agree. Totally agree. That was a bad look. And you can't fire the lawyers. You know what I mean? But and that lets me know again, they are yes people. Yes people. Yes, do that. Are you crazy? Prosecution coming out trying to get 13 years, 11 years, and all these years. What I say, Brittany Janae? Because you know I always get in trouble, sis. Yeah, I know that, Candy. I was reading comments in that YouTube live video that I was sharing over there, and people lying, and a lot of people do that too. They want to get the chat riled up, you know. Let's see. Let's go live in these comments though. I'm gonna click on this one and see. Was it more? Was it? Oh yes. Is that what I was doing in the past? I don't know if I want to go down that route though. Let me get out of this. You guys can't see what I'm doing. But I believe I can click the last comment. I'm going to do it on one page. Hold on. Because I got 2 pages open. All right. We resume at 2 p.m. It is 2:06 p.m. now. But let's see. I am going to click on that comment. And see if... Reverend Gary Johnson, who's up next. People over there have his letter. I'm not going to read that. Let me do this like I've been doing. I don't want to do that. Okay, let me see. Mode said, I feel like Diddy did it to himself. He's spoiled. Diddy thought he was bigger than the program, above taking accountability. Now, nah, it don't work like that. It don't. But Mode, I do need you to answer this question for me, sis. Do you think he demanded? Because that could be the case, and we know he's that type of person. Do you think he demanded that he wanted to sign up for that speaking engagement? And he told his lawyers, in spite of anything that they could have said and should have said, no, I want to do this. Do you think that's the case? Because I'm still, and I agree with you 1,000%, but I am still going to blame these attorneys. Ooh, these Cutie Crew sisters, baby. Something else. Oh, the teeth, child. Ooh, child. And look, I'll be messy real quickly, but this who he reminded me of, child. I'll be messy real quick.
Got him! Got him!
Damn, now that I played that, what if that was him? It kind of looked like it. That guy was pretty tall, and I don't know how tall this guy is, but he looked just like him, child. Just like him. All right, let me update my page over here on Twitter. Let's see. What is this? What y'all doing? Do. Because they should be back. And again, if this judge puts a time limit on what's left, we may have this sentence ruling today. And the judge should want to go ahead and rid himself of this case. Get it over with. Let me respond to Miss Lady, child. Oh, child. Okay. Let's see. What was I about to do? Read some comments. Hold up. What speaking engagement? Break it down. What speaking engagement did he probably demanded to speak at? Where you been, girl? I'll bring it up for you real quickly while we wait. But yeah, earlier while we were getting our minute-to-minute updates, we learned that Diddy got a speaking engagement next week in Miami. And I'll bring it up for you. Right here. Shout out again to the Neighborhood Talk. But Mr. Combs has booked speaking engagements for Miami for next week. That is the height of hubris. He did this for 15 years. Then they go into he's responsible for transporting escorts and all of that. But yeah, signed up for speaking engagements in advance. Don't even know if his ass going to be released. And that should have never happened. So that's my question to you, Mode. Even if he felt like that was a good idea, do you think it is the responsibility of the attorneys to say, yeah, nah? Let me know. Let me grab some water, guys. My throat getting a little dry. Oh, that's so good. Give me 1 second. All right. And I knew that this was going to be a marathon live. I should have put that in my title, and I'll absolutely update it somewhere. Let's see if Mode responded. No problem, Tyra. I appreciate you. I appreciate the mods. Thank you to each and every one of you. Y'all gonna take shifts, child. I'm gonna be here. But I want to see what these marathons look like. Look, let me say this to those that are listening. Kai Cenat made $17 million and counting in 1 month. That was for, now I'll never be able to do that, but that was for his Marathon 3. And he was live for 30 days. $17 million. That is only based off of the views at the time, the subscriptions, and his YouTube. You know, he went live on Twitch, but naturally took his content from Twitch and also uploaded it to his YouTube channel. And you heard me correctly, $17 million in 1 month. I Show Speed, the other top Black content creator that streams, made $6 million in a month. He too just did a 30-day across the US type of trip. So shout out, first of all, look, shout out to anybody, no matter the race, but shout out to them Black Boy Joy. Shout out to Black Boy Joy. Top 2 streamers made that money. Now, if I ain't gonna get my age. Some of you know the age, but if I was a couple of years younger, baby, I would be doing 30-day marathons too. If I made 17, I may go and do 60. You know what I mean? 60 days. But I love that. But as far as this marathon live chat, it won't be anywhere. And when I say any, I mean anywhere near that. Nowhere close. Okay. Not even 1,000 there. But yeah, I'm okay with doing this. It's my day off, and nothing planned until later. Nothing planned until later. And I should not. Hold on. Oh, I'm so glad it was on the screen. Hold on. Should not be sharing that with you guys. But give me 1 second. Let me update my title. Give me 1 second. Let's see. Give me 1 second. Almost done. Gotta make sure. To stay within that 100 characters. Sorry, guys. We're gonna be live though. I'll check. I will check Inner City as soon as I'm done. Why does it take me so long for this damn title? Here we go. And I'm still 1 over. What could I take out? This. All right, here I go. But no, I was saying to the Mosh Child, you know, you guys take shifts. I'll be here until we know today what this judge is gonna do. You know what I mean? Okay, so I can get out of this. Let me close that out completely. Let's see. And I'm coming, guys. Now I am refreshing my page over here on Inner City, and I will see what you guys are saying in the comments. I'm gonna stop sharing, and I will also change the title on StreamYard. Okie dokie. Oh, I can't, huh? Okay, cool. Cancel. Can't change it on StreamYard. It don't need to be changed over here anyway. All right, let's see. Inner City, where are you? Where are you? Yeah, this is not where I want to be, because now I'm where all of these folks' comments are. So let me go back and do this how I've been doing it all damn day. Because I don't need to see everybody comments. I just want his. Let's get live. Let's get live. I'll read you guys' comments as soon as I find out where I am over here. Give me a second. Oh, in the city over here responding to people. What you doing, dude? Hold on. See, there's some bull. Hold on, guys. The hell. All right. I'm almost there. Because now it's picking up everything. So I know what I'm going to do. Bear with me. Bear with me. Take that poll real quickly if you don't mind. And make sure you click the like button and that you are subscribed while I open up a whole new Twitter page. When I say whole new Twitter page on both tabs. And then go back. All right, let's look at this real quick. Let's look at this real quick, guys. I'll share this with you and then I'll get back to where I was. But thank you guys. Thank you guys for joining me. I really appreciate it. And look, 4 hours and 30 minutes so far, but I'm okay. I am okay. So let's look at the kids walking up. This is the Shade Room over there on Twitter. And let's see. Why are you doing that, Shade Room?
Are you guys nervous at all? You look fantastic. Are you guys nervous at all? You look fantastic.
Oh, Misa. That's the two remaining babies' mamas. Misa Hilton and Lil Loves. Or is that Sarah? He got 3 baby mamas that's still living. And rest in peace to Kim Porter. All right, next one. There go Janice Combs. Mama Combs, baby. I like that pantsuit. Mama Combs got that swoop bang. All right. Anything else? No. All right. Let me see what you guys are saying before we go back live over there. I feel like the pro-blackness in me wants to see Diddy get off, but the righteousness in me wants to see Diddy locked up. Righteousness overrules my pro-blackness. I like that, sis. I like it. And look, thank you just for being honest. A lot of people are struggling because of that. You know what I'm saying? The pro-blackness part of it. Or knowing that, yeah, there's other races that they don't go through all of this. But you are standing on business when it comes to your morals, principle, values, beliefs, all of that. And that is absolutely respectable. CC, you been here, sis, or you just came back? Okay, Uchao, hold on. What's going on? We back. All right, let me bring it up. Hold on, guys. Peace, love, and light said, I do feel that Dump just may pardon Diddy. That just may have something to do with his speaking engagement, him knowing of a possible pardon. We, the people, will not be surprised. Okay, so that lines up to what Teresa said. Okay, that's a good point. That is a good point. That's a good point. Thank you, ladies, for that. Yeah, if his lawyers and everybody else already know that if this judge say you got 11 years and Trump say nah, then yeah, absolutely. Excellent point. Thank you. I wasn't thinking like that. Anybody else? I will keep my position in the is this state or federal? Because if it's state, Trump can't pardon him. This is federal. This is federal. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. They are back. They are back. So, Inner City Press said they're back, and now Brian Steele is up. And Steele said, I'm honored to practice in this majestic courthouse. I sit here with tears in my eyes. I can't believe we are here. Sean has impacted America in such a positive manner. All right. Steele said, the jury has spoken. We have been convicted of 2 counts of the Mann Act. Sean's father was unalive when he was 3 years old. He was raised in Harlem in the 70s, 1970s. It was different. His mother had 3 jobs, moved them to a money earning Mount Vernon. I got that from Heavy D. Steele goes on to say he goes to Howard, but he has another idea. He goes to work at a record company. He's in the studio with artists. His ear is better than everyone's. He works harder than anyone else. More trauma. His best friend is shot in LA in a drive-by. That best friend that he's talking about is the notorious B.I.G. Majestic courtroom Steele. Come on, dude. And Inner City Press, I need you to get yourself together because this is not how your comments are supposed to look. So I saw people over there begging him for the comments, but he needs to take it back to how he was doing it, where it was only his comments, not everybody's. All right, but I'll click this one. What do I have to do, Inner City? All right, let's see. Steele goes on to say, Sean is upset. He is trying to break down barriers. He has an operation and he gets addicted to the painkillers he's given. He has been high from then until 2024. You heard it at trial. He has medicated because his body was hurt, his emotions too. On occasion, he would hit the women he loved. He loved Miss Ventura. I have been with Sean more than my family since I met him. He has taken responsibility. He would have pled guilty to the Mann Act, but they wouldn't offer that. Still gonna lay it on. Steele is definitely not gonna do what Westmoreland did. He gonna lay it on thick. He's an excellent defense attorney. But look, they got to be truthful. They got to be truthful. And he did just say on occasion he would hit the woman he loved. And he loved Mrs. Ventura. Now, I'm not going to say, but a lot of us have heard that from men in our own personal lives. I love you. After DV. It is DV month. So, does that apply only to us and the men or Diddy as well? All right, let's see if there's any more. Oh, I don't like the way you're doing this. Change it back, Inner City. My goodness, I don't like this. Which one can I click on? Steele goes on to say, I have been there with Sean, has prayed for healing for anyone he has hurt. It is now 12 months and 17 days in the MDC. There are certain people who gain prestige if they hurt him. The guard stopped the man with a shank. He eats out of bags, chips. Now, come on, Steele. I don't know about that. It is federal, and however he may, but currently he is not facing any state charges. He absolutely may, though. You're right, sis. Let's see. We don't care if he eating out of plastic bag, child. He in jail. Yeah, no private chef, no butlers, no none of that. So still, you could have left that out. Also, the judge may say, well, look, we don't care about the shank. He hurt people as well. I don't know if that was a good look. Steele said he lives with 25 people in one room. There's a TV area, a supposed bed. There are drugs there. He has not taken drugs. There is violence. The water is polluted. You have to boil it. There are screams day and night. No, it's not. But look, if you understand the mental part of that, of women and men who has suffered at the hands of an AB user, they absolutely try to act like they still loved you and did that. All right, let's see what's being said. Let me know if y'all want to the name of the school Diddy went to and the name of the priest. No, we don't. No more. DM me, sis. But as far as the name of the priest, that is doxing. So please don't drop it in the chat, okay? We can look it up though. Let's see. But yeah, still say the man is in the room with 25 people. Oh my God. How would he survive? Inner city press, get it together. What's going on here? I don't like this. I don't like this. Because I should not have to go to your page. What's going on? Let's go back. Let's click this one and see. So as of right now, that's the last comment. That was 1 minute ago, but dog it, I don't like the way they doing this. Let's see. Yeah, but people over there saying sounds like jail to me. Like, duh. What you thought he was going to have? A penthouse in the MDC? Yeah, it's jail. All right, let's see. I'll click this one. 3 minutes ago. And so far, that is still the last comment. All right, I'm going to scroll up and read more of you guys. Currently, 146 of you all are in here. Thank you so much, or at least watching. Shout out to those that are in the bushes. Yeah, no names. Thanks, sis. Thanks for your understanding. Let's see, a couple more comments. Candy said, as we say in medicine, you can do 9 things right, but the one thing you do wrong can ruin your career and reputation. Hence, Diddy's good will not outshine his wrong. Yeah, and that's why, look, nobody is perfect. We do know that. But be careful about the wrong things that you do, especially if you're doing them willingly. You know what I mean? There are consequences to actions. I get what you're saying. However, you know what I mean? There are consequences. All right, let's see. Inner city, where are you? Is that still the last one? I don't like this ish at all. I'm going to go back here. I'm going to go back here and go to his main page here and see if he's changed it yet. All right, so far, maybe I need to stay here. I'm going to stay here. He hasn't changed it, but I'll stay at the main page. So 3 minutes ago is the last comment. We will be getting something soon. My Instagram name is the same name as this page says. Chit Chat with QT. And yeah, you can send it to me. What are you all's thoughts so far of what Diddy's lawyer, Brian Steele, has said? Although there's access to drugs, Diddy hasn't done it, Your Honor. Although there is violence, Diddy has not been involved in any of it, Your Honor. A supposed bed. Baby, do they got him sleeping on that steel bed? Because that's what I heard that's in the MDC. They did say reports have said that, yeah, that is one of the most violent institutions one could be housed in. For me, Diddy is still Diddy, and I think Diddy will be okay, but I don't know if I can say that, y'all. Look at allegedly what happened to Jeffrey Epstein, you know? All right, so Inner City Press is still composing tweets. So as you guys that's been with me from the start of this, when they do update this page, I'm sure we will be getting more than just one. All right. In the meantime, let me stop sharing. Let me reshare. Let's see what they talking about Cassie over here, child. Cassie had a whole 10-hour. Oh, shoot. I'm going to have to take it back. I mean, not 10-hour. 10-album contract. And Diddy had her locked in, child. Where's Cassie? I just saw it. Let's look right here real quickly.
This letter from Cassie Ventura, Dante. During my time with Combs, I was in a constant state of hypervigilance, as I always anticipating demands for sex acts, otherwise fearing retribution for any perceived slight. My descent into substance abuse was directly correlated with the increased control over my body. Spent the last 7 years of my life slowly rebuilding myself, physically getting clean from the drug abuse Sean Combs forced and encouraged, and mentally understanding how to live with a seemingly insurmountable level of trauma. I still have nightmares and flashbacks on a regular everyday basis and continue to require psychological care to cope with my past. His defense attorneys claim he's a changed man and he wants to mentor abusers. I know firsthand what real mentorship means, and this disgusts me.
Wow.
I hope that your decision considers the many lives that Sean Combs is a.
So what they're reading, I'm just pausing real quickly, is Cassie's impact statement sent to the judge.
Bended with his abuse and control. Does a judge weigh the statement of a victim in a greater sense than other statements?
You would hope that the judge is weighing all statements and placing the appropriate amount of gravitas or weight on those statements based upon credibility, the evidence, and in the context of the charges, as well as the person he's potentially being sentenced. So I think her words, certainly carry a lot of weight. She was essentially the government's star witness and testified in front of the judge, so he's able to judge her and her words and on his own basis, from having watched her testify on the stand and go through, I believe it was 4 days of testimony and being cross-examined too. So I hear her words, it's clear those are very strong words, a lot of passion, a lot of pain in those words. And Sean Combs has acknowledged, what his conduct may have caused for her and paid for it with now a conviction, as well as in a civil case, a lot of money. Obviously, given the judge's comments and remarks earlier, that's not enough to foot the bill. So there appears that there's going to be some more additional prison time that Sean Combs is going to owe to society before he can get on with his life.
Dante, I know we have to sign you up.
All right. We will go back to Twitter. I will see what you guys are saying, but I think I found my format, guys, of Inner City Press, because that's why I was making sure that I bookmarked. Where is it? Earlier. And let's see if we are the hours going down or yes. Okay. So let's see. We may be back to how I like to read these to you guys. Okay, so we're still at that last comment from Diddy's lawyer that he lives with the 25 people in one room. Flojo, welcome, Flojo. Happy Friday. Flojo said he's in the room with 25 people. He still got money. Who's to know he ain't got them doing some each? He could be. All right. Cassie's husband got her the same way. Look, Teresa. I've said it, and several people on social media, Instagram, Twitter, baby, they said the same thing. In my opinion, her husband was not supposed to assist her in the capacity that he has. If you help her escape a situation, how did you end up sleeping with her? I think that's where you're going, sis, Teresa. There's no way in the world he should have ended up her husband. Does that make sense? Let's see. Consequences and repercussions, child, repercussions, all of that. Facts. Let's see. You Googled the prison Diddy is at. It's still beds, but inmates do have a thin mattress. Yeah. Yep, still beds. So that's why his lawyer said supposed bed. But naturally, it just don't make them, lay on top of the steel. All right, let's see. Any more updates? Now, this one is going back that way. This is crazy. Hold on. Normally, you scroll down. This one is up. What's going on in the city? Get it together. Hold on, guys. Show more. Hold on, guys. We will get there. I promise you. Okay. Almost. All right. And we do have a new update. Oh, shoot. I didn't mean to click you. Steele said, some in the media, not all, who have written that Sean is an outcast, a leper. That is not true. He has done things I would only dream of doing. There is a man released to his home, Charles Scruggs. He can speak. He is by the phone now. Who is Charles Scruggs, guys? Let me know if you know. Who is they at? Let me know. I will search. And I agree, Flojo. It's jail, not a vacation. Facts. Charles Scruggs. I feel like I know who that is, but I also feel like I don't. I'll do a quick Google search because it's going to take inner city a little time. In the meantime, let's react to more on the scene while I run to the bathroom. All right, guys. All right, so we do have some updates. However, let me stop sharing that. Let me mute this. I did find out who Charles Scruggs is. And Diddy's lawyer said, and I'll bring it back up so you guys can see this. Brian Steele He said, there is a man released to his home, Charles Scruggs. He can speak. He is by the phone now. I asked, who is Charles Scruggs? And Charles Scruggs is a former inmate who served time at the MDC Brooklyn, where he took a free game with Diddy business course taught by Diddy. That man has been released. He's 37 years old, and he has been released to Diddy's home. What's that about, child? What's that about? Is that Diddy's allegedly boo? Why was he released to Diddy's home? I don't know now. Diddy, been there a long time. A lot of us say we feel like the man may at least be, bi. And is Charles the new boo child? We'll find out. Let's see if we have any more when it comes to updates. Let me bookmark right here. And here. Just in case. Okay, let's see. Who do y'all think Diddy and Charles got it going on or what? Because I'm just wondering, like, Charles had a house before he met you, Diddy. Why is he released to your home? Why is he sitting there waiting for you to be released? Let's see. I don't know about that. Show replies. So we do have another one. I'm gonna bookmark this one. And Steele said October 6th is not a speaking engagement. It is that people realize he is different. He can speak about drugs, about putting your hands on a woman. He can change people's lives. It is not a speaking engagement. It is a healing. And they cut off right there. So right there, October 6th is Monday. That is allegedly the speaking engagement that folks were talking about. And Diddy's lawyer is coming out and contradicting that and saying, yeah, nah, that's not the case. Well, what is it? No matter what it is, was it scheduled for something that he can do inside the prison walls? Because if not, that's still crazy. To set up anything, a healing retreat or whatever. What y'all think about Charles? Ooh, child. Mo said, OMG, what? Diddy developed a friendship to the point that the man got released to stay at Diddy's home, baby. Peace, love, and life. Say probably his playmate. Don't drop the soap. Charles comforted Diddy. Flojo say, Lord have mercy. See, I told you Charles is going to continue what he started. Is Charles a boo thing? That's what I'm asking, Gia. What's going on? Charles is living high off the hog right now. Now, I don't know if it's Diddy's home in New York. Probably so if Charles is on some type of probation. Or baby, is he in Miami, a Star Island? Ciao. Miss Lady say sounds like some BS. It is a healing. Hold on, sis. That's where they ended. Be patient mode. I will refresh. That's where they ended. It's not a speaking engagement. It is a healing. So we got to wait while Inner City types up this stuff for us. And damn, I wish I didn't have to go all the way up there every time, but I do. Hold on. Show more. Hold on. It's a healing what? It's a healing what? What? All right, hold on, guys. We read that. Show more. Nothing yet. So we don't know, Mo. That was 7 minutes ago. So Inner City will be dropping a number of tweets. We are refreshing. Look, you gotta really you gotta really love what you do. We are headed towards 5 hours. And look, I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. I done spent 7-8 hours with my cutie crew. So it is what it is. I still feel good. Simone is here. Simone said Charles is gonna make Stevie J jealous, allegedly. In your opinion. Hey, Simone. Let's see. Well, either way, it was planned on the outside of prison. That's what we're trying to learn. That's how it was put out here initially, and we will find out soon. Be patient. And be patient. Linda Gamble is here. Okay. Charles. Ooh, child, Flojo, not Charles. Through that earth in a circle. Y'all a mess. Oh my God. I don't know. It's been longer than 6, sis. Close to 8. Okay. Yeah, I looked at some of my analytics recently. Close to 8. Okay. All right, let me refresh over here and see where we are. It is a healing what? We need to know. We need to know. Come on now. Oh, God, I wish we could stay where we were and just be there, you know? That was 2 hours. Hold on. That was there. That was there. I'm going to bookmark this one. Show more. All right. And we back. We back. But we still don't know it is a healing. So we will not know the full comment until, again, these transcripts are uploaded. But it goes on to say that Steele said this was a voluntary, actual encountered, consented to by adults. I agree with Ms. Shapiro. This is issue preclusion, double jeopardy, a due process violation. A due process violation, double jeopardy. Because, yeah, look, if you're going to introduce evidence that he was found not guilty of, you cannot or should not at least be able to make that a part of your decision when it comes to sentencing. What they're also doing is making sure that the lingo, the verbiage and everything else is included in what they're saying now, just in case they have to appeal. So, look, I don't miss nothing. Do you hear me? Baby, eyes be here, there, and everywhere. We shall see. We shall see. All right, let's see. Maybe that's what I'll do. I will bookmark the last comment and see what comes after that. But after this is comments from people, and that's not what I want. I only want Inner City Press's comments. All right, let's see if we got a little more. Shout out to you guys. Those of you that have not, please hit that like button for me. If you don't mind, click that notification bell. Make sure you are subscribed. All of the above. All right. We will get us an update real soon. And look, these updates are before anybody get them. If you're not over here following these live feeds, then yeah. So like most of your Instagram pages and all of that, they have to make their post and all of that. So we getting it a little early. Shout out to Inner City Press. All right, let's see. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. Let me see what you guys are saying. Now, what I am going to try to do, though, while I have you guys, I'm going to go to my bookmarks, and I'm going to click this last one that I bookmarked, which was the last comment, and see where that takes me. Yeah, so yeah, I don't want to do that because, maybe we shall see. All right, so this is where we left off. Let me refresh there and see if it updates here. If not, I'll go back to where I was. So far, nothing. Now I'll go back here and double check. And go back down. Oh, whoop-de-doo. No, they not. Look, this is what they saying about Diddy. This is what they saying about Diddy being housed with 25 men and on that steel bed and all of that.
Whoop-de-doo.
Whoop-de-doo. Whoop-de-doo, child. You do the crime, you got to do the time. Okay? Let's see. All right, we got a little update. Brian Steele also asks, we asked Sean to be able to have a 14-month sentence. He has taken full accountability. He's not using drug addiction as a crutch. He is saying he wants to repair. He will never be a danger. Ooh, child, no, you didn't say this, Steele. He is a civil rights leader. He is a civil rights leader. Did y'all see that? Come on now. Civil rights leader, he is not, in my opinion. Peace, love, and light said, healing what? How do you heal the wounds of the people you hurt? How do you remove the Uggs from the people you forced in their veins? How do you take back the bruises and brokenness? Boy, bye. Excellent points. Excellent points. Child, they say Diddy over there on his Al Sharpton, baby. Rest in peace to those that's gone on to glory. Martin Luther King, Dr. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and Diddy. Child. He may as well say he's a civil rights leader. The other one says he's the C in chief. All right, Teresa. I'm picking up what you putting down, sis. I'm picking up what you are putting down. All right. But still said again, he only wants Diddy to serve a 14-month sentence. If the judge allows that, Diddy most likely will walk today. If the judge agrees with that. Because he's been locked up since September 16th, 2024. So although that's only 13-ish, you guys get my gist. All right, let's see if we got any more. Everybody laughing. This is the dumbest ish ever. Civil rights leader, give him an extra 5 years for just saying that BS. Everybody is laughing. I don't understand the team of attorneys. I just don't. You know. Let's see. As we get an update, I'll read them to you. I don't know, Red Ann. I doubt it. She has not showed up to any of his court appearances, even while he was on trial. Yeah, he will say anything, but do y'all realize who wrote up these damn statements for the judge? The attorney. So even if he said, look, man, I need you to say I'm a civil rights leader. Dude, hell no, I ain't saying that shit. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, guys. I gotta grab me some seaweed. It's I got 5 minutes where I can snack. Not one, but noon my time. Hold on. Fuel my body. Give me 1 second. Now, I do believe that we may be nearing the end because when I read earlier, I got 5 minutes. I'm just gonna stare at these seaweed snacks. As I read earlier, before they went on the break, the judge asked them who was left. They said the Reverend, but it looks like they presented his letter instead of him coming up. And then Steele said after the Reverend, it would be me and then Donaldson. So if Steele is speaking now, maybe they change bringing the Reverend up there. So if that's the case, If that's the case, after still, we will have the final. But yeah, if the judge let the prosecutors come back with more, child, just start the whole damn trial over, okay? Because it's crazy. 50 Cent's letter was better. Girl, 50 Cent is trolling at the highest level. The highest level. Here it go. 50 said, I had an ongoing dispute with Puffy for over 20 years. He is very dangerous. Multiple times I have feared for my life. I think you should consider the safety of the general public, Your Honor, before unleashing him upon them. I'm not going to read anymore. 50 Cent is not scared of no damn Diddy, period, point blank. That was just his way. And it wasn't even official. 50 Cent released that to the public, but I haven't been able to find in all of the other letters that was written to the judge 50. So I think that he trolled, put it out there like he did submit it, but didn't. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm preparing my seaweed for the next when I can eat. Let's see. That's an insult. The blasphemy. For all of the great civil rights people that has gone on to glory, shame on him to even classify himself as such. Yeah, 50 was trolling, sis Angela. He was trolling big time, you know. Let's see. What does the seaweed chips taste like? Are they savory, crunchy? You may try them. Absolutely try them. And yes, they are. The ones that I have is the Nikos brand, Nicos, Simone. And I'm about to eat some chili and lime flavored ones. But yes, they are crunchy, they're savory, and they're much better than the seaweed back in the day. You know, you still gonna get a little hint of the seaweed taste, but yeah, I love them. I love that they're only 20 calories as well. Okay. He ain't scared of Diddy. Girl, bye. I chuckled when I read that. 50 Cent is just as dangerous as Diddy. May not have done everything, but you know, damn, here come the Reverend. All right, so oh, and I'm sorry, that wasn't to the Reverend. I'm just talking about I thought that I thought that they were done. But Combs is still, after saying that Diddy is a civil rights leader, he comes back with, we can now hear from the Reverend. Reverend, I'll be personally responsible for seeing, this is what the Reverend is saying. I'll be personally responsible for seeing him rehabilitated. I close with this, as not the Reverend talking about Michael Jordan. Let me start that whole part over. Girl, this is a shit show. The Reverend said again, I'll be personally responsible for seeing that Diddy is rehabilitated. I close with this. As Michael Jordan said, these sneakers are just sneakers. But when my son put them on, Sean needs an opportunity. What? I'm gonna need that whole comment reformatted or something. But why is the good Reverend mentioning Michael Jordan and sneakers? But he ended it with, and shout out to the Reverend child, that was quick for all we know. But the Reverend says Sean needs an opportunity. Hey, my Neva P. How are you, sis? Happy Friday to you. We will see what's next. That was quick. The Reverend again said, I will be personally responsible for seeing that Diddy is rehabilitated. I close with this. As Michael Jordan said, these sneakers are just sneakers. But when my son put them on, ... Sean needs an opportunity. I'm lost. But well, okay, Reverend. That's all. I'm lost, child. Yeah. All right, it's 12:01. Y'all bear with me. I'm about to take in Simone. You can listen for the crunch, sis. I won't crunch in the mic again, but that was for Simone. Ooh, that lemon, that chili and lemon got a sour taste to it. It's so good. All right, I'm gonna click another comment and see and make sure that we are live in our minute-to-minute tweets. We are 5 hours in. Shout out again to the lead attorney for these marathon type lives that I've seen him do and was in his chat for a couple years. Okay. Diddy gonna be a deacon up in that church. However, he could join old boy in Greenville. Okay, I know you're talking about. The Reverend ain't got no pull. Now, if the Pope writes the judge saying he will be personally responsible for Diddy get rehabilitated, they'll be cooking with grease. Child, look, the child, look. We gonna keep religion up out of this. But I know you said Pope, but we can talk about some others. Father, John and all of them and some of the activities that has been Diddy like. So it is what it is. All right, let me see. Let's click and see if look, if they got Michael Jordan over here, child. Michael, like, keep my name up out this ish. Why you gotta mention me, Rev? Oh Lord, they got old TD. Some of these memes on Twitter. Child, cracks me up. Okay, let's see. Inner City, where are you? I need full context on that comment from the good Rib. I'm sorry. After Sean needs an opportunity, what's next? Other than people laughing. All right, I'm gonna go to my next tab, guys. Let's see where we are. Here. Let's try here. Scroll down. Okay. Reverend, you have been very honorable in this court. Steele said, we'll have Mr. Donaldson. So I don't know who, because they have it like the Reverend is the one that said that. Sean needs an opportunity. You have been very honorable in this court. Not sure who the Reverend was talking to. But next, Steele said, we will have Mr. Donaldson. This is Diddy's final lawyer that will be speaking. And Donaldson started off by saying, it's been a long day, but I think it's been worth it. I want the record to be clear that Mr. Combs is not a pimp. All right, we'll continue. Donaldson is pretty good. Okay, Mr. Combs is not a pimp. I'm going to click here and see what's next. We'll get more next, child. We'll get more in a minute. Girl, crunch on. You are making me hungry. I got a seaweed mukbang going on. Y'all know I started this thing at 6:45 my time. And it's 12:05 now. And outside of coffee and water, this is the first one I'm eating. But try Nico's seaweed snacks. For those that like ASMR. Hold on. So good. And I did put a little bit more of my own chili with salt and lemon. Chili with salt and lemon. Chili con sal y limon. Chili mix. A little seasoning on top. They so good. Okay. You eating crab legs right now, Teresa? Dog it. You know that's going to be Sunday for me. Once I'm done over here, I will be tearing the rest of them oxtails up, baby. Unless it's too late because I'm going out to dinner. All right, we got a little bit more, I believe. Or do we? Nope, it's still at Mr. Combs is not a pimp. I'm with them with this Judge Judy meme over here, a gif. How long is this damn sentencing? Damn. It's too much. It really is. All right, let me refresh again. Enjoy. You know I love me some crab legs. Hey, Charnel. Did y'all see the video with Quincy snatching a lady meta glasses off her face for recording them in the courthouse? No, where is it? Is it on social media? I'll definitely try to find it right now. Let me go to the shade room first while we wait for more updates and see if I can find it. Hold on. We've been live, child, over here, so I have not. Can I say I blame him though? No. Is that the right thing for him to do? No. If you notice that a lady has on meta glasses, go report it to the bailiffs. You know what I mean? But Charnel, I am over here on Shade Room, Neighborhood Talk, Hollywood Unlocked. I do not see anything as far as what you're talking about. So you can let me know and we'll try to find it. In the meantime, I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back to these live tweets. Let's see. Let's see. And I'm going to take me another crunch. I'm going to try to fold this up where I don't really have to do crunch in you guys' ear. Okay, are we still at the last comment? Mr. Combs is not a pimp. It looks like we are. You gonna get you some crab claws? Do you get the ones? Do you get the ones from Walmart? And I know people probably saying, "Oh my goodness, frozen Walmart seafood." The bag of the Jonah crab claws, amazing. I buy about 5 bags every time I go to a Walmart and put them in my freezer. Amazing. So I don't know if you're talking about that, but yeah. And look, you guys know as far as calories and all of that, you can never go wrong with some seafood. Peach Prince, you can probably take another one, child. I will be here. I will be here. This is the, I'm not going to say the first and last because I'm good. And look, it's all going to my algorithm. So, you know, I do expect you guys to live your life and come on back. Keep me on if you can, though. Diddy had a better chance of getting out if he makes, okay, I'm not reading the VU part. I get them from a seafood restaurant here in New Orleans. Oh my God, I bet you they're so good. Ooh, chow. The best seafood dish that I've had from Nolans is absolutely gumbo and crab cakes. I wish I could remember the restaurant. So authentic. Oh my God. You buy the ones from Walmart. Yeah, they're pretty good. They're about $17 a bag. And yeah, like I say, I have those sometimes twice a week. All right, let's see if we have an update, guys. Let's see if we have an update. That's the good old rib. All right, we do have an update. Donaldson, here in the Southern District of New York, we've had U.S. senators prosecuted here. I dare anyone to say anyone else in the past 30 years did what he did in the MDC. The true Sean Combs came back. Baby, they landed on thick. You hear me? Oh, you getting you some crab legs today and a lobster tail. Yeah, I'm doing my thing backwards. Normally, my Friday night is seafood night. But Raymel, I made a whole Sunday dinner yesterday. And I'm gonna eat it today. Hold on, guys. Let's see something. I am back to that. Nothing there. Hold on. I want it to be live here.
Supposed to go outside of those boundaries.
And then let's go here. That's not where I was. Give me 1 second. We're going to look at a video. I'm going to try to let a couple of those tweets build up. Not a video, but we're going to look at some live. All right, let's go back to outside the courtroom real quick. Who was that said that Quincy snatched the glasses? Because I'm still waiting on you guys to tell me where you synced it in my Moses voice. But let's take a look at this. While I take me another bite of these seaweed chips. All right, guys, I have to put that up temporarily. The reaction, not much going on. I'll turn it down a little bit. Not much going on outside the courthouse, but you guys could see. And I wish I could find another view because the news trucks are everywhere. People are lined up for blocks, and they may not even get an answer today. Let me stop sharing. And let me get out of this and see if I can find any other live views for you guys that we can take a quick look at. Let's see. Okay, let's see. I think I got that tab open. Hold on, guys. Let me click Diddy. See what comes up. What is Court TV showing? Nothing. They said we'll be right back. You guys put something in the put some comments in. I'll read some comments. I'm trying to let the tweets build up so we can talk, and then have us another little break. All right, let's see. Not much. Let me see what she's saying.
If you come in the chat long enough and we see you, we notice you, you might get a free shirt. So official John Charles.
Nothing. And wow. Okay. Let's see. I'm good here till the end, Queen. Thank you, Peach Prince. Coming out the bushes to say me and my kids love seaweed snacks. Hey, Ash, aren't they the best? And look, I got not a confession, but I had tried them years ago, hated them. And it was this video that went viral on Instagram of this little baby boy, black boy, probably about 3 or 4 years old. And his dad busted him eating seaweed snacks. And he was like, well, how many did you eat? That child ate about 8 of them back to back. The dad found all the, the trades with him. And that's what made me decide to give him another try. And child, I see what that baby was on because, yeah, I love them. Hold on. Let me update over here on Twitter. But thank you for dropping down, Ash. Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on, guys. Multitasking. My apologies. Come on now. All right. Let's see. Baby, I told him up, Ray Mail. Yeah, and we shall see mode. We shall see. Somebody said that earlier. And look, we live, so we'll find out, sis. You know what I mean? Hold on, guys. Donaldson said, I spoke to chiefs of police in Miami. I spoke to superintendents of education in Miami. Everyone said, this is something different. Let me close with this. People like me are supposed to be here to show that we can do it. Gotta be a whole lot left out. Donaldson is baby, one of the best. It gotta be a whole lot left out in translation for these tweets because Brian Steele's was too short for me. Donaldson talking about in closing. What you mean? You just started. You know? Let's see. These people on Twitter is cray. Did we miss anything? And sorry, guys, I know I'm saying because I'm scrolling and looking. Okay, let's see. Mr. Combs is not a pimp. So they just trying to make it clear that Mann Act has to do with the men benefiting from the you guys know what? Benefiting financially. And Diddy, that's one thing he didn't do is, put them out there in that way. But I'm sorry, guys. One can say there was still a financial aspect to this because he controlled what money he gave them. So yeah, they weren't out there technically selling their bodies and receiving cash and giving it to him, but they still benefited. You get what I'm saying? Not benefited, but he still controlled them financially, if that makes sense. Please try and flow, Joe. Baby, I got one more in this little pack, but I ain't lying. I got 2 more little packs right here to get me through. Thank you, Mo. I appreciate that. Thank you. But try them, guys. I'll put the brand name, just drop it real quick, that I love. NICOS. My favorite flavors are the roasted, seasoned seaweed snacks, and then the chili lime has absolutely grown on me, and it's a fave now as well. Okay. Okay, let me refresh. Donaldson said in closing, so if that's in closing, we should be getting up out of here soon, child. Lord, no, we not. Anyway, I'll read that part again. He said, let me close with this. People like me are supposed to be here to show that we can do it. Donaldson said, we have a speaker ready to say that these are not speaking engagements. He is the executive director of Reentry One. The judge asked, what is the gentleman's name? Diddy's lawyer said, Giovanni. The judge said, I have a letter from these. 1 minute is fine. So they're still trying to clear up the speaking engagements parts of all of this. No matter what, if it's Reentry One or whatever, you don't know if you're going to re-enter, sir. So it don't matter if it's a speaking engagement or whatever. The fact is you've made plans before you know the outcome. Oh, where they do that at? Yeah. Flojo said I have active reflux, so yes, I'm going to try them. Do the chips taste good with wine? I haven't tried them with wine, but any soft drink or any drink, naturally that's going to be after you're done chewing, but that'll be a personal taste, child. Give it a try. Hold on. Let me put this last one in this pack in my mouth real quick. Sorry, girl. Mm-mm-mm. Okay. Ooh, that was so good. If you guys, not the tahine because that's like a little spicy, but if you can find you like a chili and lime and salt, you know, the little seasoning that they sell, and put that on top of it as well. Bye. You said I bet it's good because I just love me some tahine on my fruit. I need to try tahine. I like it on watermelon and other fruit as well, mango and stuff like that. And I got some in the cabinet, so I may try that on the seaweed. While I'm sitting with you guys. All right, let me refresh over here. The judge is going to allow this re-entry person to speak. He said 1 minute. Okay, let's see. Update. But Giovanni is now speaking. All right. And he said, my name is Giovanni. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. It's not like you guys can read it anyway, but I will share the screen. He said, my name is Giovanni Saeris for Reentry 1. We serve a couple of hundred people per year. I have read the letter of those impacted by the teachings and mentorship of Mr. Sean Combs. As a formerly incarcerated person myself, I see the impact. When a person creates his own program while incarcerated, it shows something. I know, I've done it. Not even a parking ticket since. I work with probation. I speak at many different functions with the private prison operator that we work with. All right, that's admirable. That's admirable. But how y'all gonna schedule something for Monday and you don't know the man getting out or not? Hold on. Now I'm grabbing my tahini. Hold on. So I could just give you guys a live. I can give you guys a live review on how they taste with tahini. Valentina, you guys look this up. I grabbed it off my cabinet, but it's not open yet. You guys look this up. They have this, I believe, I don't know if I got this from Smith's or when I do go to Walmart, but it's the chili pepper seasoning with lime. So that's similar to the first one that I mentioned. But look, that's admirable. Let me refresh. Giovanni Sarias was once incarcerated himself. And he said when a person creates a program while incarcerated, it shows something. Okay. And let's see, do we have an update? Not yet. That was 2 minutes ago. That's 2 minutes ago. Okay, guys, let's try to keep us on the Diddy. I see you guys must be hungry too, child. What do you guys thought? Do you think that and look, there are people absolutely that are able to be rehabilitated. There are people that with previous drug use history, that is doctors and lawyers and attorneys and husbands and wives and married and work and productive citizens. You know what I'm saying? So I do think that even Diddy can be rehabilitated. I do. As with anybody else. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. If Diddy were to get out, instead of being at a speaking engagement, he should be loving and spending all his time with his kids. I don't know if I agree with that. Or you're just saying initially, and initially, if he gets out, could be today, which means he shouldn't have scheduled this period. And we'll get into more. But let's say if he were to be released today and he does have this speaking engagement scheduled for Monday, that means he's spending time with his kid later today, tomorrow, Sunday. But if he's really, really on a quest to be a productive member of society, I don't see anything wrong with him speaking at a speaking engagement on Monday. However, you don't know that you're getting out. So yeah, that I just do not agree with. They shouldn't have never done that. Still nothing else from Giovanni, guys, but we that was 4 minutes ago, so I'm sure we'll have a couple comments from Inner City Press. 143 of you are still rocking strong. Thank you guys so much. If you're looking from the bushes, hit the like button for me. Did you guys answer the poll? Let me go back to that real quickly. Let's look at the results. I don't want to end it yet. I want to be able to see the results. Hold on. Do I click that? All right, 395 votes. And 24% said yes, he served enough time. And 76% said no, lock him up. Sis said, I agree with that. Anybody can be rehabilitated. The thing with Diddy, he spent his time behind bars focusing more on getting out than possibly trying to seek help and rehabilitate himself. Do we really know that, sis? What have you seen from Diddy that's shown that he's only trying to work on getting out? If he's been able to complete this 6-week course with these inmates and anything else that he's done, to me, that lines up with game. Number one, maybe not. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, but that does show that he's been working on things while being locked up. Secondly, should he not be focused on getting out? You know what I'm saying? A lot of times we got to put ourselves in these folks' shoes, whether we want to or not. And yeah, I'm going to also be focused on getting out. I just don't see anything wrong with that. But more so, I think that what we've been able to see publicly has been his attorneys, and that's their job. You better be talking about getting me out. You better be talking about appeal. You better be doing this and better be doing that. But we haven't been able to see much of anything. And yes, Rob, I do believe that some type of, I'm not going to search right now, but some type of DV program was completed, doing everything to attempt to make sure that he gets out, So, but good point, sis. Let's see. Let me go back over here. I don't know if I should have gone all the way up there, but we'll go down to the bottom. And let me click this one or this one and see what we have from Giovanni. So we have more. I'll start off with the last comment and we'll go into the next one. When a person creates his own program while incarcerated, it shows something. I know I've done it. Not even a parking ticket since. I work with probation. I speak at many different functions with the private prison operator that we work with. Giovanni said, Judge, we are eager to work with Mr. Combs in the same way. We have established engagements in communities in need. Lastly, our mission is centered in the idea that those closest to the problem will solve it. The judge said, okay, thank you very much. I don't know, a steel cart before the horse. And then Diddy's lawyer, Agnafilio, said, it's getting late. I'll be brief. I think that's Agnafilio, who's the one that's just like a beast. But he said, it's getting late. I'll be brief. I started in the Manhattan DA's office in 1990. We mostly had to put people in jail. In 1996, the Center for Court Innovation started. John Jay did a lot of studies. DV tends to some from childhood trauma. All right, so Donaldson is done. Steele is done. Now we are listening to Agnafilio, And yeah, if I'm not mistaken, that's the one that's a beast. All right, let me live MSNR, what is it? ASMR break with a seaweed with tahini on it. I'll let you guys know live if I like it. 1 second. Wow. I don't want to smack my lips. That's good, guys. That is good. Try it with the tahini too. Since you said absolutely, my focus would definitely be on getting out. Yeah, but I totally understand what you're saying. But yeah, you have to fight for yourself. You know what I'm saying? And then you also have to sort of map out a plan of what the future looks like. Again, just don't schedule that like you getting out. That's the only thing that I think that they messed up on. Everything else that Diddy is doing and has done, you better. If they saying DV, you better say, yes, I've been talking to counselors, and yes, I could prove this, and yes, I could, you know what I mean? But don't be that secure in what you think is going to happen. All right. So Agnophilia said DV tends to some from childhood trauma. Doctors found that Sean had PTSD. He grew up without a father. His father was unalived when he was a baby. The family didn't tell him how his father died, but he picked it up from the street. He gave a commencement address at Howard in 2014. All right, we were going to continue about that, girl. You better go get you something to seaweed. That tahini is a different beast. But I still had a little bit of the chili lime on mine. But yes, ma'am, absolutely. I'm pouring some on top right now. Look, if you watch with me on Patreon, Teresa, do you remember the name of it, sis? Was it The Downfall of Diddy? For those of us that watch that live together on Patreon, I do think that all of us can admit that we witnessed some childhood trauma based off of some of the flashbacks and the interviews of people that were around at that time. Let me know, Teresa. Let me let this fur baby in. I'm doing a whole lot, child. Let's go. Okay. Get out the way, girl. The downfall of Diddy. The downfall of Diddy. And Teresa, do you remember us talking about his childhood? Remember they were showing us flashback of parties and things like that. And Mama Combs had Diddy dressed in that suit as a little kid and all of that. And I remember us talking about he was exposed to a lot as a kid. Because allegedly, this is all alleged, allegedly, Mama Combs, excuse me, was somewhat of what one would consider a female pimp, a madam. So, do I think that he probably got it in his genes? Yeah, but he has not been, and as his lawyers have said, he's not a pimp. Just got pimp-like ways. Just got pimp-like ways. He was definitely exposed. Yes. All right, now let's continue. We have more. So he gave the commencement address at Howard in 2014. He found in the microfilm there how his father died in a drug deal gone bad. Maybe that's the trauma. He had major depressive disorder. Okay, I'm going to sit down in 5 minutes. Then Miss Slavic and Mr. Combs, the last word. All right, so after Agnophilia, we're going to have Miss Slavic, and then Diddy will speak. It is currently 3:36 in New York, and we may depending on how long it takes the judge, we could get the sentence today. And we should. Look, this is not jury deliberation. It should never take this damn long. I don't like this at all. Go Simone. Sure. Go get you some. I'm going to say this. Hopefully it's the last about these seaweed snacks. To me, especially with the chili lime salt and all of that on top, better than your average J's or Lay's or whatever potato chips. I kid you not. So if you can have something that is 20 calories, 0 carbs and all of that, girl, you better, because it's helping you and your health, you know. 5. I'm still only on pack number 2, but I pulled out a total of 3. I doubt if I get to 3. I was just a little hungry. All right, let me refresh over here. But Agnophilia said that doctors found that Sean had PTSD. My question is that something that they have a record for that was presented in court? And I didn't know that they hid how his father died. But yeah, his father was a big time drug dealer. All right. Let's see. Agnophilia said, I'm asking you to release him today. He has been punished publicly. Everyone knows every twist and turn in this case. This is also a form of general deterrence. The publicity that he got, Miss Ventura's lawsuit, it destroyed his businesses. All right. Nico's, yes, Nico's. Now, y'all must really be a part of the AM as is it ASMR? Yes, the ASMR community. Y'all be watching them videos because child, about 10 of y'all done said, "Oh, I'm going to give me some." Is it because of the crunch? Is it because of the crunch? Delish. All right, let's see. Do we have another update? I am also going to go back here. Are we live here? Oh, wow. Dog it. This is law and crime. Hold on, guys. I want to hear that because they talking about how emotional Diddy got from hearing his kids' testimony or, you know, what they had to say. Hold on. Let's take a look. Yeah, let them Doritos go, child. I promise you. I haven't had look, I used to love me some Lay's, the yellow bag. And I haven't had chips or Doritos or Flamin' Hots or anything since February of this year. And I don't miss them. And this is absolutely a great substitution. Taste-wise, crunch-wise, you guys know most times it's a mental thing. All right, let's take a look at this. And then we'll let the comments build up over on Twitter. I'm going to close this. All right, here we go.
All of this begging to have his sentence be on the lower end.
Begging is a good question because Mark Agnifilo just said, I'm asking you to release him today. He's been punished publicly. Everyone knows every twist and turn in this case. This is also a form of general deterrence. The publicity that he got, Miss Ventura's lawsuit, it destroyed his businesses. Is that a compelling argument, Joe? Is that a compelling argument that he has suffered enough? He has been punished enough that there's not more that you should do to him?
Not particularly, because, you know, America is a great country in that America is the country of a comeback. And there's nothing to say that P. Diddy can't come all the way back. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, I don't know that Cassie ever gets over what happened. Maybe she gets through it. Maybe the victims get through it. But they are forever changed. And so I don't want that minimized for anyone, right? And I think it would be very unfair to them for us to minimize that, particularly when you get, you know, P. Diddy. I mean, you know, all of the things that he wants to do. Well, he wants to see his toddler grow up. He wants to see fill in the blank or whatever else. Well, didn't you want to before all of this started happening? Didn't you want to back when you were up for conviction? Maybe you should have got convicted in the Shine case 15, 20 years ago. We've already been here. You already know what this is like. And here we are again. You've already done a religious album. You've already done all of the things that make you look like a changed man. Meanwhile, no change. So if the judge wants to consider what he's saying and take it seriously and look at the potential that he could be as a force for good with resources put behind it, that's fine. But what he's been through in and of itself, that wouldn't move me, not even one iota.
Particularly, as we mentioned earlier, the letter from Cassie Ventura when she talked about how much she's struggling and the nightmares she goes through. And the court was keen to say she is a victim of this crime. Yes, Sean Combs was acquitted of sex trafficking with respect to Cassie, but she is a victim of transportation to engage in prostitution. Okay. Serena, you might have noticed that.
I'm going to pause real quickly. What are you guys' thoughts about that? I absolutely agree that Cassie most definitely is a victim. But let me put this on here. I'm going to show you guys the seaweed snacks and the seasoning. We'll double check the Twitter again. Shout out to each of you, each and every one of you that are here joining me. It's been a long day. I've been live 5 hours, 55 minutes, and 32 seconds. And I'm cool with it. I am cool. Let's see. April, did you send me a Cash App today? Sorry, I don't have like my Cash App notification set, but yes, thank you, April. Thank you so much, sis. If you're still here. All right, guys, let me stop sharing my screen. Let me show you guys my concoction over here. I'll run out and get everything you see on this screen. Everything. Hold on. Baby. And yes, Simone, I kid you not. They are that good. You know, and give yourself a chance when it comes to these seaweed snacks. Because, you know, it may start off like, oh, I don't know. These are not seaweedy, if that makes any sense to you. I know that's not a word. They're not seaweedy as far as an aftertaste. This is our commercial break while we are live. But this is what I'm chomping on right now, guys. And those are the seasonings. Can you guys see them? Let me move Simone's comment. So, though this is the Nico's brand, the chili and lime, in love with them now. When I first tasted them, I was like, oh, I do not like it. The roasted seasoning, the roasted season seaweed snacks, amazing. And then here are the seasonings I'm putting on top. This chili mix in the middle, amazing, but all of them taste good. Haven't opened this one yet for this. All right, it's a commercial break. It's a commercial break. Oh. Talker girl, you gonna make me go in there and get some of my tuna to see how it tastes on these seaweed snacks. Dog it, sad eye. I'm about to give you guys a live account. Hold on, we still on our commercial break. Hold on. I'm gonna try it for you. Pause on. You get a spoon. Deli tuna, spicy Thai chili. Do I want that one? Sweet and spicy. Jalapeno. Okay. Peer pressure, peer pressure. Hold on. Hold on. And we're going to get back to this doggone case. This is not a Cutie Crew members only live. Okay, I should not be doing this. But yeah, let me get this off the screen. Side eye, I will give you a live account. I didn't know that they've been raving about that. But let me put this down. Let me go back. Let me refresh. Let's see where we are in the live updates when it comes to this Sean Diddy Combs sentencing. All right, where we left off not too long ago, Agnafilio was talking about he wanted Diddy released today. He's been punished publicly, and Cassie's lawsuit destroyed his business. They say, we are proposing mental health treatment, a domestic violence program. Sometimes group programs are the best. October is a domestic violence awareness month. I'm not asking for a light sentence. I'm asking for mental health, the root of the problem. He said, I'll stop here and turn it over to the government. I think it's only fair that Mr. Combs has the last word. The judge then goes to the prosecution and says, Miss Slavic, and AUSA Slavic said, going back a few hours to Mr. Driscoll, we have cited cases with sentences of 135 months based on ABUs. ABUs is not what the man being charged for, ma'am. But anyway, Slavic said, back to Dylan Jordan's case. Let's zoom out. Why did Judge Cronin take into account the previous sentence? Because Jordan knew it was wrong. He quit the business before he was prosecuted. Here, the defendant continues crimes. That's our last update. Do you guys think, let me ask you guys this, do you think that is fair? And do you think that it should even be allowed that here we are in the sentencing phase of this whole case where they're going back and forth like this is, again, opening statements or closing statements? I don't like it. And like I said, based on the order that the judge wanted this to happen, if the prosecution was allowed to present their last and final tidbits, and then the defense after, it should just be stuck at that. I don't like it. You know, this too much. And look, this is what I do know. In a regular case, it would not be this. I don't like that at all. I'm about to try it for you. Side eye. I got some lemon pepper, the pack of tuna. I do these as well, which has helped me to lose weight. So I keep them in my refrigerator. I'm going to try it with lemon pepper tuna and the seaweed snack. Let's see what you guys are saying. Felicia said, I don't. Yeah, you don't like it. I don't like it either. April said, and thank you, April. Thank you, sis. Hold on, child. Shout out to April. Money, 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 money. Hold on. My apologies. Because when I said shout out to April and played that money, I took a bite of the seaweed snack with this tuna on top. It's delicious. It is good, side eye. Thanks, sis. But I agree with you, April. They just need to sentence him and be done with it. Like, damn. Rena said nope, because had it been a regular person, it would have been over way before now. Totally agree. Totally agree. When is enough enough? Damn, all that evidence they presented during the trial, during closing arguments, all those witnesses, and it's people not tired, because we, the people, are tired. All right, let's see what else. So, the U.S., the government, AUSA, said pimps control their victims. That's what happened here. 1.4 million would be 90-something freak-offs. There were more than that here. Mr. Driscoll challenged us to find abusive text like he quoted, but this case has physical abuse on video. The defendant is a master puppeteer. His video has better production values than the Intercontinental Hotel video, but that just shows who he is. Right now, he would apologize to his victims. 5 lawyers spoke for him. Mr. Steele said Cassie wanted it. So they putting on that last hurrah. And girl, get it over with so we can get something by 5 p.m. But again, that video should not have been done. And I absolutely blame Diddy and his team. She's talking about the production values in that video that we watched. And she ain't lying. They got a whole kit, sis. What you mean kit? Or maybe that was in your comment above. They've been doing the spicy Korean tuna bowls with the seaweed, garlic, chili, oil. Okay, let me take oh, you know what? Did Cardi B make a video to that? But no matter what, let me take a quick screenshot of your comment, because that'll be my Monday through Thursday meal chow with a couple cheat days on the weekend. Nothing major, but more than that. Now that you say that, I did hear about that. I think I watched, just because of that mail you mentioned, I think I watched Cardi B do something. Teresa said they shouldn't even be talking about the DV. They need to try him in state court for that. It's hard to say Cassie is a victim without them talking about the DV. They act like they can separate it. Felicia said, I get that one is not being charged with ABUs, but that tape was made a part of the case, so it does play a part. Yeah, it play a part, but the part that it plays a part in, those were bars, was DV. That tape, what we witnessed, was DV. And he was found not guilty of that. You get what I'm saying? Hold on. Hold on, guys. One second. One second. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, look, and I don't think that any of us are heartless where we don't feel like what we witnessed in that tape was we're not going to argue that that wasn't DV. That was absolutely DV. That's not what he's being charged with, or that's not what he was found guilty of. That's because of the prosecutors overreaching. And they shouldn't have, because I do think that they would have been able to convict him on much more than what they ended up getting a conviction on. You know, that wasn't no RICO. That wasn't, you know what I mean? So I get what everybody is saying. However, like we said, we can't bend these rules of the law and all of that, because if it was our family and they tried to do that, you going off. You know? Sorry, guys. I had to go get some mayo because this lemon pepper is just a little bit too dry, and a little bit of oil. Let's see, a couple more comments and we're going to go live. If there were no video, there wouldn't be a case. That video played a major part, but he wasn't charged for DV. Totally agree. That video did it. That video did it. And yeah, released publicly the way it was as well. But like you said, at the end, he wasn't charged with DV. Like Teresa said, the state can come back after this case. The state can come back, or I don't know if they can. But that's where they should have tried this. But you guys think about how embarrassing it is for the prosecutors to do those raids, striking his homes at the same time. Do you know how much money and manpower that took? The whole case and all of these witnesses and all of that for this man to be ended up being convicted of the two lesser charges. It's crazy. All right, let's refresh. They have to talk about the abuse because it was a part of the case, but again, I get all of that. You shouldn't be able to talk about what he was not in the end found guilty of. Hold on, guys. I didn't want to crunch in your ear that time, but that was next level. I just added my mayo, a little oil to this tuna, and took a bite off a seaweed chip. Amazing. All right, let's see. After the government said the defendant is a master puppeteer, they said, we asked for a significant sentence here. The judge tells them thank you and looked at Diddy and said, Mr. Combs. And then Brian Steele asked, can we take a comfort break? By comfort break, I'm sure Diddy is probably about to pee his pants, if you know what I mean. Side eye, I love you. This is amazing. Don't do it with dry tuna, even though it's still good. But baby, get you one of them little tuna packs and put you a dab of mayo, a little oil. I use deli oil. The boar's head. Is this boar's head? Yeah. And baby, that doggone seasoning on top. I may not even eat my oxtails today. This is so good. All right, let me read a couple more of your comments and we'll make sure we stay live. Diddy is up next, guys. We will be able to hear, not hear, but read what Diddy says to this judge. Last time he'll ever speak to the judge. Let's see. Teresa said, which means from a professional view, they have to separate it. We know it was DV, but for this case, he's not being sentenced for it. Totally agree, sis. Or he shouldn't be sentenced for it. Take it back to court. Agreed. Felicia said, had that tape not been a part, then okay, it shouldn't be brought up. It was allowed in and you cannot look over it. If that's the case, sis, and let's say the jury would have followed, or felt that same way, we would have had a conviction on more when it comes to the RICO and all of this. The fact remains, it was absolutely DV, but what else played a part in this whole case, period, is the prosecution going after him how they did for so much. Without that case, we wouldn't be here. I mean, without that tape, we wouldn't be here, period. And they overplayed their hand. They went after too much and it wasn't needed. But they know that if they only would have went after him for DV, Diddy would have been in there and out by now. You know what I'm saying? So you don't get to continue on presenting all of that evidence of stuff that this man was not found guilty of. I get it. The prosecutors played that tape to get people in their feelings. Facts. Chit Chat. Have you tried Gimme brand shimmy lime seaweed? Nico's not available in my area. I have not, Simone, but I would still say give it a shot. But baby, this is a whole, what do you call those? This is, wow, hold on. A delicacy. Wow. Hold on. Okay. This is isn't that what it's called? A delicacy? This is wow, is all I can say. Now I may not eat my seaweed chips without the tuna. I don't know. I'll enjoy both. All right, let's see. Did the judge grant them break? He did. And judge back at 4 p.m. It's already 4 p.m. So we'll be back live soon. Let me see what else you guys are saying in the chat. So just a bathroom break. That's what that comfort break is. And child, as long as this ish has been, I'm sure they all gotta go. Let's see what else. Let's see what law and crime. Yeah, this is, baby, Teresa, you got to add this to your list, sis. And I'm absolutely, now that I opened up this pack of chili, that third pack that I brought out, I'm absolutely about to open it up. While we're on this commercial break, though, give me 1 second. While we are on this commercial break, I will bring up the products. I'm going to try this one with the tahini. Hold on. Thank you, Sad Eye the Sage. Girl, this is amazing. Hold on. Let me close some of these pictures that I have up, guys. I'm going to bring back up the seaweed snacks for you guys if you want to. Here you go. Let me share real quickly. Man, oh, I should have took a picture of it on, but I'm not doing all that. I should have took a picture of the tuna on it. But I'll show you again. This is a commercial break. Thank you guys for joining me. I'll get to some more comments. Side eye, thank you. Okay, Aunt Debbie, I saw your text too. That you responded. Okay, I see you. Hold on, guys. A commercial break because I'm trying to put some more tuna on this doggone seaweed snack. Baby, I don't know if I need all the rest of that stuff that Side eye was talking about with the rice and all of that for what? This is good. Hold on, I'm sprinkling. Commercial break while they are having a break. Well, shout out to Aunt Debbie being back in the chat. All right, let's see. You sound like that mukbanger Lips saying, Yeah, rest in peace to Lips. I don't know if you know that he was on a live by his boyfriend. I bet a margarita would be perfect. Or I read that. Yes, thank you, sis. Thank you. Okay, you guys see on the screen. Try it. If you cannot find Nico's, look, seaweed is seaweed. I don't know how the other brands are, but I will recommend that you get a seaweed snack with some type of seasoning. You know, roasted or this chili and lime. So even if it's another brand, try to get one with some type of seasoning and then add your little things on top. And definitely try it with this doggone tuna. Delicious. All right, that's our commercial break. We're gonna go back. And they are not back live yet. I checked already, but let's take a look at this real quickly, just to see, because everybody's naturally talking about the DV, and we don't want to downplay that like it was not a thing. You know what I mean? But again, that's not what he was convicted of. So take a quick look.
I didn't come to you for a while because I have a bunch of questions for you that I'm going to read in succession to you. So let's go to the first one. Confused and Callie asks, what are typical parole rules in New York and federal release, and for how long?
Oh, that's a good question. So it's all dependent on the person who is convicted and what they're convicted of, and so many other things that you learn about that person in interviews and whatnot. So it will all depend, which is always a lawyer's favorite answer. It depends, but it will be a level of pretty serious supervision. He may not be able to leave the city or the state or the country without permission. There are going to be restrictions as to that, to travel, as to where he can live, as to what he can do. Maybe there's a curfew. There are many, many factors that are taken into consideration when you are on supervised release. You can always petition to change those restrictions as time goes on, as you show that you're behaving yourself, etc. There may be drug tests, for example. There's a lot. There could be, for example, like unannounced searches or visits. There's a lot of, even if you're free, is what I'm trying to say, there's a lot of restrictions on your freedom.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Hold on. I'm going to go back up. Who was that mentioned the glasses again? Are they back? I'm going to share this with you guys. Hold on. We'll take a quick look outside the courtroom. Hit the like button for me if you don't mind. And is it Jatime? Thank you so much, sis. Thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate you. I'm still scrolling over here in the City Press, guys. We still on a break. I will refresh again. Now, I want to ask you guys a quick question. Let's say you were a content creator. Would you travel for a case like this? You guys see, and what we see right now on the screen is nothing like it is from all angles. I couldn't believe it. Because on the other side of this street are the news trucks and all of that that's lined up. And you guys know everybody is there. So, yeah, I don't know. But I guess if you're passionate about your job, you're willing to do any and everything. Let's see. Let me scroll. Let's see if we have an update. And I'll push play again. All right, they're back. Good job. They are back. They are so good. My goodness. I'm gonna stop saying I only got a little bit of tuna left from that little pack, but let me bring back up Twitter because they are back in court, and now we will hear or read. I will read what are you doing? That's not what I wanted. Hold on, guys. I will read to you guys what Sean Diddy Combs has to say. Okay? He is up. He is up right now. All right, so I'm going to remove the comments so you guys can see. But Sean Combs stands at the defense tables and stated, one of the hardest things I've had to handle has been having to be quiet and not express how sorry I am for my actions. I don't take that lightly. I would like to apologize to Cassie and her family. So that was 23 seconds ago. We'll keep refreshing and keep reading. He said, I apologize to Jane for bringing you into my mess. I would like to apologize to all the victims of domestic violence. I know that the disgusting video triggered people. I was sick from the drugs. I needed help, but I didn't get help. All right, we will keep refreshing. Those are the words, guys, of Diddy that I'm currently reading to you. And this will be the last and final person that the judge will hear for today. Let's refresh. Diddy said, I knew better. My faith taught me better. I'm not this larger than life person. I'm just a human being. I'm trying my best. I lost my freedom and the opportunity to raise my children and be there for my mother. I lost all my businesses. Thoughts? Anybody in the chat? Your thoughts on what Diddy has to say? Teresa, how are you tagging me and I'm live, sis? Is there something that I missed? Let me go over here, child. I'm trying to keep up. No, ma'am, I'm not. Nope. Absolutely not. But thanks, sis. I mentioned earlier that I was going to cancel it. So, yeah. Brittany Janae says she not phased. She don't want to hear that ish. But I'll read that last one again before we get the next update. Diddy said, I knew better. My faith taught me better. I'm not this larger than life person. I'm just a human being. I'm trying my best. I lost my freedom and the opportunity to raise my children and be there for my mama. I lost all my businesses, Your Honor. All right, let's update. Diddy said, I hate myself right now. I've been stripped down to nothing. I want to apologize to my 7 children. I'm so sorry. You deserve better. To my mother, I feel you taught me better. Thoughts. Give me your thoughts. And shout out to Risa. I'm going to go ahead and just delete that one now, sis. Hold on. Friday night, 10/3, 6 p.m. No, man. All right. Now, I don't know if the man is laying it on thick or fighting for his life or whatever he's doing, but look, you got to do what you got to do, you know? And he should hate himself. I will say that. You really should, child. What the hell? Okay, hold on. Let's refresh. But he said, I feel like to my mother, I feel you taught me better. Did she really? A lot of us, you know, feel like she exposed you to a hyper sexual lifestyle. At least I do. You know, it's similar to Lil Scrappy crying out about what he witnessed as a child because Mama D was a whole pimp or madam or whatever. The kid's not supposed to walk away with some type of scars, you know? Let's see. Any new comments? Hold on, guys. Diddy said, I let down my community. I wanted to show we could take care of our own problems. I got lost. I'm not this bad person. I'm sorry to my community. I let y'all down. People can change. I know I've changed. Let me ask you guys, for those of us that do believe in rehabilitation, how long do you think that it does take a person to really change? Is there a time limit? A month? 2 months? A year? 5 years? How much time does a person have to put in work for you to believe that they are indeed changed? Because Diddy said, I'm not changing. He said, I've changed. Let me know. Let me know. I will refresh and see what's next. Diddy goes on to say, sometimes you have to go through life experiences. These are not excuses. I can't change the past, but I can change the future. I beg your honor for mercy to be a father again, to be a son again, a leader in my community again, to get the help that I need. All right. Okay, let's see what you guys are saying while we wait. Only time will tell, and everyone deserves a second chance. Peace, love, and light said years. Felicia said no less than 5 years. Deshonda said he's saying he is not a bad person, but your record is called Bad Boy. I call BS. Debbie said Diddy will throw himself under the bus for freedom. Shaking my head, what a crocker-ish. 1000 Watts say it takes forever. He doesn't have to prove anything to me, only to himself. I don't get no benefits from it. I believe in rehabilitation, but he ain't been there long enough. Sorry, not sorry. Teresa said he may have mentally changed after being behind bars. Sometimes that jail cell changes you. Okay. I believe he can change with true repentance and only with God changing the heart, mind, and spirit. Peach Prince say, all I hear is Charlie Brown teacher voice. Angela Davis said, everyone deserves a second chance. And Ray Mel is pulling out the violins. All right. Let's refresh. I got 2 seaweed strips left. That's it. This was a good snack. So he said that he wants the opportunity to get the help that he needs. I don't want to let God down. I have no one to blame but myself. I know I will never put my hands on another person again. I'm willing to comply with any conditions. Me sharing my story is not a scheme to get less time. This story is tragic. Somebody over here said, people can definitely change. I'm not the same man I was 10 years ago. Continue, Diddy Luther King Jr. Oh, Lord. All right. 1 second. I'm going to read some more comments. We're going to go back. We'll see if we get a couple of Diddy's comments populated while I chomp on this last and final seaweed strip. Hold on. Ooh wee. All right. I am done. That is something a must try for all of you guys. If you like tuna, if you like seaweed snacks and that seasoning, that's a must try. That is absolutely a refreshing snack. But let's read. Miss D Complex TV said there won't be change. He'll go after every person who denounced him, and the FOs will continue. All right. Let's go ahead over here and refresh and get back live. Your girl has been live for 6 hours, 31 minutes, and 10, 12, 15 seconds. My God, today. Okay. Diddy said, me sharing my story is not a scheme to get less time. This story is tragic. If your honor gives me a chance to share my story, this has a positive impact. Thank you to the jury. Your honor gave me the confidence in the jury to believe that I did not have to testify. They sacrificed 8 weeks. I thank them for not guilty. I take full responsibility for my man at convictions. They want you to make an example of me. I want you to think about making an example of what a person can do if they get another chance. Consider the beautiful children who spoke for me. All right. We'll get more as it comes in. But Diddy said, I want you, they want to make an example of me. I want you to think about making an example of what a person can do if they get another chance. Any of you in the chat, have you ever had to have a second chance at anything in life? Because you guys know I always say it's easy for us to get out here and judge, child. But have you ever had to have been, and I'm not fighting, I ain't saying this on Diddy's behalf. I'm just talking about that statement. That is true. You know. But I don't know. We shall see where this goes. When it comes to Diddy, that's why you need to live on a straight and narrow path. Let's see. Consider the beautiful children who spoke for me. No matter what anyone say, I know that I am truly sorry. Thank you, Your Honor. The judge then said, let's take 5 minutes. OMG, that's the only break the judge need? Is 5 minutes? Wow. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let me put up my mess. I'm going to take you guys back. Which one is this? I'm going to play from here. Let me stop sharing. Let me put up my mess. And the judge only asked for 5 minutes. That means we could have a ruling real soon. Real soon. Okay, let me turn this volume up. We are reacting, live reaction outside of the courthouse, plus up to the minute updates of the sentence watch for the conviction of Sean Diddy Combs. All right, guys, let me put these packages up and throw these in the garbage. Hold on. All right, we got about 2 more minutes. No volume on this. Let's see.
But where he was going to be, and I think that considering what other folks would have to say will probably be equally important, and maybe even more so.
Got to clean up these.
I believe it's fine. Just said the judge will ask you what you think, Jesse Weber.
Hit the like button. Hit the like button.
What I have to say. What are we predicting in terms of a sentence here now that we are only potentially a few minutes away? We've been covering it all day. Sierra, we've been covering it for months now. I'll start with you. What are you anticipating for a sentence for Sean Diddy Combs after he was convicted of these 2 Mann Act violations?
I think that, per what Serena says, Judge Arun Subramanian came into this with the thought in his mind of what he wanted the sentence to be. He's going to consider it for his next 5 minutes. But if you're asking me, my prediction is still that 5 to 7 year range. I don't think that he's going to go on the lower end, what the defense wants, that 14-month sentence. I don't think it's going to be quite as long as what the prosecution is hoping for with the 11 years, which is a significant amount of time. But 5 to 7 years to me is still pretty significant. I mean, if we're talking about his young daughter of love, she's, a toddler at this point. At 5 years, and she's nearly headed into later elementary school. That's a huge chunk of a child's life. And so I do think the 5 to 7 year range, I may be going to guess 5 years if that's my guess.
Serena, I'll ask you what you think in terms of a sentence, and also
now is the time for refresh. So let me make sure this is muted. And we are minutes away from what this judge will decide. The judge, again, is probably sick of this ish, and it looks like he may have come to the conclusion of, no, I'm not going to let this stretch out over no weekend or anything else. Thank goodness. It is currently 4:24 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and typically they shut down them courthouses at 5. So we will know Diddy's fate, guys. What are your thoughts? Last minute predictions. I know we took that poll, and if you're, I don't know if you guys can change your vote, but if it changed, let me know. If you did not vote in the poll that's attached at the top, you should be able to see it. Let me know, and go ahead and vote real quick. But I'll give us a current count of where we stand now. So 439 votes, 23 people said yes, he served enough time, and 77% said lock his arse up. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and end that poll, guys. Let me end it. That is official. Shout out to the 400 and something people that did vote. I appreciate you guys. 439 or 93, one of them, child. I appreciate you guys. Now let me go back to, I want everything closed on my end. I don't want nothing but inner city. Let me close this. I can leave that open. Inner city, we are going live on your page. We are making sure All right, guys, give me 1 second. Let me make sure I share the Twitter page, and I'm going to read your comments. And it looks like I'm even going to be out of here, child, at about the 7-hour mark. I done did a whole shift, and I thank God for it. I do. All right, let's see. 5 minutes, Felicia. Thank you. The judge already know the sentencing. He just let them go through the through the protocol. Yeah, he definitely has to do that. Philly Girl said it's a Hail Mary pass, and Diddy has to try pleading his case. Yeah, I would do the same. You know. Gia said, I agree. Judge still going to give him time. Angela Richardson said 5 years. I'm making sure I'm live over here, guys. Hold on. We still at the 5 minute. All right. Angela Davis said, I think he's going to get 3 to 5 years. A whole work day. Guess what, though? It's, it will all pay off in the long run. Please believe me. And this is work. So look, if God has blessed me with being able to substitute a day of work from my regular job to my second job, which is content creation, I'm all good. Please believe me, I wouldn't have been here if I didn't want to, Teresa. But a whole work day, child, 1 more hour, 8 hours. All right, let me refresh. I am also going to double check my likes. How many likes do we have? One of the mods, can you guys let me know? Okay. 334 likes. I'll take it. I appreciate you guys. Diddy still, what's that? Did he still be able to file for an appeal if he gets years in prison? Yeah. Yes, team can file for appeal for sure. For sure. All right, we are at the refreshing stage. Dog it, I wish they were. We back, child. All right, guys. Judge is speaking. He said, at the outset, I want you to understand, Mr. Combs, you are not being sentenced for acquitted conduct. But under 3553, I must consider many things. Mr. Combs, you are a self-made artist who has inspired community of color. Come on, inner city. Hold on. We are there, guys. We are there. All right. I don't want to do too much, but I promise you guys I'm going right back to that one. But I also want to make sure. Dog, what's that other page? Megan getting hers from. Hold on, guys. I'm definitely going back. Please believe me. But I had another page that was giving me up to date as well. Shoot. All right, I'm going to go back here first. Then I'll scroll there. All right. The judge said, Mr. Combs, you are a self-made artist who has inspired community of color. We saw the video, the free game course in the MDC. The court hopes you continue to expand it. You are devoted to your family. The court, of course, considers the collateral consequences. The court has to consider all of your history here. Just from what we're reading so far, what do you guys think? What direction is the court, the judge going in? Hold on. We will know in minutes. Dog it, I can't find that other damn page. And that's it. That's all right. Let me refresh. So again, the court has to consider all of your history here. That part real quickly that the Judge mentioning the free game course in the MDC. The court hopes you continue to expand it. Is you saying? Look at me. Is you? Are you saying, Your Honor, behind bars or out in the world? All right. The judge goes on to say, a history of good works can't wash away the record in this case. You abused these women. You used that abuse to get your way. Freak offs and hotel nights. The evidence of the abuse is massive. I was sitting right here during the testimony. He getting time, child. This judge ain't playing. Right now, it's how much time you gonna get. Damn it, I wish I had that other page. I'm gonna try to find it on my phone. All right, I am about to refresh. The judge said, I don't give a damn about Howard and all that other stuff your attorney mentioned. Yeah, what about this, sir? Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. The judge says, okay, no. So that last comment that I read was the last one so far. I was sitting right here during the testimony. Let me go to my phone Twitter real quick, because I would love to be able, and then let me, you guys can't see it. I got 2 monitors with about 6 different screens. Let's see. Am I live on this one? I think so. Am I live on this one?
I have to cut you off at the...
I want to mute. Hold on, guys, because I want us to be able to go live once we can. All right, let me refresh. Thank you, Judge. Keep it real. That's what Angela Richardson said. It looks like he's doing just that. And look, judges, they got a job to do. He said, I was right here, sitting right here. The judge says, this was subjugation. This is the reality of what happened. These offenses irreparably harmed 2 women. You plied them with drugs. Why did it happen so long? You had the power and resources to keep it going. You were more than a John. Damn. The judge said, you were more than a pimp, basically. And if you look at it, he really was. Although technically, again, he did not receive money from them like pimps collect. That's because he already had the money. This judge ain't playing. This was subjugation. All right, let's continue. Let's continue. See, that part wasn't there. You're a self-made artist who has, oh, maybe it was. All right, here we go. The judge says a significant sentence is required to deter. You say you're sorry and you won't do it again. After Ms. Ventura's civil lawsuit was filed, after the video was made public and investigation started, you had a brutal hotel night with Jane, punched her in the head. Diddy getting significant time. Let's continue. Let's continue. Judge ain't fall for it. Hold on. Where are we? Go back up. What's going on? What the hell? How did I get all the way down here? Don't do this. Hold on. You were more than a John. A significant sentence is required to deter you. You say you're sorry and you won't do it again after Ms. Ventura's civil lawsuit was filed, after the video was made public and investigation started. You had a brutal hotel night with Jane, punched her in the head. Jane said he told her, take this pill. Go out there and up this penis. F him. I don't care. The court is not convinced this would not happen again. The court has considered the programs. They are outweighed by the trial record in this case. Ooh, child. Ooh, child. We shall see. We shall see. And I will say this while we're waiting for the next update. I said two things while covering this case. Diddy was a damn fool for continuing any of the FOs after exactly what the judge just said. You didn't settle with Cassie. You continued this, as someone mentioned earlier in the chat. Not only that, the day when he was surrounded and arrested in New York City, he had a scheduled FO then. One last thing. I said the same damn thing when it comes to R. Kelly. Your ass was acquitted. And any woman that you mess with after that should have been your age or older, sir. You still went young. So judge is not lying. Let's see. All right, so right now that is still the last comment. No, it's not. Here it go. Exploitation and violence against women must be met with real accountability to promote respect for the law. The court reaches a few conclusions. 135 months would be more than necessary. What is that? Is that the 11 years that he's given him? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. 135 months would be more than necessary. Hold on. God damn it. Take me live. Get me up out of here. See, that's so many people is on Inner City's page right now. Let's see. The judge said 135 months will be more than necessary. Is that what they gave him? More than necessary, but he did not say that's what I'm giving you. But we will refresh. So I know how many years it is, but did they officially announce 11 years? Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Hold on. Plus 4 months. Did he get it? Hold on. I'm waiting for, let me go back to over here. Hold on, guys. Let me make sure I'm live.
Benefit of the work that he's done was not to get to 11 years, but not to go lower than the 5 to 7 range. So that may have been the benefit.
As of right now, I don't see any live updates as far as we see or heard that you would say it would be necessary. But again, is that what you're giving him? Hold on. Let's go back live. He's not done. 135. Okay, so the judge said after that 43 seconds ago, a sentence over 11 years is not reasonable. Even the probation department recommends a sentence less than half of that. But 14 months time served would not be significant. So don't tell me if you're seeing updates anywhere else. I don't want to get thrown off track, guys. So let's all just bear and suffer with each other. But that's why I said that when he said 135 months would be more than necessary, that's not saying that that's what he was giving them. So I read this part again and update again. A sentence over 11 years is not reasonable. Even the probation department recommends a sentence less than half of that. But 14 months time served would not be sufficient. So this judge is about to give Diddy probably 5 years, 6 years. The judge says here the data shows a wide variety of sentences. Weighing all of the relevant factors, the court determines that the sentence is 50 months of incarceration. What's that, guys? A little over 4 years. 4 years is 48 months. Diddy has been sentenced to 50 months. Look, that's fair. That's fair to me. I'm sorry. That is fair. The official sentence, I will put it in the chat, is 50 months. Let me go ahead and retweet this over here. Hold on. Ain't no bad boy parties and a damn show. Ain't no speaking engagements, sir, this coming a Monday. All right, let's see. Hold on. Thoughts. Anybody in law, can you let me know if, and I'm going to take you guys, we'll do the live outside of the courtroom in a minute, and then that's it. But the court determines that the sentence is 50 months of incarceration, 4 years and 2 months. He served 13 months. So Diddy will be out of there in 3 years, right? Do you get good behavior time with the feds? Can you guys let me know? Let me know. And then let's go live outside one of these courtrooms, child. Yeah, look. His daughters will be 21. You know what I mean? The twins and Chance. The baby girl will be about 5 or 6. And yeah, the judge said, look, you haven't had enough time for rehabilitation. And it's admirable, you know, these programs that you started and all of that. But I knew from that first doggone sentence when that judge said, trying to scroll up. When that judge says the free game course in the MDC, the court hopes you continue to expand it. Yeah, I knew that meant why your ass locked up. So yeah, you've been doing it, but I hope you continue. I think it's a fair, I think it's fair. I do. You guys let me know. Do you think that that's fair, the 4 years? When they put the sentence in months, it means they have to serve the whole term. Oh, thank you, Fruit Gummy Queen. I never knew that. Yep, 4 years, well deserved. Now go sit back down. Yeah, you're going to really have some time. So we know how hard this was for you to be Diddy. And you have been behind bars for 13 months. But guess what? You're going to have to stay back there. Kudos to the judge. I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that at all. You know, a lot of people were affected by Diddy's actions, his behavior, and all of that. And look, I still say Mama Combs needs to also realize that she's done damage to her boy as well. You know, you got to serve 80% of fed time. My lady, thank you, my lady. All right, Teresa is giving me an update. Teresa said, well, hold on, Teresa, because I want to see the outside of this courtroom. I want to see if any of his family is going to come out. Hold on, we're going to share this screen. And we'll be out of here, child. I'm drained. I ain't going out tonight. Which I was just going out to. Oh, man. Do I want to miss that? I may have enough time to take, not going out partying, enough time to take me a nice little nap. Yes, good behavior is rewarded in federal prisons through GCT credits and earned time credits, which can reduce the length of a sentence or allow for earlier placement. All right. Side-eye say he will do 26 more months. I think you do 80% of your fed time. This is continuation of your comment, Teresa. So, which can reduce the length of a prison, which can reduce the length of a sentence or allow for placement in a halfway house or home confinement. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's fair. Look, we cannot forget about everything that, you know, has been alleged. It's still all alleged for me because I wasn't nowhere near. But I've always felt like, and I just saw something recently when it comes to Biggie, but I always felt like I'll just say this: Suge is currently in jail. Diddy is now there. I think Suge Knight and Diddy both are the reasons why Tupac and the Notorious B.I.G. are no longer here. But there has been horror stories when it comes to Diddy, you know, and we heard quite a few of them in that trial. So yeah, set your ass down for a couple more years. Ain't no bad boy parties tonight. Ain't no speaking engagement on Monday. You can speak from right behind bars. Now, he will be now transferred though, guys, from the MDC. Is that correct? Let me know. Oh, thank you. They call me Corp Diva. You are welcome. Look, this is for you guys. I did this for you guys. My eyes are heavy. It's been 7 hours exactly. YouTube, you better make sure that translate into a couple dollars. But but other than that, yeah, I really wanted to be live like this more throughout the trial. So I knew this was going to be a long one. So I appreciate you for listening in the bushes. Some of you, child, was on your way to work listening to me, and I have got off, child, and I'm still here. Throat getting dry and everything. May his healing begin or continue. I agree. Get some real help. That real time. That you know, one would think. I don't know a time limit. And did I throw? I hope I ain't throw away that damn paper. What was? I did not. Remorse, regret, reability. Remorse, regret, restability. Child, I don't even know what I wrote. But I know I wanted to put that on my board. I can't even read my handwriting. If he have gotten out today, he would have been back at business as usual. I hope he takes his time to get himself together. Yeah, you know, we don't know that for sure. But going off of his history, one would think, yeah, big party is on the way. You know what I'm saying? Very, very crazy step was that doggone speaking engagement. Dude, are you crazy? The judge could have felt disrespected by that. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's see. Was there anything else? Let's read the last, guys. Hold on. I do want to go to the live. Oh, shoot. I'm going to read this last, and then we're going to go to the live street view that we had, and then we'll be out of here. Everybody will have to catch everything else on social media. But the judge said, again, weighing all of the relevant factors, the court determines that the sentence is 50 months of incarceration. The judge asks Mr. Agnifilio any recommendation where to serve the sentence. And Agnifilio said, can we get back to you by Monday now that we know there is a sentence? The judge said, yes. That's crazy as hell, too. They really, really thought that this man was walking out of here today. You should have been scouted locations of where you would like for him to serve his time. So they'll be back Monday to let the judge know where they would like to recommend Diddy to be allowed to complete his sentence. The judge said the court imposes a fine of $500,000, including to defray the cost of imprisonment. There is no restitution, but there is forfeiture as reflected in this order. There is a $5,000 fine under the statute and special assessment of $200. I want to speak to the strong women who came forward. Mrs. Ventura and Jane. Take Jane ass up out of there. You've been through trauma we can't imagine. Miss Ventura said it was forced X and degradation. Degradation. I want to say we heard you. The judge said you were just speaking to the jurors. You weren't, I'm sorry, just speaking to the jurors, but to other victims. You stood up to power. It's not easy. Violence behind closed doors doesn't have to stay secret forever. I know you still bear trauma, but you've taught us you don't have to stay a victim. That's excellent. We are going to continue until the judge is done. And then, like I said, I will take you guys to a live view outside of the courtroom, and then that's going to be it, chat. That's going to be it. Let's see. The judge says, as Dr. King, not Dr. King, child, come on, judge. As Dr. King taught us, out of the mountain of despair, a stone of hope. Mr. Combs, your mom's writes that you have always been a good son. The same power that enabled you to hurt these women, you could use to help. They said that Combs is sitting with his hands folded. So is he crying, child? All right. I am going to update us with a special message from one of my sisters. And she said, Chit Chat, I used to work in federal court. He does not get time served. He has to serve the whole 50 months starting today. Federal time is day for day. Thank you so much for that, sis. But you mean to tell me the 13 months that he has served doesn't count to anything? Is that the case? Because I don't think they can just throw out the time that he has served. You know what I'm saying? You're welcome, Angela Richardson. Let me know, sis. Oh, sis, thank you so much. Side Eye, the Sage. Love me some you, sis. Thank you so much for being here. I told you last night, I'm so happy to hear your voice. My goodness. Diddy lucky he didn't get more time. He needs to go sit down. Peggy said, your trip to Vegas was beautiful. I hope you ladies had a wonderful time. Peggy, words cannot even describe. Words cannot describe, but thank you for that. It was amazing. And then some. Honestly, I'm not even going to get into that, child, because yeah. All right, the court has been adjourned. The judge has adjourned this case 55 seconds ago. I'm trying to wait and see if my sis or anybody else can answer me. The 13 months that he served, that does not count. So I get that he was just sentenced to 50 months, but I'm so tired. I don't feel like doing a I did, sis. Answer me. Answer me. They cannot throw away the months that he's been behind bars. You know? I think I'll get that. And then I think we're going to be gone. As far as the attorneys and all of that will absolutely spend additional time with Diddy, talking to him after this sentence, that's going to take a while. So, you know, I'm not going to wait on that. Thank you, April. Thank all of you guys. Thank all of you. This was amazing. A whole shift, but I'm okay. Look, when I say I'm a content creator, I'm a content creator, baby. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. And I'm glad that, look, I would have been sitting here by myself if it wasn't for you all, you know? DG is here. DG, answer the question for me, sis. Answer the question. If you can. What about the months that he served? Anybody? Let me see if she nope, nothing in the group chat. Yes, I think that's the case. He has to serve the whole 50 months. All right, well, we can do a quick Google. Hold on. Let's see. All right, so according to what I just put in, yes, Diddy Combs will receive credit for the time he has already served in his arrest. He has already spent 12 months in jail, and this time will be counted towards, excuse me, I'm getting tired. This time will be counted towards his 50-month, 4 years, 2-month sentence. All right. And yeah, that would be illegal. I'm going to drop that in the chat for you guys. That would have been illegal. You can't make a person sit in jail without the option of bond and then come back and say that don't count. You know what I mean? So according to AI child Google, yeah, that counts. Gia, thank you so much. Oh, get some more snacks. Girl, I'm gonna go back and I'm out. That's how greedy I am. If I like something, I am buying, and I still got some in my little storage cabinet of them. But thank you guys for keeping me out the streets. Okay, today, no shopping. Thank you, Gia. Thank you so much, sis. I appreciate you. Who is this after Gia, child? Ty. Thank you, Ty. I appreciate you as well. Ty said, thanks for the live coverage of the sentencing. Listen from the bushes while working. Thank you so much. Thank you. We also had Side Eye the Sage said, thank you, sis. You did a great job covering this. Thank you, sis. We also had Jetime, I believe, with the name that means love in French. Thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate you. And Teresa Wright, thank you, sis. I appreciate you as well. Mama, too, thank you for the super chat as well. Child, let me check them cash apps. Let me check. And I think I got all of the cash apps earlier. So I will double check. Ciao. April and Angela Richardson. Angela, if you don't sit down somewhere, I love you, sis. Thank you, April. Thank you, Bridget J. Again, a couple of you ladies for the members only that we had last night. Your girl made it to 7 hours and 12 minutes. I'm tired, child. But I want to properly thank those that, again, sent the cash app or a super chat. Thank you. Where's my other one that I used to play? I think I deleted it by mistake. Where is it? It's not here. But thank you guys. Thank you, DG, for the cash app. I just got that one as well. Thank you. Thank you guys for just being here with me through this. I really like this. We'll make sure to continue to do these maybe once a month on some good cases. You know what I mean? But yeah, if you've been following me for quite some time, you know that this is what another area outside of hot topics that, you know, has been on top of the list for me. So thank you, Rena. Thank you to you all. Sit down, Angela Richardson. 3 years and 2 months left. That's what it's looking like, Green Bass. What Aunt Debbie say? I just saw what Aunt Debbie said. My goodness. What she say, child? I gotta scroll up. Yes, that trip was amazing. Child, and I don't want to get back into it, but I just don't want to you guys to ever think that it wasn't how we've been explaining. It's honestly just amazing. What Aunt Debbie say about bologna, child? I'm tired. Diddy get on in there and enjoy the bologna. Ooh, child. Diddy is done, at least for a couple more years. At least for a couple more years. But I thank each and every one of you. I don't know if any of you rock with me the whole 7 hours. But one thing I do know, I rock with my damn self for 7 hours and 14 minutes. But this was amazing. It was it was just amazing. That's all I can really say. I enjoyed it. So although it's been a lot of hours, it did not seem like that. Thank you for suffering through listening to me chomp on them seaweed snacks, child. Go out and get you guys some. I highly recommend. Shout out to my cutie mods. Shout out to the cutie crew. Shout out to the replay gang. And shout out to each and every one of you cuties that join me in this marathon live. I love you guys. Join me on Patreon tomorrow. You will not see me nowhere on YouTube, probably until Sunday, Monday, somewhere around there. But we will be on Patreon tomorrow, and we will have our Let Loose Lounge, and we are watching The Preacher's Secret. Join me tomorrow at, do I have 5 p.m. Central Standard Time? 7 p.m. Central Standard. Yeah, I'm looking at it on the screen. Join me tomorrow at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. We will be watching that. But I love you guys. And again, I thank each and every one of you. Shout out to each and every one of you. Enjoy the rest of your Friday. Have a safe and blessed weekend. And I will. Let me look at these comments before I go. Patricia D, Philly girl, Angela Richardson. I'm about to enjoy this bed. I'm actually about to take another shower and get right on back in bed. I don't think I'm going anywhere tonight. But again, it's still early. It's only 2:00 my time. So I can get me a couple hours rest and still go out, child, with BE. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and fake his butt out. But thank you, guys. Thank you so much. I will see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow is open to the Cutie Crew and the Patroni Cuties. Join us over there on Patreon in the Let Loose Lounge. Enjoy the rest of your Friday and your weekend. And I'll chat with you guys soon. Bye. Chit chat with QT. Chit chat with QT. Chit chat. Chit chat with QT. Chit chat with QT. Chit chat with QT. Chit chat with QT.